Good morning, everyone. My name is Anna Bailau. I'm the chair of the Planning and Housing Committee. The clerk has confirmed that we have quorum, so I'd like to now call meeting 23 to order and welcome everyone. Today's meeting is being held by video conference. City staff are also connecting to the meeting by video. As City Hall remains closed, the public will continue to participate electronically and can watch the meeting streaming live on YouTube at youtube.com/Toronto City Council Live. I ask everyone for their patience with any delays and/or technical issues. The clerk staff have connected all registered speakers to the meeting by audio. The list of speakers can be viewed online by visiting the Planning and Housing Committee page at toronto.ca/council and clicking the speakers box for today's meeting. Members, the City Clerk has provided all agenda materials at toronto.ca/council and on CMP, the Clerk's meeting portal. IT staff will be available to members to help with their devices. I would like to remind staff to keep their mics muted and their videos turned off unless they need to answer questions or speak to the committee. This will make it easier for me as chair and for those watching on YouTube to observe members as they participate in the debate and vote on items. Members, please keep your mic muted unless you wish to question staff or speak to an item, and ensure that your video is turned on. As part of each agenda item, I will ask members to raise their hand or unmute their mic if they wish to question staff or speak. I will then create a speakers list and will call on members when it's their turn to speak. When voting on an item or a motion, I ask that members ensure they turn on their video and raise their hand to indicate their vote. Members, I want to remind you that you must submit and approve your motions by email. Staff are available at phc@toronto.ca to help with motions. If there are any visiting members of council attending the meeting today, I encourage you to turn on your video so that I know that you are present and can give you the opportunity to ask questions of staff or speak. This will assist the clerks as well to record attendance for the meeting. At this moment, I don't see any visiting councillors, and so I will acknowledge any if they join us throughout the day. Although we are in different locations and meeting remotely, the committee would like to acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Hanishabi, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and Wendat people, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Are there any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? If you do have an interest, please raise your hand or unmute your mic to indicate the item number and the nature of the interest. Seeing none, we can proceed. I need a motion to confirm the minutes of our last meeting on April 22nd. Councillor Bradford, all those in favor? That carries. Okay, let's proceed now with the agenda review. So first item, PH 23.1, Geary Works Planning Study and City Initiated Official Plan Amendment and Zoning Amendment, Final Report. We do have speakers registered on this item. I would like to inform everybody that I would be asking for a deferral of this public meeting until the next special meeting of the Planning and Housing Committee meeting on June 11th at 1:30 p.m. So the Planning and Housing Committee can hear the public presentations now from anyone who wishes to speak. However, speakers should be advised that if no new information is presented on the deferred item at the June 11, 2021 meeting, the Planning and Housing Committee does not need to hear presentations from the same people again. The speakers can decide if they wish to speak now or speak at the continuation of the statutory public meeting on June 11, 2021. They cannot speak on both days unless staff present new information along with the deferred item, and no further notice of the continuation of the statutory public meeting will be given. Item 23.2, amendment of purchase order 6035908 for legal services in support of appealed employment lands policies. Anyone wishing to hold that? Holding, Paula. Okay, Councillor Fletcher. Item 23.3, Modular Housing Initiative, Phase 2, 175 Cummer Avenue, final report. We have speakers on that. Modular 23.4, Modular Housing Initiative, Phase 2, 20, Bracebridge Avenue, final report. We have speakers on that. Item 23.5, Modular Housing Initiative, Phase 2, 7, Glamorgan Avenue. We don't have speakers on that, so if anybody would like to move that motion, I can move to get this approved. All those in favor? And that carries. So item 5 is approved. Item 23.6, Rapid Housing Initiative, Phase 2, 75 Tandridge Crescent. We have speakers. 23.7, 877 Young, long-term lease agreement to deliver affordable rental homes with support services. We have speakers. 23.8, acquisition of new affordable rental housing, 1555, 1575 Queen Street East, Don Somerville. There's no speakers on that. And
I'm going to hold that.
Councillor Fletcher to hold that. And item 23.9, activating 15 Denison Avenue to create new affordable rental homes within a complete development. We do have speakers on that item. Item 23.10, short-term rental updates and exploring their conversion to long-term care housing. We have speakers on that and staff presentation. 23.11, modernizing Chapter 489, grass and weeds to streamline processes and support biodiversity. We do have speakers on that. Item 23.12, City Manager's Report on Toronto Local Appeal Body Chairs 2019 Annual Report. We don't have speakers on that. Anybody that needs to hold the item? Councillor Wong-Tam?
I do. Yes, thank you.
Councillor Wong-Tam. Item 23.13, Toronto Local Appeal Body Chairs 2020 Annual Report. We do have speakers on that. Item 23.14, Toronto Employment Survey. Anybody wishes to hold that, or we can move the item? Okay, motion. Councillor Perks moves the item. All those in favor?
Sorry,
Yep.
I apologize. Madam Speaker. I'm hoping to hold that.
No
item
problem.
14.
Yep, we'll hold that for you, Councillor Wong-Tam. Okay, item 23.15, Toronto Buildings Program Review. We have a staff presentation and speakers on that. Item 23.16, area-specific amendment to the sign bylaw 1 York Street. We have speakers on that. 23.17, area-specific amendment to the sign bylaw 2 Straw Avenue at Exhibition Place. We have speakers on that. 23.18, area-specific amendment to the sign bylaw 270 Evans Avenue. We also have speakers on that. And 23.19, area-specific amendment to the sign bylaw 306 Yonge Street. We also have speakers on that. We don't?
Sorry.
Okay, actually, okay, let's just hold that just in case, just to make sure. I had a note here that there were speakers. I have a motion
Sorry.
I have a motion to introduce 2 new items on the agenda. Item 23, evaluating new Westminster renovation prevention measures. All those in favor of introducing the item? Thank you. And a new item as well, exploring opportunities to support the renewal of Alexandra Park Cooperative and create new affordable housing. All those in favor of introducing this item? That carries. I will ask, because this has not been public, that we hold it down just so that the public has an opportunity to view it and everybody has an opportunity to view it, and we'll come back and either discuss it, or if there's no discussion needed, that we vote on it later on today. Just because they're completely new and they haven't been in public view as of yet. So before we vote, I'd like to give an opportunity to the public to view these items. Councillor Fletcher, you were going to say something?
Yes. I can release 23.8 if I can just say a few words. I don't have questions. I just wanted to note about the Don Somerville site. But leave it. I leave it there. It's fine.
Oh, okay. Yep. Okay, so I'm on item 1 because I'm moving the deferral. I just want to post this so the speakers have an opportunity to understand what is happening. We just need a little bit more time to discuss with staff on a few items. So we're just deferring this to the special meeting on June 11th at 1:30. So I'll go through the speakers list and ask any speakers if they want to speak today or speak on June 11th. They have the opportunity to do it either way, and obviously we'll take their comments and their presentation either today or on June 11th. Okay, and so with that, let's start. Let's try to connect with Coco Wong. Coco, can you hear me? You need to connect your microphone. So you are connected, but our team here is just telling me that you just need to connect your microphone. Nope. Okay. If you can try to connect your microphone, I'll go to the next speaker, but I'll come back to you, Coco. Next, we have May Long. May, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, May. Would you like to speak today or wait until June 11th?
Yes, I would like to speak today.
Thank you.
I would like to just let the committee members know that I'm speaking on behalf of 2 property owners who's also registered on the speakers list, but will not be speaking and only here to answer questions. So that's Chris Curry and Frida Zimmer. She is on the speakers list, but will not be making presentations.
Okay, thank you, May. Go ahead, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. And I might be a couple minutes because I am dealing with 2 properties, and I apologize for that.
Nope, no, sorry. Speak,
Yes.
Chair, it's 5 minutes.
Yes.
Period.
I was going to let the speaker know. Each speaker has 5 minutes, ma'am. So,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of Planning and Housing Committee. Thank you for your time. My name, again, is May Luong, and I'm a planner at M&H Law. We represent 2 property owners in the Geary Works Planning Study Area. And the first is the owners of the property at 27 Primrose Avenue with an alternative address of 60 Geary Ave. The second one is the property owner of 2123 Primrose Avenue and 345 Geary Avenue. The property locations have been identified in the submissions I made dated May 18th. Essentially, these properties are located on the western boundaries of the Geary Works Planning Study Area. We want to first commend and thank planning staff for their hard work on the study and engagement with the property owners. My clients have been working closely with staff during the planning process, and a number of issues have been resolved because of the dialogue with staff and Councillor Bailau's office. Again, we have submitted letters to the committee on May 18th, and I hope everyone has had a chance to review the letters. As outlined in our letters, my clients are generally supportive of the Geary Works vision and associated draft amendments, but do have some points of clarification and comments they would like to make. Firstly, the draft official plan amendment. The first relates to the elimination of boulevard parking. We understand from city planner Thomas Reese that the boulevard parking elimination refers to properties with private front yard parking and not street parking. He also indicated that staff will be working with individual owners on the elimination of these spaces when a new development application is brought forward. Parking in this area is already a challenge, and as such, our clients want to ensure any elimination of parking does not include street parking, as it would worsen the situation. It is our understanding that a parking management plan for this area will be conducted in consultation with business owners, and as such, we ask that our clients be aware and allowed to participate in the process when the time comes. The second is that staff is proposing the POPs to be encouraged as part of applications for new development. We submit that without any specific development application, it is hard to determine the ideal location for POPs. As such, we request that the word encourage be replaced with considered. The third, staff has identified a pedestrian cycle connection across the CP Rail corridor at the south end of Primrose Ave connecting to Emerson Avenue. We respectfully disagree with this location as it is not ideal. There are numerous busy loading docks at this location, which would be dangerous with all the car and truck traffic movements. Also, the intersection at Emerson Avenue and DuPont Street provides a blind curve, creating a dangerous crossing location for pedestrians and vehicles. We believe there is a more ideal location at the south end of Lightbourne Avenue. This location is closer to the mid-block of the Western Geary Works planning area and would be more logical. This location safely connects to the center of the community on the north side of DuPont with the center of the new development on the south side of DuPont. This location would also provide a convenient pedestrian access to the platform of the future possible GO station stop at the Brick. As such, it would be important to get further studies to determine the ideal location of the pedestrian crossing. Our client requests to be notified of such consideration and to participate in the planning process. The next one relates to development standards for new development. These standards are similar to the ones in the zoning bylaw. We have been in discussions with city planner on some of these items and would hope that they would be consistent as the zoning bylaw. For example, the rear yard setbacks and the front yard setbacks for the properties along Primrose Avenue. And the last of the official plan amendment relates to facades on new buildings. The policies are very specific and prescriptive, and as such, we suggest adding the words where possible, as these design requirements may not be feasible during the development application process. Now, with respect to the draft zoning bylaw, there are a couple comments regarding the rear yard setback at 2139 Primrose Avenue. We are in discussions with Thomas about some clarification and that they do apply to 360 Geary Avenue. And we also have discussions with Thomas and requests that 345 Geary be assigned similar front yard setbacks as Primrose Avenue, as it will likely be developed together with the same properties. With respect to the municipal comprehensive review,
I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up, ma'am.
Great, okay. We support staff suggestions and would suggest possibly providing a work-live use as a future possible use to make it a more complete community.
Thank you.
In conclusion.
Thank you, Mrs. Long. You're well past your 5 minutes. Are there any questions of the deputant? Okay. Seeing none, Ms. Wong, thank you for your presentation today, and thanks for your letters. We see it on record here. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Brooke Paulson. Good morning, Brooke.
Hi there, how are you?
Good, good. Would you like to speak today or wait until June 11th?
I will wait till June 11th.
Okay, okay, Brooke. So we'll hear from you on June 11th.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Brooke. So we do have Chris Curry and Frida Zemmer. I understood from Mrs. Long that they were not speaking, so I guess they're not connected, correct?
Chris connected, that's it.
Okay, Chris Curry. Just want to confirm that you would not like to do a presentation?
That's correct.
That's correct? Okay. Okay, Frida, can you please confirm, as you have registered, I just want to confirm that you would not like to do a presentation to committee?
I don't require a presentation.
Okay, Frida, thank you. Next, we have Penny Goldie. Good morning, Penny. Good morning, Penny. Can you hear me?
Good morning.
Good morning, Penny. Would you like to speak today or wait until June 11th?
Quick question. I think I would prefer June the 11th.
Okay.
But how do I go about reconnecting? Just use the same basic information. Is that what I've done this time?
Yeah, so clerks will send you all the information. The meeting will start at 1:30 and the clerks will be sending you an email with all the information.
Thank you very much. So I'll see you June the 11th or hear from you June the 11th.
Thank you so much, Penny. You have a great day. Next we have Michelle Lowe's. Michelle, Good morning.
Yes, hello. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, we can, Michelle.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Thank you for your time today. My name is Michelle Loss.
So
I'm a
just one
resident of
question.
the-
You would, you
Yes, of
want to
course.
proceed with your presentation today, correct? Instead of June
Yes, I do.
11th? Okay, thank you, Michelle.
Yes,
Go
I
ahead. You have 5 minutes.
So sorry, my apologies.
No problem.
Thank you for your time today. My name is Michelle Loss. I'm a resident of the Geary neighborhood and a small business owner. I'm here today speaking on behalf of the Geary Coalition of business owners, residents, and musicians, and in support of former C3 members. I'm here today with a petition of over 2,000 names, all protesting the potential sale of the rehearsal factory at 322 and 330 Geary Avenue to C3 Toronto. These signatures represent many different demographics who will be severely impacted should C3 gain possession of these buildings. First and foremost, as a resident, I have already felt the impact of Geary's growing popularity over the last 5 years. We all know the good that has come. It's why we love Geary, and this love is what drives us to improve and protect what has been so lovingly built. These challenges have also affected us professionally. As the owner of a small beauty business, these infrastructure challenges have forced me to look elsewhere in opening my own studio in the neighborhood. The looming condo developments along Dufferin at Dupont and Bloor are only going to amplify these challenges. My household avidly supports the Geary Works initiative. We recognize the neighborhood studies being conducted and enthusiastically participated. I'm especially happy that it not only addresses the infrastructure challenges and offers strong solutions, but it also upholds the values and spirit of what the neighborhood has built for so many years. One cannot blame me then for being utterly shocked when C3 announced that they had purchased 322 and 330 Geary Ave to build a 1,500-person auditorium, an educational center, a daycare, an audiovisual production studio, and office spaces. Their online presence seemed quite confident and the sale final. But it's very telling when city officials replied to our emails asking where we had heard this rumor. This rumor prompted a deeper look into how C3 operates and if it truly aligns with the Geary Works initiative. At the most factual level, zoning, it is clear churches are not an acceptable use of this space. However, it goes deeper than just zoning. Megachurches are built outside of urban areas for a reason. We already know what Geary's weaknesses are, but what are C3's infrastructure needs and impact? From information gathered from former members, here's the breakdown. At least 150 volunteers on site from 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. for their 2 Sunday services, with vehicular attendants directing traffic and pedestrian attendance every 50 steps along the way to guide its members. Throughout the week, there are rehearsals, prayer meetings, video shoots, men's brekkie, and not just during daytime hours. C3 will utilize every minute of the day in that space, and the surrounding area will be at their disadvantage. However, C3's unsuitability for the neighborhood goes much further than its overwhelming physical needs. At this point, I feel the need to qualify myself on the topic of religion. I spent 24 years of my life as a devout Christian. I know my stuff. But as I matured into an adult, I was extremely uncomfortable with the church's values on same-sex equality, purity culture, and women in office. I left 13 years ago. While I recognize that no establishment or institution is perfect, the testimonials of ex-C3 members are like none I have ever heard within my church experience, and something that cannot be ignored. It is homophobic, anti-medication, anti-counseling, anti-BLM, anti-gender equality. My exchanges with current members this past week reek of gaslighting, and as a woman, very too triggering. Many past members are seeking counseling for spiritual abuse. Please note, C3's reliance on prosperity gospel. Leadership is constantly urging the congregation to give more money, even if they are in financial crisis. Members are forced into a very public show of tithing, and the big donors are rewarded with higher positions on committees without putting the same physical hours of members who give less. Members are also expected to donate their personal time and professional service, no questions asked. I think that it's also worth noting that days before C3 was set to begin its residency at the AGO, board members pulled out due to community backlash and not wanting to align with the church. The more I learn about this organization, the more confused and concerned I am with C3's ability to keep its congregation from progressing. Finally, C3 taking over the space contradicts Geary Works' initiative to foster more artistic and creative development. My husband is a music producer and label owner operating from Rehearsal Factory. He has been a fixture in the Toronto music scene for years. This loss is devastating, especially when the foundation is already set for the city. I believe that's my 5 minutes.
Thank you, Michelle. Thanks for joining us today. Any questions of the speaker?
Sorry, Chair.
Any
No,
questions?
Chair, someone has their microphone on and is making a lot of noise through the deputations.
I didn't even get to read everything. I jumped.
I
Okay.
think that was you, Councillor.
Pardon?
Your microphone was on through the deputation. I think it was by
I'm
accident,
hearing-
but
I'm hearing something else. It's a scrubbing sound. Still going.
We don't hear anything here, Speaker, but I'll ask the team here to look into it. Okay. Any questions of the Speaker? No, seeing none. Thanks, Michelle. Thanks for your deputation.
Thank you.
Last speaker on this item, we have Helena Gradulich. Not present? Okay. Okay, that concludes the list of speakers for today. And as I had mentioned, I do have a motion to adjourn this meeting until the June 11th. If staff can put it up, and if I could have a vote on that, all those in favor? And that carries. Thank you so much. We can now proceed to item 2, amendment of purchase order 6035908 for legal services in support of appealed employment land policies. Councillor Fletcher, you've held the item. Do you have questions of staff?
Yep. Yes, I do. I'm assuming staff in there, Speaker. Chair. Yeah. I'm just wondering, since we know that there's going to be the government's announced, and Cadillac Fairview have announced, Metrolinx has announced that they're planning to rezone the employment zone in East Harbor and therefore jeopardize all of the employment and job zone in south of Eastern. I'd just like to know from staff if the amount of money there is set to cover that assistance, to assist in defending our employment areas, including this very big one. How that's going to work.
Through the chair, and good morning, everyone. This report deals with the legal services that are required for the defense of OPA 231, which dates back to the council's approval in December 2013, and the legacy of appeals associated with that official plan amendment. So the resources that are sought, that are continuing to be needed for the purposes of these appeals, are unrelated to East Harbor, because East Harbor was not one of those appeals. So that would be a separate matter that would be dealt with and canvassed in the future. It is not part of this package.
Would it be appropriate to initiate something so we would have the strongest, best, deepest defense possible to defend these lands? Or is that going to be done in-house? This is going to be a major battle, and I very much need to be assured that, number one, the city will vigorously defend the employment land, the core employment, and not give in to Metrolinx and Cadillac Fairview as they would like. Number two, that we have the full resources. So I'm just looking for your advice, Mr. Lintern. Should I move that separately? Should I do something in that way to ensure for eternity that we have the capability, we're advancing it, that we have a plan for it, and not simply waiting to respond?
Again, through the chair, this report simply deals, well, it's not simple, but it deals with the legacy appeals. Nothing is ever simple, and nothing deals with eternity either, for that matter. But the report simply deals with the legacy appeals anything with respect to East Harbor lies in front of us and will be separately reported on and separately considered and separately resourced.
Do we have a lawyer here with us today? Do we have?
Mr. Haley is here.
Brian Haley. I'd like to ask Mr. Haley a question, please.
Yes, I'm here, Madam Chair.
Oh, there you are. Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
My question really has to do with, and I understand from Mr. Lintern that this is a legacy appeal. And I don't know what preparation work was done knowing there would be appeals back in 2013, but we know that there's going to be an appeal, and I'm wondering if it would be appropriate to have a discussion offline about setting up the most vigorous, most comprehensive approach to defend the East Harbor employment lands.
Yes, we can certainly have an offline discussion, Councillor, and I also concur with Mr. Lintern that there will be reports forthcoming with respect to East Harbor, and certainly at that time, motions can be moved with respect to vigorous support with respect to the employment lands.
That would be great. Thank you. Thank you very much for clarifying this for me and your assistance. And with that, Madam Chair, I'll just move that. Thank you.
Thank you. So Councillor Fletcher, those were your questions. Any other questions of staff? Seeing none, I thought I heard you saying you would move the item, correct, Councillor Fletcher? Okay, all those in favor? And that carries. Thank you. Item 23.3, Modular Housing Initiative, Phase 2, 175 Cummer Avenue, final report. We do have a short staff presentation that actually, it's in relation to the next few items. So I'll ask staff to do the presentation and then we'll move on to speakers. Good morning, Abby. I guess you're the one doing the presentation?
Good morning.
Oh, Marianne is
Yes,
there as well. Okay.
And yeah, both first.
Sorry,
Okay, good morning.
Chair, maybe it's just me, but there's a lot of echoing in that committee room or from you and other speakers. I don't, Councillor Perks is nodding. I think he's nodding that he's here. Everybody's hearing that. And don't understand, that's never happened before. So wonder if IT could just look at that, because it's going to be a very long meeting. There's going to be a lot of speakers and we need to have the cleanest, most high audio possible during today.
Okay, they'll be looking into that, Councillor. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning, Committee. So I'm hoping the clerks will be able to bring up the slide deck for us so that we can begin. And as the Chair mentioned, this slide deck is in relation to items 23.3, 23.4, 23.5, and 6. Today. So we're going to cover an update for you on modular supportive housing and our response to homelessness. Okay, and I'm joined by Mary-Ann Bedard as well. Thank you. Okay, so in terms of the presentation, we'll just do a summary of our strategy and where we're at in relation to implementation for modular supportive housing. We'll hear from Mary-Ann with some insights into the homeless population, and then I'll run through each of the sites that we have under discussion today to provide you with an update. Okay, next slide, please. So the Housing TO Action Plan, which is a robust and comprehensive 10-year plan, really focuses us, both staff and council and the community, on increasing the supply of new affordable housing, a focus on 40,000 new affordable rental homes, with around 18,000 of them to be supportive housing because of the huge wait list and demand that we see for supportive housing and around homelessness. We have a number of programs that we're implementing which cover this full range or deliver on this large action plan, including Housing Now, Open Door program, our modular supportive housing initiative, and also acquisitions as well. And we're here to give you an update specifically around supportive housing. As I said, there are a number of reports that we're updating on, and that also includes actually 23.7, which is a report on 877 Young as well, and acquisition. Okay, next slide, please. So modular supportive housing is a large investment opportunity that we are partnering with the federal government to bring forward in Toronto. So we see that modular housing is prefabricated, it's built off-site in a factory. So it enables us to move quickly and in a cost-effective way to respond to homelessness. It's an innovative opportunity, and it really helps us deliver on our human rights-based approach to support those people most in need. So it's an effective way to deliver housing first homes and also address chronic homelessness. We are midstream implementing a large investment both under modular housing phase 2, which is funded from the federal government's Innovation Fund, and also the Rapid Housing Initiative as well. Both of these investments play a big part in our overall 2021 implementation. Next slide, please. And I'll hand over to Marianne for this part. Thank you.
Thank you, Abby. So as General Manager of Shelter Support and Housing Administration, I just wanted to provide some context to the committee today about the shelter system and who is using it. So if we could switch to the next slide. The information presented here is from the city's by name list of people experiencing homelessness, our shelter system, and it's collected through our shelter management information system. The shelter system flow dashboard is available on the city's website. It's an interactive dashboard that shares information about people experiencing homelessness who are using the shelter system in more than 100 of our sites. The link to the dashboard is included in the slide, and the information is updated on the 15th of every month for the previous month. While there are just over 6,000 people who used our shelter system last night, there were 7,516 people who are actively homeless in the month of April, meaning that they used the shelter system at least one time in the last 3 months and did not leave the system to permanent housing. The system is a truly dynamic system with people entering and exiting the system each day, all day, for a variety of reasons. This information in the dashboard provides some oversight into who is experiencing homelessness and how the city's shelter system is functioning. It also helps us to measure progress towards the vision of ensuring that homelessness in Toronto is rare, brief, and non-reoccurring. Next slide, please. The profile of people using shelters has shifted a lot in the last year during the pandemic, primarily as a result of the border restrictions that have resulted in a significant decrease in the demand for services from refugee families that we have been experiencing for the last several years. The number of non-refugees, including families and singles, accessing our service is consistent with the same levels as before the pandemic. Next slide, please. This decrease in refugee population can also be seen reflected in the change in percentage of families using the shelter system, from a high of 27% at the beginning of the year to 15% as we're experiencing it right now. Single adults and youth make up 85% of the people who are using our shelter system and experiencing homelessness. Next slide, please. Despite the decrease in total population of using shelters, the number of people experiencing chronic homelessness has remained steady, and it is currently at about 3,600 people, which is about 48% of our shelter system. Chronic homelessness is defined as someone who has been homeless for 6 months or more in the past 365 days, or has accumulated duration of homelessness of 18 months over the last 3 years. These are people that are technically using the shelter system as a form of housing. Next slide, please. Sorry, one more. There we go. Well, there are a large group for whom homelessness is short, one-time occurrence. There is a larger group who have been homeless for more than a year. This is the group that may need additional assistance in securing housing, and they may also need additional support in order to stay successfully housed. And this is the population that we will be targeting 24 new supportive housing opportunities in Toronto. Next slide, please. There is excellent progress in helping people move into permanent housing. On average, 240 people experiencing chronic homelessness are assisted to move into permanent housing every month. However, an additional 320 people on average become chronically homeless every month. Additional supportive housing opportunities are needed every month to reverse this trend and start to decrease chronic homelessness. By decreasing these longer stays in shelter, we will return the shelter system to its originally intended emergency purpose. Next slide, please. So, who is experiencing homelessness in our city? Of the 3,615 people experiencing chronic homelessness at the end of April, 87% of them were single adults and youth, and 13% were families. 66% are men. The majority are between the age of 25 and 64, 10% are seniors, and 9% are youth. Next slide, please. We also know that certain groups are overrepresented in homeless populations. 16% of people using the shelter system identify as Indigenous, 5% are veterans, 15% have previous experience in foster care, 24% of youth identify as LGBTQ2S, and 51% of non-refugees identify as a member of a marginalized group. This overrepresentation is the byproduct of systemic inequity, the lingering impacts of racism and colonialism that continue to perpetrate disparities in critical areas that impact rates of homelessness, such as poverty and discrimination. Next slide, please. People experiencing homelessness are also more likely to face health inequities. 57% of people experiencing homelessness report having one or more health conditions that may mean they need specialized support in order to maintain and find permanent housing. Next slide, please. Based on available data, we know that most people need moderate support in order to be successful in their housing placement, while a much smaller amount, about 23%, may require more intensive and specialized support. Future residents of the city's new supportive housing opportunities will be identified and referred through our coordinated access system, which is a best practice approach used in many communities to connect people experiencing homelessness to housing and the support that best meet their needs. Utilizing this new stock of supportive housing for people experiencing chronic homelessness is the best way to address capacity challenges in the shelter system, and it also ensures the optimal outcome for this vulnerable population. Our coordinated access team has been and will be working very closely with the selected nonprofit operators to ensure that supports available on site are the right match for the tenants being referred so that the tenancies can be successful. Thank you, and back over to you, Abby.
Thanks, Marianne. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so I'm going to run through quickly the reports that you see in front of you today. So next slide, please. So first we have 175 Cummer Avenue. So this is the modular housing as part of phase 2, so building on the first 100 homes that we opened around Christmas of last year. So this is a 3-story modular building with around 60 units. We're focused on housing women, Indigenous residents, seniors, people with disabilities, and other people experiencing or at risk of homelessness. We're targeting occupancy by the end of the year. And again, this is funded through the federal government's Affordable Housing Innovation Fund and also the city's Development Charge Reserve Fund. So it is a comprehensively government-funded project and now also includes operating funding from the province as well. Next slide, please. So just a summary on this slide of the engagement activities that we've been undertaking to move this project forward. So we've had a number of stakeholder meetings. We've had a number of public community engagement meetings. You see over 300 people have attended those. And we've also at our stakeholder meetings seen over 100 stakeholders attend. Next slide, please. So just want to summarize the changes to the proposal that you see before you today from the original proposal that we made. So we've reduced the number of units from 64 to 60. This has enabled us to increase the size of the communal dining and lounge area, as well as the tenant support area. We've also improved the design of the building, adjusting the cladding design and adding coloured window coverings. There's been additional landscaping along the walkway and also adjacent to the open space. We've improved the wood fencing along the south side of the site, and we've also refined the design of the outdoor amenity area, improving circulation and accessibility. We've relocated the bike parking area, and we've also increased the capacity of the waste storage and relocated that to inside the building. And we've managed to retain one additional mature tree. So all of these changes have been as a result of the engagement process that we undertook, led by the councillor. Okay, next slide, please. So in terms of next steps, we're looking to start our community liaison committee in June of this year, continuing that dialogue that we've developed with residents in the area. We're looking for site work and preparation to begin in June, subject to approval of this report, and we'll continue to work closely with Toronto Community Housing on revisions to the parking. We're looking at potentially construction of new parking, including barrier-free parking spots, and also an agreement with TCHC to share parking. There'll be further opportunities for us to engage with the community around public art opportunities on the site, and we're also going to be issuing a request for proposals to get a non-profit and qualified operator for this building by the end of 2021. Okay, next slide, please. So now on to 20 Bracebridge Avenue, otherwise known as Trenton and Cedarvale Avenue on the corner there. So this is another 3-story modular building with approximately 64 studio apartments, also dedicated to women, Indigenous residents, seniors, people with disabilities, and other people experiencing or at risk of homelessness. The target occupancy for this site is the end of 2021. And again, this one is also, this is funded both through the Rapid Housing Initiative and also through the Affordable Housing Innovation Fund. Next slide, please. So an overview about the engagement on this site. Again, we've done a number of stakeholder and public engagement meetings. We've seen over 1,000 people engage with us during that public events, and also over 100 people at stakeholder meetings. We've also conducted a safety walkabout for this site, and a report's been prepared identifying a number of safety improvements to the surrounding area. Next slide, please. So I just want to summarize some of the updates to the proposal that you see before you today. So we've increased the setback from the house at 17 Trenton Avenue. We've improved the elevations of the building, upgrading the treatment of the facades through various different cladding in order to break up the building's face. We relocated the waste storage area, integrated that into the building, and relocated the bike storage from Bracebridge Avenue to frontage location on the site. We've minimized the extent of ramps and stairs and retaining walls along the street frontages and added 2 on-site parking spaces for staff. We've also improved the material and colours are appropriate for the immediate context, and we try to minimize conflicts with the existing mature trees in order to reduce the need to remove trees from the site. Next slide, please. So in terms of next steps, there are further modifications we anticipate, increases to the amenity area potentially, and also improvements to landscaping and pedestrian circulation. So any increase in the amenity space may reduce the number of units on site. We're also anticipating a report to Council in the near future to deal with the adequate provision of parking spaces in the community through options like on-street parking, redesign, or expansion of nearby parking lots. We've already had one Community Liaison Committee meeting, and we anticipate future meetings over the summer. And again, site work and preparation is due to begin in June. Also, like the Cummer site, we're going to be issuing a request for proposal for a nonprofit operator for this site. Next slide, please. So on to Glamorgan Avenue. So this is a 6-story modular building with 57 studio apartments for women, Indigenous residents, seniors, people with disabilities, and other people experiencing or at risk of homelessness. Again, we're targeting occupancy for this site in spring 2022. And again, this is funded through the Federal Affordable Housing Innovation Fund. Next slide, please. So this is a site which is owned by TCHC and it's designated to permit apartment residential uses. Based on the report today, we've recommended relief to the existing zoning provision in order to address issues like property line setbacks, building heights, lot coverage, etc. And the finalized relief will be bringing back a report once we've completed the detailed design of the building and also conducted community feedback. Next slide, please. So in terms of the engagement process for this site, we held a meeting on, or we're due to hold a meeting, sorry, on May the 25th and June the 17th. And we've begun that engagement by posting information to residents and in the adjacent area, and also putting information signs on the site. We'll be working with TCHC and the councillor to reach out to local community agencies, the BIAs, residents associations, etc. And we also have a community liaison office set up and a community liaison email address as well. Next slide, please. So the next site is 75 Tandridge Crescent. Here we're proposing a 5-story modular building with around 113 studio apartments, again dedicated to women, Indigenous residents, Black and racialized people, seniors and others experiencing homelessness. We're targeting completion and occupancy for this building at the end of this year in 2021. And this is fully funded by the Rapid Housing Initiative from the federal government. Next slide, please. So in terms of the overview of the project, this is another site that's owned by TCHC. We're proposing to change the zoning on the site to deal with relief to the existing provisions. We've heard from the community already that the basketball court and the play area are of great importance to the community, and we're proposing to relocate this and replace it on another part of the site, but we need to do further consultation with residents and users of that space starting in June. Again, the zoning changes that we're requesting will deal with performance standards like property setbacks, building heights and lot coverage. And again, once we've completed our community feedback and consultation and also the detailed design of the building, we'll be returning with a final report. Okay, next slide, please. And so again, we've begun our engagement process for this site. We had our first meeting this week on May the 18th, and we will have another meeting on June the 29th. We've also had a meeting with tenant leaders from the adjacent TCHC buildings, and we're going to be continuing to work closely with TCHC and other key stakeholders in the community. Like the other sites, we've had a liaison office number set up and also an email address. And so that concludes the slides for these reports today. We're happy to answer questions. And as you can see, we're well into implementation of this next phase of modular supportive housing. So thank you.
Thank you. We'll now proceed to speakers and have questions of staff after the speakers on item 23.3. So the first one is Nathan Gomez. Nathan, good morning. Thanks for joining us today. You have 5 minutes.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Nathan Gomes. I'm the president of the Bayview Cummer Neighborhood Association. We've represented the area for just over 40 years now. I'm here to present a submission on behalf of my association the Silverview Community Association, the East Willowdale Community Association. As you'll see in our submission, the modular housing facility falls within our catchment area, directly into an area of parkland that, it's undesignated parkland that, we have used for about 70 years. Our families hold picnics there. Our children play there, and it's on the front lawn of a seniors community housing area at Willowdale Manor, where seniors exercise and stay healthy and active. We have concerns that we know that our population is aging, particularly in Newton Brook East, higher than the city average at 33% of the population. The Long-Term Care Act has a Seniors Bill of Rights, which guarantees under Section 226, it guarantees the right to seniors to outdoor green space. But unfortunately, because the Willowdale Manor is governed by the RTA, these particular seniors, even though they're right beside Cummer Lodge, don't have those same protections. So we're very concerned for them because even the City of Toronto Senior Strategy has recognized that seniors need to feel safe to go outside, and we're very concerned about, I guess, the health risks associated with losing a lot of their green space and a lot of harm reduction strategies and things associated with this, as we've seen with Roehampton, may make them feel a bit unsafe about going outside. So we have concerns about that. In terms of parkland strategy, we know that the city's parkland goal, its strategy goal, is to expand new parkland and to support growth gaps and near flexible parkland system. And we know that I know there's some sort of noise in the background, but yeah, so there's as part of the city's parkland strategy, we were hoping that we would see more parkland, because in the Young Street North Planning Study, it was noted that our catchment area is actually deficient in parkland already. And our councillor has been trying to get concessions from developers to give us parkland because we don't have any. We don't have enough. So, this particular reduction, even though it's not on your map, because it's undesignated, would seriously reduce the amount of parkland available for our residents, which is of concern, and it would impact the seniors in terms of their accessibility requirements, because they need to go outside to exercise and feel safe, and that could create a situation where there's more social isolation and there's less comfort. As you'll see on slide 5 of my presentation, there is a parkland that, as part of the Young North Planning Study, they have suggested of expropriating some or getting some concessions from developers only about 100 meters away. So I think, instead of doing something like that, keeping the parkland on as it is right now, would be very, very beneficial to them. I know that a request for an MZO has been made. I know you'll see as part of my submission, our MPP has come forward and said that he would not consider the MZO, and he's made a personal request to Minister Clark not to grant this MZO until proper consultation took place. After all the consultations took place, we took a survey across our entire catchment, and we found that 86.3% were concerned with the wellness of our seniors and safety of our seniors. 75% were concerned about green space. And, in terms of the site plan meetings and in terms of all of that, we have approached our councillor in trying to attend them following our April election. But he has not allowed us to participate, and we asked for bilateral consultation in the site plan meeting, and that was not also allowed, and there were no visible minorities on the site plan committee. And this particular site has, as you can see in the pictures, very high population of low-income seniors who are visible minorities. So,
Thank you, Nathan. You're well over your 5 minutes, so I'm going to
Thank you.
have to stop you there. Are there any questions of the speaker? No? Thank you, Nathan. Thanks for joining us today. Next, we have Natasha Masuri.
Hello.
Good morning, Natasha. Go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you. My name is Natasha Mansouri. I'm a resident of Willowdale area. I appreciate the opportunity to speak in this meeting. I have a few reasons for my objection, none of which are related to the future occupants of the proposed permanent building. Our population is growing and the community's density is gradually increasing. This means we need to preserve and even expand the green spaces and parks in accordance to this growth, not reduce it. I object to any type of building in the green parkland. And by the way, we still have the scraping noise. Parkland area of 175 Cummer Avenue, whether it's a mansion, a library, or even another senior's residence. It is not about the function of the building. It is about any building replacing the green space, land use. It is about the change of this land use. It is about the change of regulations which seems to be imposed on the community. Zoning or land use regulations ensure what is most beneficial for the community. Changing the zoning requirements need to ensure that the land use of one property does not negatively affect the use of the adjoining property and is not compatible, and it is compatible with the neighboring land use. These are the basis of a suitable urban plan. Dismissing these fundamentals will set a dangerous precedent, and the damage of such changes will be irreparable. In addition, people need to know that the rules of tomorrow are similar to the rules of today. This stability is one of the core foundations of a civilized society. It enables planning for one's future. It is one of the major reasons many immigrants left their home country to come to Canada and took part in building it. We left our homelands exactly for this reason: the government's unfair and unpredictable actions, the uncertainty of rules of regulations. Nor is my objection due to a lack of sensitivity towards the real and undeniably important issue of homelessness in the city. It is not the result of a shortfall of compassion, nor does it stem from an absence of empathy toward vulnerable people. My objection is precisely because I am sensitive towards our seniors, their needs and their rights. I understand that they too are vulnerable. Our seniors worked hard through their lives to build communities, towns, and this nation. They sacrificed their present so we would have the future. Without them, we would have nothing. We would be nothing. I care about our elders, the people to whom we owe the life we have. It is our turn and responsibility to protect them from being disturbed, to ensure the peace and quiet they rightfully earned, to respect their way of life, whatever is left of it. Addressing the needs of our city's homeless population is noble and necessary. However, the end does not justify the means. Ignoring the needs of one vulnerable group to provide necessities to another is flawed. Let's not forget that we are living a life that they built. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today, Natasha. Next we have...
Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you. Next we have Franklin Cockshut. Good morning, Franklin.
Franklin Cockshut, yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
This
Thanks for joining us.
Very good. I'm a 9-year resident of Willowdale, living just a few blocks from the site. I'm highly impressed with the supportive housing plan for 175 Cummer and give it my wholehearted support. The proposed refinements make sense, and I volunteered to be on the LOC. I'm also already investigating a welcome to the neighborhood plan as residents move in. I'm fully knowledgeable of the project, having visited and spoken with workers and residents at both the Macy and Dovercourt sites. This is simply an amazing plan with immediate and long-lasting benefits for the people and the city, all at 1/3 the cost compared to shelters. Congratulations, Toronto, for this initiative. On 6 days, I've sat at 175 Cummer with signs supporting the project, engaging with drivers and anyone that walked past. I had a honk if you support the homeless sign. I can tell you that there was a 20-to-1 ratio of supporters to detractors. Both of the property owners directly across the street on Cummer support the project. Most Willowdale residents want this project to go ahead. Those who oppose repeated false statements learned from the group calling themselves the Voices of Willowdale that really are saying, not in my backyard. Here are some of the reasons told to me by those detractors. They said, 16 trees are more important than housing for 60 people. The Roehampton shelter is a disaster. We don't want the same. It would be better to move the people outside of Toronto to a cheaper area. Willowdale is too affluent an area for the homeless. Our $2 million homes will decrease in value by 5% or more. There has been no consultation. The project was ramrodded through. Toronto has lots of spots to choose from. Just pick any other spot. There will be crime, drugs, and pollution. We don't want it near our homes. Obviously, none of these are valid reasons not to build the proposed housing at 175 Cummer. The detractors cannot or will not grasp the difference between homeless shelters and supportive housing. The irony here is that supportive housing is the cost-effective, long-term, permanent solution to Toronto's problem of homeless shelters. You need to know about the group of people operating as Voices of Willowdale, as many of them are speaking today. They are the main voice of miseducation and fight against 175 Cummer. I want you to understand their work and awful tactics. They printed newsletters. I highlighted all of the errors, lies, and fear-mongering on their first three newsletters, and the document ends up being almost entirely yellow. I told Steve, who happens to be the next speaker, who works for Val, and gave him a copy of with the highlights. He blamed someone else for writing it, but refused to change or correct anything. The same false information on the newsletters are still on their websites. Newsletter 2 claims wrongly that a large majority of the residents will suffer from severe mental health and substance use challenges. Again, this is wrong. Newsletter 3 claims, and this is word for word, all chronic homeless must have intensive mental health and addiction support on site. This is simply wrong. People with congenital disorders, battered women, refugees, youth, LGBTQ, adults with Down syndrome, etc., do not need these services and are of no harm to society, but they still may be chronically homeless because of job issues and the high cost of housing. But VOW essentially uses the term chronic homeless as a pseudonym for homeless drug addict. This is wrong. Chronic homelessness does not mean they're all drug addicted, alcoholic, or have severe mental issues. VOW also produced a petition which must be excluded from the council's decision as it is simply wrong. There are 9 factual errors on this petition. Anyone that signed believing the statements to be correct was misled. People I have spoken to that now know the facts regret signing and are angry that they were lied to. I also know a resident in Millowdale Manor, a friend, who says the residents were pushed to sign the petition in what they described as a form of elder abuse. I do have one issue for planning to consider. I feel there's not been enough explanation given on the number of support workers that will be at each site. On the days I visited, there were 4 full-time people at Macy and at Dovercourt, and at least 2 people 24 hours a day. In addition, I understand each resident has a caseworker. I recommend the support staffing levels be highlighted in the future, as this information should reduce fear and public support. This rapid project will take 10 months from before the first occupancy. Stopping 175 Cummer means not just 60 people are delayed and remain in shelters, but 1,000 or more people will wait longer and must remain in shelters. You, the planning committee's members, become directly responsible for keeping those people in shelters longer
Franklin?
if you do not give in, if you give in to vows not in my backyard.
Thank you for your deputation today. Franklin, any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today. Next, we have Stephen Fagias. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chairman, members of the committee. I would suggest to you that 5 minutes time is not sufficient to the allegations and comments of the previous speaker, but I'm not going to do that. I am going to present to you as an individual my views of the proposal. Please be advised that I've been a resident of Willowdale for over 60 years, and I am totally supportive of aiding disadvantaged residents of our society. Let me emphasize to you again, I and many members of my community are totally supportive of aiding disadvantaged residents of our society. I am supportive of helping the disadvantaged in Willowdale. However, the location chosen is bewildering at best or secretive at worst. We have been told that there are 15 sites that were examined. Other times I hear there were 50 sites that were examined, but this information has not been made available to us. I have to ask you, Madam Chairperson, why the secrecy and why the deception? I'm an active participant of the Voices of Willowdale, a very large group of fellow residents objecting to this ill-conceived initiative, as well as being a member of the Cedarvale Community Association. Both resident associations are vehemently objecting to this initiative. Having said that, I am personally requesting that the committee deny the application for many reasons, but the primary ones are as follows. There has been a lack of adequate opportunity to respond to technical reports prepared by city staff. The city hired a moderator who was predisposed to accommodating this proposal, and as well the technical staff. We're more of promoters rather than facilitators or technical staff. They were coming to tell us what our neighborhood needs to know. And more interestingly, how it was done in Vancouver, and demonstrated a total lack of knowledge of the local context of Willowdale. In my opinion, the proposed intensification of the subject site with modular prefabricated housing is not reflective of good land use planning, as well as using questionable practices, MZOs, contrary to the long-established procedure and practices of the City of Toronto under the Planning Act. I would urge all the committee members to see the province's website to see what MZOs were originally proposed for unincorporated, unsophisticated rural municipalities in Northern Ontario. The city's use of the MZO is hypocritical after years of complaining of provincial interference in local planning matters through the OMB. It is our conclusion that it is highly inappropriate for the city to embrace the use of an MZO to bypass Planning Act requirements and meaningful community engagement. It is well known that the city has in the past opposed and resented provincial interference in local decision-making for land use, evidenced by the city's longstanding opposition to the province's use of MZOs in other contexts. To embrace the use of an MZO, in this case to implement a proposal which is totally out of keeping with the city's planning regime, and a proposal which circumvents public participation, goes contrary to everything the city has said and done for many, many years. Furthermore, Madam Chairperson, the hypocrisy of our alderman in reversing himself from the 1998 motion to put forward to deny an application for 21, I emphasize, 21 residential units at the Planning Committee of May 7th, 1998. I have attached in my communication to you, Madam Chairperson, the actual motion that was voted on, motion by Councillor Filion. The motion speaks volumes. Lastly, but most importantly, the findings of the OMB decision. If I would suggest that the committee members refer to OMB decision PL 970709, where this quasi-judicial body found that the 21 residential units did not conform to the residential designation of the then effective official plan. Historically, zoning for the Willowdale Manor site was always specific for the purposes of an apartment house dwelling for senior citizens. The board noted that several windows of the manor.
Thank you. Stephen, I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up. You've passed your 5 minutes. So any questions? Thank you, Stephen. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thanks so much for joining us today.
Councillor Speaker, Chair, I just wanted to let this deputy know that I was unable to have a modular housing because the subway tracks were right below, and that was very unfortunate. So I was one of those 50 sites, and I would have been glad to have had it there. Just thought he should know when he's asked about them, that's one of them on the Danforth. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Seeing none, thanks for joining us today, Stephen. So I would just like to inform the public and members of committee that speakers who have not pre-registered to be allowed to register to speak until 11 a.m. today, but after that, no further registration is allowed. I have a motion. All those in favor? And that carries. Thank you so much. And members of the committee, I'm trying to find out how we're doing on timing for today. We have a very, very long list of speakers. So if you can, I've sent text messages to most of you. If you could let me know so I can work with clerks on how best to ensure that we are able to complete the agenda items today. Next, we have Rob Sethi.
Madam Chair, before you go, before you go to the next speaker, just to assist with that, myself and 3 or 4 other councillors need to meet sometime today on an urgent matter. If I knew that there were a scheduled break for dinner, perhaps I could put my meeting in there. If you could think about that as a possibility.
I'll confirm with staff, but it will probably be around 6 o'clock. But I'll confirm. I'll come back to the committee with that. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm just advising I have a community meeting with the 55 division tonight with hundreds of people signed up, and I will be at that meeting, not the planning and housing meeting. So anything that we can defer to another time would be great. And I could probably let the PH 23.8 go as long as it's going to council, and I'll speak there.
Okay. Thank you, members of the committee. Next, we have Rob Sethi. Rob, good morning.
Hi there.
You have 5 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Rob. Thank you for joining us.
Okay.
You have 5 minutes.
Great. Thank you. Hopefully I don't take too much of your time. I am a long-term resident of Willowdale for over 50 years. I live very close to the proposed development for modular housing at 175 Cummer, and right from the outset, I want to just state that I oppose this proposal. Many of the points have already been highlighted by Nathan as well as Stephen and Natasha. The area that is being considered, I walk by it daily, and I have seen many seniors residents from Willowdale Manor using that space for, of course, pre-pandemic, they were using that space to socialize and to, I would see them participating in outdoor Tai Chi exercises. And the fact that that space is being taken from them is really surprising. That this is an open green space that they have easy access to, and they will lose that. In addition to that, the issue of cutting down so many healthy and mature trees without really, again, what I find what's really galling here is the process seems to be really run over. And everybody who I've spoken to has been at least on the city side, has said it's a done deal, just, accept it, and implying, of course, that I should not raise my voice. I should not, my opinion is of little consequence. And it's not just my opinion. It's, I don't know how many times I've heard that the vast majority of people who live in this neighborhood oppose this decision and oppose this proposal. from a green space perspective, from a seniors standard of living perspective, and from the perspective of how the process has been overridden and in some ways appears to be it was done in a way to hide it from view so that there was not proper public consultation. The first time I heard of this was in early February, before there was any hoarding, there was any signs up. I saw a Facebook post. That was the first time. So if I'm seeing this on a Facebook post, I can't imagine how any of the seniors who live directly behind what's being proposed would have been aware of what was literally coming into their front yard. So I don't feel the proper planning and consultation with the community was done. That's it. I don't have anything else to add.
Thanks for joining us today. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, we can move to the next speaker, Sugi Kodeswaran.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Sugi. Go ahead.
Excellent,
You
thanks.
have 5 minutes.
Good morning, committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. For your reference, I've also submitted a document that includes visuals that may be helpful. I'm a resident in Willowdale for the last 16 years. I'm an active member of the Silverview Community Association, the Voices of Willowdale, as well as the founder of the local park group. I also speak on behalf of many of my elderly neighbors who do not use technology or ability to participate. I want to start by saying I support affordable housing, both through my professional and my volunteer work, and I've always supported those that are disadvantaged and vulnerable within our communities. However, as a healthcare leader in the field of mental health and addictions, I also believe in solutions that are well-researched and well-executed. We take time to study our populations of who the solution is intended for, who the solution will impact, all the while upholding the process and necessity for democracy. Our community within Willowdale is called Newtonbrook East. It's at the very northmost end of Toronto. It's made up of 31% seniors, higher than the city average, 71% immigrants, 54% speaking a language other than English at home. It also has a lower average household income than the average Toronto household. Why is this important? Because we need to be reminded that when we're making decisions for those populations that have historically faced many systemic barriers, we need to be thoughtful of if they're being meaningfully included. Today, I'm using my privilege to speak up for those members of our community whose voices have been silenced. We oppose the proposed development for a modular housing unit at Cummer for the following main issues: a lack of concern for our elderly, hypocrisy in protecting green space, and failing the homeless by ignoring their needs. Let's start with the elderly. You've heard this is the same address at the Willowdale Manor, a city managed building for 280 seniors. They're mainly ethnic, low income, limited English skills. They're losing what is literally their front lawn and peaceful green space. Further 20 meters next door, with a mutual shared driveway, is Cummer Lodge, a city-owned long-term care center with nearly 400 beds. You heard that the seniors use these lawns for their recreational social needs, whether it's Tai Chi on the lawns, strolling the trees, looking at the flora and fauna. For those who have greater physical disabilities and are confined to their very small apartments, they use the only single small window to look upon this park space, watch the squirrels, hear the birds, look at the children walking to and from school. Perhaps this doesn't sound like much to the rest of us, but it's everything to our seniors. It's incredible that of all the possible spots that a city could select or buy, they've selected one next to 700 frail seniors. I remind you who are also vulnerable and who haven't had a voice in this process. 200 of the 280 residents at Manor have gone through great lengths to sign a paper-based petition, but their desperate pleas have been ignored. The community has rallied behind them with another 1,500 signatures online. This lot is zoned for seniors, and it needs to be preserved as such. It's incredibly shameful to see our seniors treated like this, with blatant disregard and disrespect. I was taught to respect my elderly, and one would hope that our elected officials and city staff would have a moral duty to ensure the same for our seniors who are our parents, our grandparents, that they live a dignified and safe retirement, to live with physical and psychological safety. Let's move to hypocrisy related to our environmental and green space strategy. It has to be noted that this site is not a parking lot or an infill space. It's a park-like green space, home to 60 majestic trees, some of them, most of them, which are mature and decades old. This construction will require the cutting of at least 19 trees, again, most of them very mature. It should be clear, these are not sickly or dying vegetation. The trees are in full spectacular bloom right now. A picture is indeed worth 1,000 words. Please see the images in the attachment that I've submitted. These trees also frame the prominent street corner and gateway to our Newtonbrook East community, and they provide shade and natural cooling for many of the manor seniors who cannot afford air conditioning units. The choice of this particular site highlights the disregard and hypocrisy for the city's own parkland strategy, which states that our park system is much more than official city parks. It includes open spaces, conservation lands, ravines, hydro corridors, schools, and other privately owned and publicly lands. As we teach our kids, we should be protecting and preserving our trees and green space rather than cutting down and starting from scratch.
Sugi, I'm going to have to ask you for your last thought.
Finally, I'll just mention the homeless. It is substantially noted that 30 to 40% of them will have mental illness, and 30 to 40% of them will have addiction challenges.
Thank you, Sugi. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thanks so much. Next, we have Daniel Lee. Good morning, Daniel. You have 5 minutes. Daniel, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Now we can. Good morning, Daniel. Go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair, for family moved into Willowdale about 20 years ago. We live just about 2 blocks away from 175 Cummer Avenue. We drive by the area every day. I became aware of this project just before the first public meeting and when the construction notice went up in April. I believe that there is a need to help those who are disadvantaged and experience homelessness, as well as respecting their rights to affordable housing provided to them. I sometimes feel intimidated and scared to speak out against the project because when someone is speaking against the project has been bullied and labeled as not in my backyard stereotype. I believe that is not a fair conclusion. Therefore, I oppose this project for the following reasons. I spoke with seniors at the Willowdale Manor back about a month ago, and many of them has related a concern that their voices have not been heard, thus being against our belief that every voice counts in Canada. We believe that every opinion should be heard before a project goes up. I believe that this project has not been properly consulted with the neighbors or the seniors, vulnerable seniors living in Willowdale Manor. I believe that we do need those seniors in the Willowdale Manor need to have a clear idea why the location 175 Cummer Avenue was chosen. Maybe if they give the reasoning behind the criteria and why they was chosen, then I believe that they will be more welcoming than not. However, that reasoning was not given, and I believe that is not fair for those residences in Willowdale Manor. Like I said before, the second point is that when I drive by the area every day, I see seniors enjoying a little bit of sunlight in the park, not parkland, but in the greenland, green space area with some families. And sometimes I see people exercising. If the building goes up, those seniors who are using the area for such as exercise and meeting family, they'll be losing that space. And that's one of the biggest concerns that I would have against this project. I also heard and saw an email saying that not the excuse, but the reasoning behind choosing the location was not given, and that's not fair. So therefore, in conclusion, I heard from many supporters that do not object to the project. However, they object the way that this project has been pushed through without proper consultations, proper hearing of the vulnerable seniors, just beside the proposed building, is not, in my opinion, a fair way of proceeding this project.
Thank you, Daniel.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Daniel. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today, Daniel. Next, we have Heather Oda. Good morning, Heather. Can you hear us?
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Many of the things that I was going to say have been already said, but please bear with me as I repeat them. The proposed installation of 60-unit modular housing for the homeless is scheduled and constructed. The location is to be built on the green space located directly adjacent to a senior's residence, Willow Manor, home to over several hundred residents. Plans will destroy a current green space with dozens of mature trees and will literally replace the front lawn of the senior's residence, Willowdale Manor. This green space provides access to safe walking paths and respite from the four walls of their apartments, as well as an unobstructed view of the out of doors through all the 4 seasons. Residents of the adjacent long-term care residences at Cummer Lodge also visit this green space. Toronto advocates for a green canopy and to have permits to remove trees in order to protect the environment. If this green space is destroyed, 700, i.e. 700 seniors' access will be affected. In light of the recent neglect and damage to our senior population since with COVID, this plan reflects the same lack of caring and total disregard of their rights that we have experienced over the last 14 months. Transparency on the part of the city personnel is sorely lacking. No disclosure as to how this particular location was selected, given that 50 sites, that's their number, have been or are being considered. The Willowdale community recognizes the need for housing the chronically ill and homeless. However, this location does not in any way meet the suggested city criteria, i.e. access to transportation, no subway station, nor shopping as indicated by Councillor Fillion at a community meeting that all of these would be available. There is no Cummer subway station on the recent plan we received. Access to medical care and recreation facilities are not currently available to us in this community. In fact, this location will isolate and will be detrimental to creating the conditions essential for the expected tenants to experience success. This project requires more careful consideration before any vote is taken by you or City Council. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Heather. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today. Next, we have James Hewen. Is James? Nope, James is not with us. Next, we have John Zhu. Good morning, John. You need to connect your mic. Can you please connect your mic and let us know if you can hear us properly? No, it seems like John is not able to connect his mic. Okay, let's try Sandra Tang. Good morning, Sandra. Sandra's not with us as well. Henry Tang, not with us. Leo Bradshaw. Good morning, Leo. Not with us. Okay, Upama Rai. Good morning, Upama. Good morning, Upama.
Sorry. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Upama. I'm a homeowner and resident of Willowdale. I live just a few minutes walk from 175 Cummer. Let me be very clear. Voices of Willowdale does not represent me or speak for me. Our city is in dire need of low-income and supportive housing, and the proposed modular housing project is a step in the right direction. I believe it will have minimal impact on the seniors at Willowdale Manor, some of whom I know and visit. My parents, aged 80 and 75, live in assisted housing. Prior to COVID, they helped out almost every day with people that were homeless. They have no fear of those less fortunate and have never had any problems. If anything, they would say those interactions have enriched and added joy to their lives. We should look to the positive and see that friendships will likely develop between the two buildings. Councillor Fillion has also requested a higher proportion of seniors to be allowed to live at 175 Cummer. Voices of Willowdale claims to speak for the 700 frail and silent seniors, their words, not mine, of Willowdale Manor and Cummer Lodge. This is absolutely not true. First of all, most residents at Willowdale Manor are active, able-bodied individuals. They drive, ride bikes, garden, walk, or take the bus to buy their groceries. More importantly, most at Willowdale Manor do not object to the supportive housing. I have met many residents that want the project to go ahead. One resident told me that at most 40 people in Willowdale Manor are against the project. How Voices of Willowdale was able to get 200 signatures opposing the project can only be speculated. Voices of Willowdale's description is more accurate for the Cummer Lodge residents, but those residents are mostly housebound and are unaffected by this project. If there is fear in some Willowdale Manor seniors, then Voices of Willowdale created it to advance their not in my neighborhood agenda. In all of their newsletters and on their website, they claim this will be a homeless shelter filled mostly with people who are severely mentally challenged, drug addicts, and criminals. Anyone would be fearful if they believed the Armageddon world portrayed by Voices of Willowdale. They should be ashamed of their fear-mongering tactics. Voices of Willowdale told the seniors to complain about losing the grass and the trees. They keep saying 60 trees and the entire green space will be destroyed. We know this is not true. It's not a park. It's a front lawn that is virtually unused. Willowdale Manor residents use the backyard, not the front. Yes, a Tai Chi class is taught in the front during warmer weather, but there will still be plenty of room for classes to continue. 16 trees are coming down, not 60. But in lieu of those trees that are coming down, 70 new trees will be planted. The construction of the project may be a change, which can be difficult for some, but balance that against the huge gain of so many others. The loss of a small, mostly unused piece of lawn in exchange for permanent homes for 60 vulnerable people doesn't even compare. The few Willowdale Manor residents that now use the front lawn started doing so only at the request of Voices of Willowdale supporters. Yes, that's right. They specifically asked residents to walk on the lawn to make it look used. Let's not fool ourselves here. Regardless of the reasons they give publicly, the real reason Voices of Willowdale and its supporters oppose this project is because they fear a devaluation of their property. Studies have shown this is a complete myth, not at all a valid reason to oppose low-income supportive housing. We cannot let the fear of a miss stop this valuable work. To those of you who oppose the project, I'm sure you teach your children or grandchildren to be kind, to help and love those who are less fortunate than themselves. Should this project not go ahead because of your opposition, could you look them in the eye and continue to teach them that with all honesty? Or would you have to hang your head in shame, knowing you were the reason 60 people don't have a place to call home? Discrimination is taught, and by opposing this project, that is what you are really teaching them. I think again about my parents. If they lived at Willowdale Manor, I would still fully support 175 Cummer be built. More importantly, my parents would be outraged at the gall of Voices of Willowdale and the callous disregard for those less fortunate and the lies and fear they have spread. My parents would be disgusted knowing they all live in $2 million or higher properties and can think only of themselves. My parents would also tell everyone who opposes 175 Cummer to spend a week in a homeless shelter and see if that personal understanding will change your opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Pama. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today. Next, we have Victoria D. Good morning, Victoria.
Hi, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. We have a bit of an echo.
Okay, can you hear me now? Fine?
Much better, much better. Go ahead,
Okay,
Victoria.
thank you. I would like to start off by saying I love the fact that this meeting has been an attack on Voices of Willowdale, but no one wants to actually tackle the real issues. My name is Victoria, and I'm speaking on behalf of Voices of Willowdale, which is a group of over 2,000, which is a group with the support of over 2,000 community residents who came together spontaneously 2 months ago when the city announced the decision to place modular housing at 175 Cummer Avenue. I want to also first start off by saying that Mr. Cockshut's comments today are full of lies and constitute slander. I invite you to read the full written submission we have filed with the clerk yesterday, in which I sent to each of you council members individually.
I'm sorry, Chair, we can't have people making those types of accusations. I'm sorry, in a deputation, slander.
I'm going to continue speaking because I'm entitled to 5 minutes to speak. I'm
Yes,
a 23-year-old student.
the speaking, Victoria, if you could allow me 1 second, just make sure you're speaking to the item and not about what other people are saying or not saying.
Yeah.
We're not here to slander anybody. We're here to hear your opinions about the project. Thank you.
I'm a 23-year-old student. I've been a resident of Newtonbrook East all of my life. I'm a life science graduate from McMaster University. I'm currently in law school and also completing a master's degree of science and management. I'm very concerned for the over 600 seniors who live in the city-run homes at Willowdale Manor and Cummer Lodge. My grandmother worked with them for over 20 years, and I see them every day whenever I walk by or drive by Willowdale and Cummer. We have filed a full written submission with the details of our concerns, which center on the elderly, the environment, and due process. We're asking you to defer your decision until the city staff investigate and report back on all 3 issues, including the availability of alternative sites and compliance with the seniors' environmental rights and policies. I won't go into detail in this limited time, and I urge you to please read the written submission, which does provide full details. I want to use my remaining time to tell you what my honest feelings are. Let me get this straight. You think it's a good idea to put 60 unstable, chronically homeless men in a shelter in front of 2 senior care homes just blocks away from an all-girls high school and a middle school. And you're going to chop down dozens of mature trees that take decades to grow, including a century-old willow tree, one of the few left in Willowdale. I don't need a science degree. I don't need a law degree. And in fact, I don't need any education to understand that that's a terrible idea. Do you not care about the hundreds of elderly people who enjoy this parkland and who use this land for their daily activities? Do you not realize that Councillor Fillion sat on this exact same panel 20 years ago and defended the same parklands as critical to the seniors' amenities at Willowdale Manor? Do you not realize that the Ontario Municipal Board agreed with him? Why does the city staff report and the city's senior strategy not talk about any of that? Or the fact that seniors are entitled to safe open space under provincial legislation or the legal precedent in this area. For example, last year, the city went and defended the upscale senior residence downtown called Belmont House because a proposed development was going to cast shadows on their open spaces. The city went to the Ontario Municipal Board to fight the proposed development to protect those seniors. This taxpayer-funded legal battle set a precedent that affirmed the protection of seniors' retirement homes and their entitlement to safe and fully enjoyable outdoor open spaces. Why are those downtown seniors so entitled to open space without shadows that the entire planning department fought for them? But now you're planning on taking a park and trees away from seniors. Why are you treating the seniors who are ethnic and who are low income worse than you're treating the seniors at Davenport Avenue Road? Why are you trampling on their rights? Look, this is not rocket science. Mentally unstable men with addiction problems do not mix well with the elderly, nor do they mix well with children.
I can't bear it.
Especially
I cannot
young,
stand her voice.
especially young high school girls. I don't have to explain what it's like to be a young girl in a kilt or a young woman walking by unstable men at any time of day. You're putting one vulnerable community beside two other vulnerable communities. You're clearly going to hurt more people than you're going to help. How is it possible that the other 50 sites that Councillor Fillion and Abby Bond won't disclose were worse than this site? A site completely in the dead center of a neighborhood, interior of main arterial avenues of Steeles, Yonge, Finch, and Bayview. You're expecting me and everyone else on this call to believe that other sites were worse than putting a homeless shelter on the front lawn of an old age home and killing dozens of trees. When the city is being this secretive, how are we not supposed to think that there must be something that's being hidden? There are clearly better sites, and the staff should admit that there are better sites. You don't have to chop down trees and take away parklands from the elderly, and you're looking for a special order from the province to take away our rights to question this. You have responsibilities on this committee. You can't just
I would ask you to start wrapping up, Victoria.
Yeah, sure. Aren't you supposed to be leaders who make rational decisions? Aren't you embarrassed? Did you all sit at the meeting and decide to call homeless shelters modular housing, dictatorship, democracy, and parkland development sites that parklands development sites, and thought that people were going to buy it? Is this just a game of twisted terminology and secrecy? You need to address the real issues of the elderly.
Thank you, Victoria. And I take this opportunity to correct you that this is not a shelter. This is supportive housing and apartments for people to live in permanent housing. Any questions of the speaker? No, seeing none. Thank you, Victoria. We appreciate your deputation today. Next, we have Aldo De Felice. Good morning, Aldo. You have 5 minutes.
I find it odd that and alarming that the background noise interruption only occurs with respect to speakers who are speaking against this submission. This is not unlike the signs that were put on the lawn of Willowdale Manor only after the city approved it. No secrecy there. I'm a resident of this neighborhood for 50 years and a lawyer in the media business. I'm also on the executive Bayview Cummer Neighborhood Association. I'm the participant in a recently formed Voices of Willowdale Residents movement that has been the subject of attack today, not on the facts, but on allegations which are untrue. This site is not necessary and not appropriate. You are doing more harm than good in this instance and willfully blind to the serious issues that have been raised by 2,000 neighbors. It doesn't really matter how many are raising it. The issues are the issues. The reason given for this rushed resolution and lack of transparency is that there's an emergency to fast-track affordable housing initiatives. But that excuse does not hold water. Less than 60 persons would be housed by this proposal. It does not even represent a drop in the bucket of the thousands of claimed requiring housing based on the city staff report. Quick fix site selection and cutting corners at the expense of the mental health and the well-being of the most vulnerable senior residents, not to mention the desecration of the environment on parklands, which have already been acknowledged by citywide policies as being precious urban assets, is unconscionable. Mr. Perks, you're an environmentalist. Take a look at what is happening on this corner. Go and take a look at the trees. They are not dying. They're marked for cut down. They are mature trees. It will take half a century to regrow those trees if you find the space to replant them. Abby Bond says this is a human rights-based approach, but where are the human rights in this staff report with respect to the elderly? The elderly have been completely cut out. They were never advised. The administrators of this institution have been silenced by senior staff. We have good information to say that. There's serious deficiencies here, and what this committee needs to do is to defer the approval of the proposal until such time as staff addresses those deficiencies and omissions. What's really stunning about this is there's a 1998 decision, a 1997 decision of this very committee, which was chaired by Fillion himself, that said, and he's on the record saying this, these parklands were always meant to be part of the Willowdale Seniors Care Home amenities. Nothing has changed. Willowdale Manor and Cummer Lodge seniors are still there, and they're still benefiting from these parklands. Why is the staff report not addressing this decision, both the OMB decision and your own council decision of 1997? Mr. Fillion and the staff report would have you believe that the seniors have no desire to preserve these parklands. That couldn't be any further from the truth. There are items that have been filed that prove that. The staff, they've never talked to the seniors anyway. And the next speaker, by the way, will be a gentleman who will claim that working with the seniors has proven to him that they all support this process. You need only look at the Voices of Willowdale website and social media and newsletters to see that there are many, many people who are against this, and they are not being duped. The people who are being duped are the people who the city is speaking to support this, many of whom are not local residents, and certainly none of whom are the elderly residents in these Cummer Lodge homes and Willowdale Manor homes. Let me say, LPAT case number PL160330, which was referred to by Victoria, the Voices of Willowdale speaker, that is a decision last year where the City of Toronto used public money to fight for seniors at the upscale Belmont House in order to protect them from shadows. But these seniors don't get protected from shadows. They don't even get their park. You are taking their park away. Why the hypocritical treatment? This is a policy that has been established by the city. Why is the city staff report not addressing that? The Long-Term Care Homes Act guarantees that every resident has the right to be given access to protected outdoor areas. Suggesting that Willowdale Manor seniors should not have equivalent rights would be unconscionable. And the city's senior strategy has also not been addressed in the staff report. That also talks about the seniors' need to be protected outdoor spaces so that low-income residents feel safe and able to age with dignity and respect. And the 1998 OMB decision that I've referred to.
Last thought, Aldo, please.
Then there's yes, it's 447. I know you've given other people 525 or 530, but I understand. Just understand. Take a look at the city's own parkland strategy. Why is that not addressed in the staff report? Why are you not sending the staff back to address your own city parkland strategy? This reduces nature and access to purpose.
Thank you, Aldo. Thank you for your deputation. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today. Next, we have James Brown. Good morning, James.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, James.
Thank you. I'm a senior at Willowdale Manor, and I support the city's housing TO 2030 plan, which includes the modular housing initiative at our address 125. I've watched this process and kind of witnessed it. I'm really disappointed with the opposition. And I have a lot of concerns. And my first concern is a tremendous amount of misinformation being given out, which is just totally inaccurate. There's been a lot of talk about the green space. I've lived here for 11 years. And up until a year ago, I had a beautiful dog, which required I walk that dog 4 times a day. With the exception of 12 residents who have a Tai Chi class, which happened from 6:30 in the morning till 7:30, not once, nobody in Willowdale Manor uses that front lawn. No one. There's never been a picnic on that lawn. There's never been a barbecue. There's never been a family activity. As I say, 4 times a day I walk my dog. I'd walk by on the pavement, the parking lot to the side of the building. Not once has there been any activity. And we have 2 cameras at Willowdale Manor, which pick up that front lawn. The footage from that will show that what I'm saying is absolutely correct. So I'm offended when they say it's a hub of activity. It's never been used by anyone. There isn't even a picnic table out there. There's no chairs out there. So I just wanted to clarify that. That's one total misinformation that's being contributed. There are so many issues. I submitted a letter. I trust that that letter will be read by who's ever on the deciding committee. The other thing is I take really offense at the fact that I'm referred to as a frail, vulnerable senior. Willowdale Manor is not a long-term care facility. Willowdale Manor is for seniors who want to experience an independent lifestyle. In our building, we have 50 residents who own and operate a vehicle. 20 residents, I'm one of them, of that group, we have a bicycle which we ride all summer long. There are 120 gardens out back which require 120 of our residents to maintain them, which involves carrying soil, watering, digging, planting. The seniors, you can see seniors constantly getting off the bus with carrying 2 or 3 bags of groceries, very active. Many residents in the building work full-time and part-time. As well, I'm one of the 20, and the 20 that I know of, we do volunteer work in the community. I do volunteer work next door. I mean, we are not frail, vulnerable seniors. Yes, unfortunately, some of our seniors, due to health concerns, mental health concerns, mobility issues, do require in-house support and their families to remain in this independent lifestyle. So I think that's an important issue, and it's not being addressed. The other address was when I approached a few members of Voices of Willowdale and a few of the residents about the fact that, and you knew what I was talking about, that lawn's never being used. 2 days later, there was a sign put up on the bulletin board saying urgent. Residents must be seen outside walking and exercising on that lawn. So why would they have to put that sign up if that was already happening? The other thing is, one of the concerns of the residents is that they're technically challenged, and we've been, because of that, haven't been able to be part of this process. Well, I'm technically challenged. The only thing I have is a flip phone. I phoned my counselor, Fillion. I talked to a lady called Catherine, explained my situation.
James, last thought, please.
Okay, the thing is, I've been able to be part of this process all the way along. There's a lot of misinformation out there, and I wish the people who are opposed to it would tell the truth. That's all.
Right. Thank you so much, James. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today. Next, we have George Carrere. George? Not present? Okay. Taban Ishfanijnad? Taban?
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead. Good morning.
Good morning. All right, perfect. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. And before I start, I'd just like to preemptively ask the City Hall to mute itself, just in case there are any scraping noises. I would like to start off by stating that, as Councillor John Fillion has previously agreed, the entire site of the green space in front of 175 Cummer Avenue is intended to be parkland, and it would be inappropriate to sell the green space. The City of Toronto claims to have evaluated many other potential sites across Toronto. However, this evaluation was done in secret, and the City refuses to disclose the locations of the other sites. The City's plans were revealed just hours before the City requested and received approval, which shows the utter lack of respect for the democratic process throughout this initiative. No signs were placed on the Willowdale Manor site informing affected residents until after City approval. In addition to this, people in charge of and in support of the project have primarily been responding to concerned citizens with arguments full of strawman fallacies that misrepresent, dodge valid criticisms, and attempts to group any criticism of the installation of a permanent building on parkland as hateful and discriminatory against the homeless. Instead of defending their use of this site and providing reasons why this site in particular is well suited to this project, their arguments mainly consist of attacking people who do not support the project and highlighting the need for homeless infrastructure in general. They have been accusing opposition to the project of all being angry, reactionary, and scaremongering. Meanwhile, many of them voice their support of the project by employing similar tactics to the ones they denounce, oversimplifying the situation into either you care about the homeless and fully support this project on this location, or you do not care about the homeless at all. In response to even well-measured, well-thought-out arguments and valid criticisms of this land use, their responses have also sometimes been reactionary, yet they direct this accusation exclusively toward us. The purpose of the building is not the main or only concern of those affected. Rather, the utterly unfair and undemocratic process of site selection and the refusal of elected officials to properly represent the people, the senior citizens who built the communities we live in today. If the site selection were appropriate and justified, carried out democratically and fairly, I personally would fully support this project, but it is not. This is a good initiative in my opinion and very important, but this is not the right site for it, and it has been and continues to be poorly executed. Repeatedly, the justification for the above wrongdoings has been made that this is an emergency fast-track response. However, this does not hold up to critical inspection. Around 60 hastily placed units will not have any major urgent effect on Toronto's 18,000 waiting list for supported housing. And not only that, but the site is in an interior, quiet residential neighborhood in the northernmost part of Toronto. The site is far from parole offices, safe drug injection sites, and major mental health programs. The site is over 1 kilometer from the major arterial roads, Yonge Street, Bayview, Steeles, and Finch Avenue. The 175 Cummer Avenue modular housing plan site selection has not been properly planned or justified, and if there was a rock-solid logic behind this site selection, the defendants of the project would not need to attack the opposition to assert their side of the story. Their logic would be able to stand on its own. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none. Next, we have Tatiana Andronace. Good morning, Tatiana.
Hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Good. My name is Tatiana Andronace. My mother has been living in Willowdale Manor for many years, so I'm very familiar with the seniors and their issues. They oppose this project. They know what the city ignores. Their safety, health, and life comes under threat by this development. I wish to make 3 points shortly about 1, process, 2, cost, and 3, impact. 1, engagement process, superficial and biased. Before Voices of Willowdale was a thing, back in March, more than 200 seniors out of the 280 living at Willowdale Manor signed a paper petition against the project. The petition was sent to the councillor mayor, Lura. It was never acknowledged. Seniors cannot participate in virtual meetings due to language, culture, and technology barriers. A way to reach them directly could have been found, but wasn't. Lura ran a paper survey, but never published the results as hard numbers, as they were not in line with the prescribed outcome. Mr. Vincent Mack, one of the representatives of the seniors, is telling me that the 90% of residents oppose and only 2% agree to this development. He also wonders whether it is fair and wise to prioritize the well-being of 60 homeless citizens over the well-being of the 280 vulnerable seniors at the manor. Most of them are vulnerable. 2, dollar cost, suspiciously high. Disclosing the cost per unit of modular housing was carefully avoided, but anyone can calculate based on publicly available data. The cost per square foot comes to some $500, which puts it on par with a condominium in the area in a building with all amenities. Why such a high cost? Profit margin too fat? Builders' processes inefficient? Are these well spent helping the greatest number of people in need of housing? A deeper look is warranted to make sure no one is profiting on the back of homeless people and seniors and wasting taxpayers' money. 3, social impact, disastrous and divisive. Safety and security of seniors have not even been considered, and such concerns were repeatedly dismissed. The plan for this development came with no mitigation measures and funds to address security and safety of seniors next door. No criminal record checks and no triage of the would-be residents. This approach is unacceptable. City, Lura carried out all sorts of impact studies on birds, trees, etc., but nothing regarding seniors losing their vital space. They ought to know, even without the study, that old and frail people, as I say again, the vast majority in Willowdale Manor have a very limited capacity to adapt to change. The disruption caused by the construction process alone is a threat to their life, health, and safety. Inserting a population with undeniably complex needs, such as the chronically homeless, in a community that is not able and ready to integrate them is a sure recipe for failure. The social consequences will be dire and irreversible, as experienced elsewhere in the city we have seen. So I respectfully ask the committee to eliminate the site from the list of suitable sites. The project should not proceed. And in the light of what happened yesterday at Lambert, I suggest that the needs of all stakeholders should be reevaluated by a truly independent body. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tatiana. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none. Next, we have Junian Chi. Junian? No longer with us. Okay. Evelina Solis. Good morning, Evelina. Evelina, can you hear us? Good morning. It seems like you're connected and your mic is on, so let's try one more time. Evelina? Okay. Our IT will contact you, Evelina, and we'll come back. Next, we have Elmarie Becker. Elmarie? Okay, not with us. Next, Francisco Chavaria. Francisco? Good morning, Francisco. Can you hear us? Our IT has unmuted, so you should be able to hear us and speak. Good morning. Okay.
Hello, good morning.
Francisco?
Yes.
Good morning. Great, we've been able to connect. You now have 5 minutes.
Thank you for the opportunity. First of all, I'd like to thank you for the work that you do for our beautiful Toronto. If this matters, I will have you know that I live in the Yonge and Finch area in a modest condo, not $2 million home for me. I'm just a regular worker, and I don't have a backyard that I'm trying to defend here. I just came to know about this issue while walking on Willowdale Avenue, and I saw several destroyed signs along the way. Then I thought, if this project is pushed to pass by using these undemocratic tactics, there must be something really wrong here. I want to convey my opinion, which is based on the little knowledge that I have regarding this modular housing project. Housing for the homeless is needed. There is no question about it. And I commend you for your efforts to provide such. It could be that you were tasked to carry out this project in a very short time, which doesn't allow you to follow out the due process that would normally be followed. Is that because Ottawa is funding this project and put pressure on the timing? To safeguard a fully democratic process, a time extension should be requested before proceeding. That would allow for proper location consultation with all parties involved. Representatives of the persons that the modular homes are served must also be consulted to understand their own viewpoints and needs. Those of us who work and pay for our living places are able to choose location based on our own needs. This opportunity should also be extended to the homeless, to the person with needs, to take the location and the needs into consideration. I see large areas of open space besides many main city roads in Toronto that could be used without cutting trees or affecting seniors currently living there. Thank you.
Thank you, Francisco. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you. Next, we have Daniel Dinberg. Good morning, Daniel. Not present. Okay. Louis Cassar? Not present. Christina Martins? Good morning, Christina.
Good morning, Madam Chair and committee members. My name is Christina Martins, and I have been a resident of the Bayview Cummer neighborhood for over 17 years. Today, you will have heard and will hear from many of my neighbors and community members on their strong opposition to the modular supportive housing that is being proposed at 175 Cummer Avenue. The reasons for opposition vary and include many, many valid points, concerns, and questions which deserve to be heard and to be answered. One issue that I often hear is the lack of demonstration by the city that it has followed a fair and transparent process. You will also hear from many presenting today that are fully supportive of the modular supportive housing that is being proposed at 175 Cummer Avenue. And many of these neighbors may say that this is too little, too late to really and truly address the homeless crisis that we currently face in our city. But I will leave that debate to the two sides and allow them to present and defend their arguments on this proposed project. Today, I'm here as a resident who has had the opportunity to speak to many people in my community and many of my neighbors about this project since it was first announced. And like here today, some oppose and some support this project. I'm also here on the premise of, should this project go ahead, that we ensure the best project, the best benefits, and the best outcomes for the community, the current tenants at Willowdale Manor, and the future tenants of 175 Cummer Avenue. I have shared with Councillor Fillion on several occasions that I strongly believe that proposing that 175 Cummer Avenue be used exclusively for seniors experiencing homelessness would be a real win-win for everyone and result in better outcomes for the future tenants and the community. I believe that a lot of the divisiveness and anxiety that has been experienced in my community recently, and especially the anxiety experienced by the vulnerable seniors at Willowdale Manor, is valid and would be lifted in knowing that their new neighbors will be seniors. In addition, it is my understanding that the current zoning for 175 Cummer Avenue also has a site-specific exemption limiting use permissions to a senior's home, and that the city already provides many supportive programs and services to the seniors at Willowdale Manor that could easily be shared with the future tenants of 175 Cummer Avenue. It would therefore be important that the request for proposal for the operator for these homes have a clause that they have extensive experience in assisting seniors experiencing homelessness. So I urge the city here today to not reject this request and to give it serious consideration that should this project go ahead, 175 Cummer Avenue be used exclusively for seniors experiencing homelessness. To me, this is a win-win solution. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today. Okay, before we continue with the list of speakers, and I will go back to a couple of speakers that we haven't been able to connect. So I have canvassed the members of the committee, and we will be losing quorum at 5:30. So we need to complete the agenda. So I have a couple of suggestions that first we reduce our lunch hour to 30 minutes. And I would like to put a motion on that. I've worked with staff, they're fine with that. We've done our math and we would like to see if we can suggest lunch for between 12:30 and 1. So I'll move that motion. All those in favor? That carries. The second thing I would like to move, defer of item 23.11, modernizing Chapter 489, grass and weeds to streamline processes and support biodiversity. So if we can move this item to the June 11th.
No. Well, June 11th?
Yeah, it's our next,
Okay.
it was the special meeting that we had, Councillor.
Yeah.
Are you okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay, all those in favor? It is June 11th. All those in favor? And that carries. And then the next item to be deferred to the June 11th is 23.10, short-term rental updates and exploring their conversion to longer-term housing. If the committee would support that, all those in favor? And that carries. So I am hoping that with these changes, we will be able to complete the agenda by 5:30, but we'll play it by ear. So thank you, members, for supporting these changes to the agenda. I'll now go back to Leo Bradshaw. Leo, are you connected now?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Leo. Go ahead.
Oh, all right. All right. Now, I live in the general area, not quite exactly right up at the Cummer Willowdale area, but I am a real estate agent, and I have had experience in regards to selling houses in areas where we have had drug addicts, alcoholics, and a whole bunch of other individuals that are right along the homeless lines due to whatever. I have been involved in dealing with the Willowdale group in regards to trying to help them get some legal advice that I've been talking to lawyers about. And I have also experience, just living in the area. My father was a developer. He developed Baby Village Shopping Center. We've been around an awfully long time. And this project is in a position where I've listened to people talk and everything else like that about the homeless and, the shelters. And everybody agrees that the homeless are in a position where, due to mental illness or otherwise, are stuck in a very difficult position. There have been studies done and everything else like that don't agree with this project the way it's going. And I think that this is just an abominable project. It doesn't do what's right for the neighborhood. This is, and I'm going to be quite blunt about this, one of the most disgusting setups that I have ever in my life seen come out of the city of Toronto. We are just being patronized here and basically having this thing run over us like a transport truck. The whole process has been rushed. It's been diverted around us. It's been, manipulated by John Filian in every single way that he's been able to do it. And also he's lied to the
I'm sorry. Again, I'm going to ask you to be careful with the language used. You're here to talk about the project, not about specific individuals.
Well, okay. Then we're in a position where this thing is in a position where nobody really in the neighborhood wants it. Every single ratepayers group there is against it. We listen to people who are basically spouting off about the homeless, the poor this, the poor that, and everything else like that. We all agree with these points that they're bringing up, but this is not the area to put it in. It isn't close to shopping. We're in a position where they have no medical help in the neighborhood to do anything. It's about as far away from everything that they need as you can get. These people need to be downtown near the hospitals where they can be taken care of. The whole project in the whole of the city of Toronto really needs to be settled down in an area where they can get medical help. Everything that they're not going to need here. This project is not wanted for, more than reasons that I can tell you, but all of them legitimate. And when we're in a position where we're having this thing rammed down our throat by, the council, there was an OMB hearing that was done in 1997-98 that basically stated, that this type of project, whether anybody likes it or not, it was a 3-story large townhouse project. It wasn't applicable, and John Filian was against doing anything on that park at all. And now he's suddenly leading the charge like Don Quixote running into a windmill. And none of us, absolutely none of us, want this thing to go the way that it's going. The seniors there are just terrified. And when I say terrified, I actually mean terrified. There are people that are probably going to have to go to doctors as this thing goes on. Some of them are probably going to have heart attacks and strokes. And literally, you people, and I'm 74 years old.
Thank you. If you could give us your last thought.
Yeah, it should not go. It should be removed from the list and another area found. And that's about it. It's simply not applicable for the area here.
Thank you. Thanks, Leo. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today. Next, we have Evelina Solis. Good morning, Evelina.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Good morning. Hi. Thank you for letting me speak. I'm opposed to this project, and the other speakers who have spoken today have stated it so eloquently in many different ways. I don't want to waste time by reiterating everything down to the green space, the seniors, the lack of amenities. I know for myself, I am reiterating, I know I have to get in a car and drive for groceries. I have to. We're already limited like this. The other issue I really have again that has been voiced is I have here three people who said Voices of Willowdale, they're, basically fear-mongering and giving us misinformation. I'll be honest with you, I had no idea that this was even happening in my neighborhood if it weren't for the Voices of Willowdale. I was bike riding and I saw a sign and I had to look at the website and I thought, what is this? This is my area. I was born and raised in Toronto. My parents are from Greece. But I thought, what is this? This is something that's happening here without our consultation as citizens, as taxpayers, as people who have either born here or moved here or whatnot. And it doesn't feel very democratic to be so left out in the dark like this. When we asked in the meeting with Councillor Fillion questions such as, okay, what about these other 50 sites? We were told there were 50 other potential sites, and they can't give us where they would be. We're not given proper answers to secure what we need to know. So instead of getting mad at Voices of Willowdale for, they're saying this and that, I don't see anybody in the city. I have had zero information coming to my door from the city. I had to hear it from somewhere else. So I find that very, very hypocritical. And it's not democratic. And I don't like how it's being handled. And if things like this are going to be handled like this, what else is going to be handled like this in our neighborhood? And it's just not right. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Evelyn. Any questions? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today. I'm going to ask committee to indulge me in changing the order of the speakers because we do have a speaker that has requested interpretation, and we do have interpretation now on the line. And so Vincent Mack will be speaking next, and we do have the interpreter as requested by the speaker. Good morning, Vincent.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can, Vincent, and we do have the interpreter on the line. Go right ahead.
Okay, thank you. Hello? 有冇人翻譯㗎？喂？有，廣東翻譯，你講啦。好啦，我而家講下，我的名咧就係叫做 Vincent Mac， 我而家咧係84歲啦，我住在175 Cummer Avenue 嘅 Willowdale Manor。我現在咧係呢度。
My name is Vincent Mark. I'm 84 years old now, and I live at 175 Cummer Avenue, Willowdale Manor.
我係呢度主責嘅代表之一。講到嘛
I am the representative of one of the representatives of the resident.
我哋呢度咧大概有280個住客。
The location we're living now has around 280 residents.
我有義務為受傷嘅老人住客，代表大家 發表我們的心聲。講啊！
I'm now as an agent representing majority of them to express our view.
係政府選擇呢個地嚟起一個俾老人屋住嘅地方，係完全不合理、不對的。講啊 ！Come on, just express, just translate, please. Hello? Hello? They're disconnected. Hello? Disconnected.
Hello.
You're still here. Yes, please translate.
Is the interpreter with us? Can IT confirm? Okay, Vincent, you're going to have to give us a second here. IT is just trying to connect with the interpreter again.
Okay, thank you. 没有，我在讲，他那个人都没有不在，这个翻译的讲了一下子没有了，断了线。是啊，我不管他，不要讲。
Vincent, we're still trying to connect with the interpreter again. We're going to put you on hold, and we'll come back to you, and we're going to continue with other speakers. Okay, Vincent? We'll come back.
Okay. This time that's the same time. Yeah, that's good.
Thank you. So, Wendy Lee, can you hear us?
Yes.
Go ahead, Wendy.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm a resident in Willowdale and Cummer area for 28 years. I live less than 500 meters from 175 Cummer. When I received the shocking news that a modular housing project was planned to build in the front lawn of Willowdale Manor in early March, I contacted my niece to seek her honest opinion about modular housing. My niece works at Vancouver Coastal Health in British Columbia, and her job is to implement harm reduction programs to modular housings in Vancouver. My niece knows my neighborhood very well because she lived with my family when she studied in Ontario for her university degree. While she is very supportive of modular housing for the homeless, she points out that 175 Cummer location is not suitable for modular housing. Residents of modular housing should be close to supports that they need, such as safe injection site. 175 Cummer location is a quiet residential area, which is not even close to drug mart or a grocery store. My niece explained that there are two types of residents of concern. Firstly, drug addicts. My niece received many complaints about used syringes found in public areas such as the parks or even front lawns of private properties. It is a health safety concern for everyone, especially school children who walk to Cummer Valley Middle School or nearby parks. My niece also points out that residents with mental issues are the main concern because their behaviors are unpredictable. It could be violent and cause harm to others. My niece was once assaulted when she offered help to a person with mental issue. She got punched in the face. She only filed a work report of the incident and did not report the assault to the police. The incident was never counted in the statistics. So in other words, reality is often worse than what the statistics state. My niece is young and well-trained for the job, but imagine what would happen if the unfortunate incident happened to a senior or even a resident in my neighborhood. The support like the proposed 24-hour single staff per residence is already known to be insufficient, especially in buildings with more mental health issue residents. It is already a major and well-documented problem with the modular housing in Vancouver, and funding and resources have continuously been grossly inadequate. To build modular housing at 175 Cummer, right in front of the park of the senior housing, is not a sound plan. It is an irresponsible way to solve a tiny fraction of homeless problem, but with a long-term negative impact on 600 plus seniors in Willowdale Manor and Cummer Lodge and all the residents in this peaceful neighborhood. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Wendy. Any questions? Seeing none, we can proceed to the next speaker, Sean Hu. Good morning, Sean. Sean.
Hello.
Good morning. Go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Good morning. Well, not actually, good afternoon, members of the Planning and Housing Committee. My name is Sean, and I'm the senior pastor of Faith Church in Willowdale. I'm also the co-founder and co-leader of Willowdale Church Coalition, co-leader of We Love Willowdale, and a founding member of the Willowdale Interfaith Coalition. As a pastor who has served in Willowdale for over 15 years, I wanted to take the opportunity today to share why myself and my church, as we did a couple of years ago for the Willowdale Welcome Center, we will also be supporting in word and in deed the new Modular Supportive Housing Initiative in Willowdale. In the Gospel of Luke, chapter 10, a lawyer thinking about the royal law, love your neighbor as yourself, asked Jesus, who is my neighbor? Well, Jesus responded with the parable of the Good Samaritan. The story starts with a man being attacked, robbed, and left for dead on the side of the road. Shortly after, a priest and a Levite, both considered honorable to the audience, passes by the man. However, after them, a Samaritan takes pity on the man, bandages his wounds, shelters him at an inn, and leaves money with the innkeeper to continue the care. After the parable, Jesus asks which of these three, the priest, the Levite, or the Samaritan, acted as a neighbor to the robbed man. The lawyer rightly answered, the one who showed him mercy. Jesus helped this lawyer understand that the important question is not just about who is our neighbor, but how can we be a neighbor? How can we better bandage the wounds of our fellow citizens of this world? How can we better shelter them from the cold and the storm? How can we better share some of our resources in order that they might continue to receive the care that they need? The men and or women who are going to be living in the newly built modular supportive homes all over Toronto, not just in Willowdale, they're already our neighbors. Neighbors who are struggling, and thus we must not ignore and just pass by them. Neighbors, if respected, may be able to discover their God-given dignity. Neighbors with a little bit of hand up might find their place in this world. Is the Modular Supportive Housing Initiative a perfect plan to tackle one of our city's great challenges? Of course not. What plan is? However, as someone who has directly served people with housing challenges in various ways for many years, I can honestly say, looking at all the data and looking at all the reports, this is a really good plan. My prayer for confidence is that we Canadians, we Torontonians, will continue to put our heads, hearts, and hands together and continue to do better. And we can do better. And we must do better to love our neighbors as ourselves. I have spoken with various faith leaders in Willowdale, including the rabbi at Beth Tikva Synagogue, the imam at North York Muslim Association, and pastors in various churches in my Willowdale network. And I'm happy to inform this committee that there has been nothing but support for the modular supportive housing to be built in our neighborhood. I'm very thankful that so many people, religious or irreligious, are supporting this effort. This is why myself and my church family will continue to support, again, in word and in deed, the new modular supportive housing initiative in Willowdale. Thank you, members of the Planning and Housing Committee, for all that you do to serve the people of our great city. God bless you, and God bless all your work.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your deputation today. We'll now go back to Vincent Mock. We have the interpreter back on the line. So Vincent, you can continue your deputation.
Thank you. Hello? Okay, shall we start again or?
No. Just continue where you left off.
Your interpreter will be with you shortly. Gracias. Su intérprete estará con usted en un momento.
Bueno, gracias.
You're connected now.
Hello, 你好。所以咧，我有義務咧，為受傷嘅呢個280個人嘅呢個聲音要講出嚟。
I have the responsibility to represent the 280 residents that were injured in this location to say something.
安置無家可歸者係呢度喺呢個地方咧係完全不合理，亦都係不對的。
Selling the homeless people in this location area is not proper.
我哋呢度咧90%以上嘅住客咧都不贊成。
90% majority of the residents here, they disagree of this decision.
因為咧時間嘅關有限咧，我只不過係寫一啫，我樣有好多嘢咧嘅理由咧係存在喺檔案嚟。
Because of the time constraint, I just verbally expressed a few of our view, but all the detailed comment is already outlined in the proper report.
Yes, I have documented the other reasons. Okay. Now I have documented reasons. 現在咧，我哋要聲明，我哋嘅理由係乜嘢？
Yes, hi. Is this Frank?
Now I just want to emphasize
this is Sean calling back. I'm the son-in-law of Sang Ju Kim. Okay. And so I spoke with the doctor's office, and what they're saying, they told me this is safe membrane.
Yes, go on, please.
So does that? Okay, I guess.
Madam Chair. Okay, it seems
like
there is
I have the health card number.
Something wrong? Yes.
可能時間到啦，到此為止啦，所以就唔再講。
乜嘢啊？未啊？我未講到乜嘢？
174.
One second, Vincent. We do have somebody that has the mic on. Our IT people, just bear with us. This is, the reality we're living in. Everybody is just trying their best in here. The team is working hard.
Yeah, thank you.
係啦，係真係要等啦，真係要輪到第二個啦。
Okay.
Okay. 好啊。Okay. I wait for it.
Okay, Vincent, continue, please.
Yes. Okay.
你加可以。
Okay. 好啦。我哋咧破壞咗我哋嘅安寧，我哋舒適，我哋嘅平安，我哋健康嘅生活。
This plan has interfered to our peaceful living and the quality of our life.
即係我哋嘅社會嘅治安。
And the safety of the community in the surrounding as well.
第二個問題咧就係咧，佢哋摧毀咗我哋嘅綠色嘅環境及保健嘅體育。
And the second issue is that they have damaged the green space and all the amenity of recreational activities around us.
第三件咧係最重要嘅，因為咧將呢個無家可歸者放在我哋嘅周圍咧，影響咗我哋老人家嘅身心靈三方面嘅保障。
And the third issue, as the most important one, is you are placing all the homeless people in living in this close to our residence will affect the mental well-being of all the senior who is residing in this address.
Yes, the three items, the mental and the mental, physical, and the spiritual, three phases.
And physical and spiritual qualities of the seniors living there.
因為咧，無家可歸者咧，佢哋係綜合來自各種類型的人物。
Because at large, the population of the homelessness, they come from different backgrounds.
佢哋有啲好人，因為種種嘅原因咧，唔願意住在佢屋企之中。
Some of them are very good, decent individual. That's because they choose not to live in their own home, at the home.
有啲咧係愛好醉酒嘅。
Okay, Vincent, you have 30 seconds left.
Oh,
but some are alcoholics.
No, I can speak in English also. Okay. Because some of them they are alcoholic addicts. Some of them they are drug addicts, and some of them they have a mental illness, and this all are problematic. That's why it strengthens our mental balance and give us a threat, a manage, and that the worst is the life risking because of the mental illness you cannot avoid. You see, sometimes it happens suddenly without our knowing, and to look this place is incorrect. It's absolutely not allowed. And the second one is the government doesn't give us any popular, direct dialogues so that we can solve the problem together. They are ignoring ours. They said that there is no problems or ideas that oppose their proposal. And so
Vincent,
I told them that, yeah.
Thank you. I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up. And thank you for your presentation today.
Because in substance, I cannot say anything. We still have a chance to speak.
Okay.
Right?
Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none. Thank you, Vincent, for joining us today. Next, we have...
You can get the written documented...
Thank you, Vincent.
The thing, okay?
Thank you, Vincent.
Thank you.
Next, we have Treaty Baggy.
Hello.
Hello, good afternoon, Treaty. You have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Treaty Baggy, and I'm a resident of Willowdale Avenue. I'm going to keep this short and concise. Basically, I share the same concerns similar to other speakers of Voice of Willowdale. I would like to highlight our two main concerns about selecting this location for supportive housing for the homeless. One is the proximity to the seniors' home at Cummer Lodge. We're concerned about their safety. And also at the seniors at Cummer Lodge, they use this area as a parkland and they use it for their routine exercise. And this has been there for over 70 years. The second item is the seniors living on the facility have the right to use the green space without any fear. And the proposed housing totally ignores that. And we very well know that in this case, many seniors are going to feel unsafe to just get outside. The second point that I have is destroying our parkland and impacting the environment. I want to emphasize that these trees are healthy and they're not dying. Cutting dozens of mature trees is not acceptable and it's contradicting the city's own parkland strategy. And finally, I would like to mention that we disagree with the MZO process as a process would allow the city to completely avoid the democratic process and our rights as the residents of the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any questions? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today. Next, we have Cheryl White. Good afternoon, Cheryl.
Good afternoon. I'm overwhelmed that they want to build modular housing for the homeless on our property, and I believe that there's room out there for 3 and even 4 buildings of that size if they built them north to south. They would have ample room, a half-circle driveway. They would still have parkland. In my opinion, we have too much foliage on our property, and it's very difficult for the cleaners. Our front lobby looks like a barnyard when in the morning and at the end of the evening. All the petals and the leaves, and every time they cut the grass. And people used to raise bees on this property hundreds of years ago, and the bees, they always come back to their home. And we have every species of bee in the world on this property, and people don't realize that when they walk on that front lawn, they step on the bees and they get stung if the bee survives that. And especially at this time of year, all the young baby bees come out, and it's not all grass out there. It's half clover, so they get the honey from the clover, and so you make that is not safe, and these people just run across there whenever they feel like it, because they're not. A lot of them have Alzheimer's, and they think just because they're being protected by the city, they get a low housing income. They think everything's made safe here. And it's kind of like, everything you got to do it yourself. The first floor is loaded with lace on the outside of the building because for years they've allowed them to garden so close to the building. And a house lives in a plant, and in the heat, they make more. We always have pest control coming in here. There's red ants crawling in apartments on the first floor. So for safety reasons, it's not like, and these people have poor eyesight. They don't always notice this. It's supposed to be reported when it's seen, and if you're familiar with insects, like I've had insects in my apartment, bees making nests. Like I've lived in here for 10 years. I lived in Willowdale for 50 years. I'll be 70 next year, so I know this area very well. I've lived in lots of areas in Willowdale, and one place was very directly across from Mallasman Square, and it was loaded with mice. I mean, this area it gets a lot of rain, more than other areas anywhere in Toronto. This area it just seems to be. We have all the cloud here, and of course, even closer to the lake, it's below sea level. But for the housing for the homeless, I give my heart to them because they need this. We get low income housing, and they should have likewise. But the building structure. I mean, they could get more. They're looking for spaces all over Toronto, and there's a space for 4 units of that size. I mean, and why not make them 4 stories instead of 3, right? And these people need help. I pass homeless people every day in the subway, and I put $20 in their pocket or their hat, their cup. Everybody has some kind of addiction, whether it's sugar or tea or coffee or that. And mine is cigarettes. And I mean, below me down, people making money are not, originally Canadian Native or even British, they sell us the
Cheryl, if you
cigarettes.
could wrap up, that'd be great.
Okay. So I'm for the project.
Okay. Thank you, Cheryl. Thanks for joining us today. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thanks for joining us. You have a great day.
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll break for lunch now, and we'll be back at 1 p.m.
Break, and they come back? Okay, thank you.
We're live? Okay, welcome back, members of the committee. We're now resuming. We're on item PH 22.3, and we are hearing from speakers. And next we have Roxanne Wieslake. Roxanne? Not present. Okay. Betty Chack? Not present. Okay. Beverly Brooks? Not present. Okay. Raul Gomez?
Yeah.
Good afternoon,
Hi there. Can you hear
Raul.
me?
Good afternoon, Raul. You have 5 minutes. Thanks for joining us this afternoon.
Thank you, Chair, committee, fellow speakers, attendees. Before Franklin, I think I saw you on the lawn catching some sunrise all by yourself. I'll tell you, I just got you honked by you all excited. You were by yourself. I can tell you I was there as well. It was Sunday morning with a whole bunch of seniors busy protesting this. And you see the photos and voices of Willowdale, who has been bashed during this meeting. And they've been a great source for communication of knowing what's going on, much better than this. And to the woman, Apama, Spadman, and William, the seniors she is on another plan. Go to the website, voicesofwillowdale.ca. Look at the photos of the seniors that are there. I'm here as a taxpayer, and I'm here on behalf of the seniors. And this is a much larger issue than just one site. It's happening all over the city. The funding is coming from the federal government to create an overarching bureaucracy whereby we have now become a welfare state. A significant portion of the homeless do not have work available to them due to the government actions. And that in turn leads to the chronic homelessness. And the government thinks they can govern their way out of this at the taxpayers' expense. I think there is a purposeful agenda to bring down the economy. Otherwise, why would you put the riskiest population closest to the most and at-risk population, those being the seniors who make up 30% of North York, which is the highest seniors population in all of Toronto. We have not been heard. Hundreds of us have signed petitions, hundreds of the seniors at the 175 address that have barely been recognized. And they should really be the main stakeholders. So it's actually nice to see Filion on this call because he's been running around saying that, oh, everyone's in support of this. Meanwhile, we're all trying to get to him, say, hey, listen, we're not in support of this. So Filion, I see you there. I hope you're listening.
Again, can you please address the committee and please keep your remarks to the item in question? Thank you.
The root of the problem is the government not letting homeless people work, and the result is a federal government land grab that is coming to every vulnerable community across Ontario, and I imagine other provinces. So, even after repeated requests, I'm glad Vincent was on the line. He's one of the two representatives for the two residences there. There's the seniors building. They have the two representatives, one being Vincent, who was kind enough to speak earlier, a God-fearing, honorable man who Mr. Filion has pretty much ignored. He represents the stakeholders. He is the main stakeholder. What we should do is probably defund Innovation Fund because, I mean, I don't criticize the work being done. I actually went through the documents of all the planners and it was very well done. I'm not bad-mouthing the efforts put forward here, but there's a much bigger issue. Thank you very much. I relinquish my time for Mr. Filion to speak to Vincent.
Thank you. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thanks Raul for joining us today. Next we have Kira Heineck. Good afternoon, Kira.
Hello.
Hello, good afternoon.
Hello there. Good afternoon. So thank you for the chance to speak to you today on behalf of the Toronto Alliance to End Homelessness. We're here today to underscore our strong support for the Phase 2 modular housing sites. I'm going to speak to Modular Housing Initiative Phase 2 as a whole for all the three items. This one, 23.4 for Bracebridge Avenue and 23.5 for Glamorgan as well. So I appreciate that's been adopted. But we're here to strongly encourage the committee to approve the recommendations in the staff reports for each and regret I can't speak again to the next item. It's really just due to timing issues, so please remember this input when you go through that item as well. Toronto's Modular Housing Initiative is a critical tool in meeting the range of housing options needed in Toronto to end homelessness. It is essential to meeting Council's own approved targets of a minimum of 18,000 new supportive homes before 2030 and meeting the goal of 3,000 new permanent homes set out late last year in the 2-year Housing Action Plan. The City will not reach these targets without moving forward on the 3 new supportive housing opportunities before you today. I believe it's encouraging to remember in today's debates that the City has already successfully opened the first 2 modular housing buildings, creating in the process 110 new homes. Both buildings are operated by a partnership of 2 proven not-for-profit community and supportive housing providers and have opened and continue to operate smoothly. Being close to the sector, I can confirm that there has not been a single incident of the kind other deputants have expressed worry about today. Of course, not everyone is immediately welcoming of including housing for people previously homeless in their neighborhood. We've heard this today and will continue to. There are many reasons for this, but experience has shown here in Toronto and many other places that adding new homes like these do not result in the outcome some first fear. I do represent the TAH today, but I can also speak to this from personal experience. I am a mother and a homeowner living very close to one of the first sites, and I participated in the community consultation process. I found that almost every initial concern of residents was addressed when people were given a chance to learn more about what the facts tell us about homelessness and creative supportive housing in communities really are. After engaging with evidence that supportive housing does not affect property values or increase crime, and learning more about how people experiencing homelessness are not that much different overall than people with housing in their rates of mental health addictions and criminality, my fellow community members became more comfortable, and our conversation shifted to one of how we could best welcome and include our new neighbors. And I note this today to offer ongoing encouragement that integrated supportive housing in communities is possible. Finally, as others have noted today, it is worth remembering that there's homelessness in every neighborhood in Toronto. This means we need more affordable and supportive housing in every ward, every neighborhood. It also means that this committee and the whole of council must keep steadfast in their leadership and support for creating more supportive housing across the city. We and many others are proud of our city's representatives' almost unanimous and impassioned support for the Modular Housing Initiative when it first launched in April 2020. We had the chance to be so again with the first approvals of Phase 2 sites in March of this year. Keep making us proud. As more people are becoming or at risk of becoming homeless in the wake of the pandemic, now is not the time to stop championing the housing and support solutions that make and can continue to make a real difference in people's lives and keep us on track to living in a Toronto where homelessness is rare, brief, and non-recurring. Thank you.
Thank you, Kira. Any questions? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today. Last speaker on this item is Betty Lee. Good afternoon, Betty. Not present? Okay, that concludes the speakers on the item. We're now moving to questions of staff. Are there any questions of staff on the item? Councillor Fillion. Do you have questions of staff?
No, I don't have questions. I'll speak when the time comes. Thank you.
Okay. No questions of staff. So speakers, Councillor Fillion.
Thank you. You learn a lot about the society you live in from an issue like this, some of which you kind of wish you hadn't learned. What's really been kind of heartwarming about this, and you didn't hear much of it today, although you did hear, I think, 4 or 5 Willowdale residents who spoke very much in favor. And they are much more typical of the views of Willowdale, I'm pleased to say. And certainly, you know, I've heard from all kinds of people in Willowdale who've said, yes, this is really needed, and how can we help and how can we support this? They tend not to want to engage with people who are angry and negative. They just kind of quietly go about their providing support. So the first thing I just need to make clear is that from all of the communication I've had, both emails, from responses to my very well-read e-newsletter, et cetera, there is, you know, most people who have a view on this are in favor. The other thing we've learned from this, unfortunately, is how easy it is to spread misinformation. And I understand why they called themselves Voices of Willowdale, because a small, unrepresentative group that spreads misinformation doesn't have the same ring to it. But that's really what has happened here. And it's certainly not that, you know, there aren't reasons why people would have legitimate concerns about this, legitimate questions. I have tried to engage some of those people and to have those conversations, either at community meetings or offline. But unfortunately, it's really difficult to do that in an environment where you have people going around just spreading false facts. You know, I had naively thought that maybe that just happens south of the border, but it doesn't. And I'll just pick one example just because it's a simple one. Somebody decided at some point to seize on this parkland issue. You know, it is not parkland. It has never been parkland. It has never been used as parkland. Then that got turned into, it's not just parkland, it's beloved parkland. People have picnics there. Nobody that I know of has ever had a picnic there. It is not used. Yes, it is the front lawn of Willowdale Manor. It is not parkland. It has never been used as parkland. But you have these lawn signs all over the community saying, save our park. And people, you kind of wonder at what point, when it's up a story, at what point do they start to believe it? Like, from listening to some of the speakers, they actually believe the false information they've been saying. And certainly there are a lot of good people who have some concerns, who don't follow these things really well, and have people give them misinformation. And it's been difficult to engage them with the correct information. So, you know, you do get a lot of damage done. You get a lot of unfounded fears sown. I've had people I know who live, you know, hundreds of meters from this development, like half a kilometer away, who think that, you know, their house is going to get robbed. Like, it's really unfortunate. It is, you know, it is sad that people would do this kind of thing rather than just coming up with, if they have legitimate reasons. And I'm somebody who doesn't object to NIMBYism, you know, because sometimes something shouldn't be in your backyard. I'm open to that. But I have yet to hear a single fact-based objection to this supportive housing. And I was open to hearing it, and I have not heard any of it. I have heard nothing but misinformation that just kind of takes on a life of its own. So it's really unfortunate. The one thing that has made me the most uncomfortable in all of this is the ministerial zoning order. I really don't like it. I hope we come up with a way to do this better, to start earlier, to you know, to give the councillors who are involved a chance to really do community consultation that isn't rushed. But unfortunately, a lot of the people who have made a circus of this issue kind of have given the argument why you have to do supportive housing, because it doesn't matter how many community meetings you have to answer questions. They will say nobody is answering our questions, or there hasn't been any consultation, and they will object to it without having any valid reason and delay the thing by a year or two. So, you know, I really have very mixed feelings about the ministerial zoning order. In this case, I am philosophically opposed to it. I understand the practical reasons for it, unfortunately. And I think we have made some great, the staff have been terrific on this. And we have made a number of improvements, some major improvements. Some of the community members have been terrific. Christina Martins, who doesn't agree with me on this issue, but has been, you know, she's the past president of the Homeowners Association, has been very diligent in listening to everybody's concerns, has attended all of the meetings, has really been a terrific representative of that community, even though she and I don't share the same views on it totally. But I do like her suggestion about the seniors housing, and I don't say that just because it's a popular thing to say, but it does make sense, if not entirely for seniors. It does make sense to have this for an older age group, because it's part of a campus of facilities for that, with Willowdale Manor assisted housing for seniors, pretty much literally on the same property, and Cummer Lodge for those who need a lot more care right next door, and other similar spots nearby. So that would make a lot of sense, and I do thank her for that suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fillion. Any other speakers on the item? Councillor Perks.
I just want to say very quickly, well done, Councillor Fillion. It makes me proud to serve with you.
Thank you, Councillor Perks. Any other speakers on the item? I would just like to echo that statement that Councillor Perks said. Councillor Fillion, thank you. I know that you've worked very closely with staff and with your community to address some of the concerns, very valid concerns, because you've been able to have some changes done that I think made this project a lot better, and have been very involved in bringing the community as concerns to the table and working with staff. And thank you. Thank you for all your hard work. As Kira said, you know, homelessness is something that we have in all corners of our city. It exists everywhere. And these are our neighbors as well. And it's an issue that we as a city, and in this case, in partnership with the federal and government and provincial governments, need to address. And this is the solution. Long-term, permanent, supportive housing is the solution. So thank you for being part of the solution, Councillor Fillion, and to your community and all the supporters. Thank you. Okay, and with that, I think we'll move the report for approval. All those in favor, recorded vote.
All those in favor of adopting the report before you, when I call your name, please indicate how you're voting. Councillor Bailão.
In favor.
Councillor Fletcher.
And Councillor Fletcher's not here.
Absent. Councillor Ford. Oh, sorry, Councillor Bradford.
In favor.
Councillor Nunziata.
In favor.
Councillor Perks.
In favor.
Councillor Wong Tam.
In favor.
That item carries unanimously.
Thank you so much. And we'll move now to item 23.4, Modular Housing Initiative Phase 2, 20 Bracebridge Avenue, final report. And first speaker we have Joe Cerullo. Good afternoon, Joe.
Hello. Good afternoon.
Great, thank you. You have 5 minutes. Thanks for joining us.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Sorry, if I may. Something Mr. Fillion just said is exactly what we are proposing, which is you're putting in supportive housing and you are tailoring the support for the residents. And the one thing you also need to do is tailor the residents for the community. And the residents of this community have continuously asked our councilors to push for families in the building. Councillor Bradford took this request back to the Housing Secretariat, and they refused to look into this avenue, stating it was not possible. On page 5 of the final report of 20 Bracebridge, provided by Lura, it outlines all the amenities in the area, and lo and behold, the list is extensively dedicated to families. We continue to question how this is not a viable solution. The Rapid Housing Initiative's own documentation on the program has prioritization criteria, and item 9 states it will prioritize projects specifically targeting Black Canadians, Indigenous people, and women and their children. So even the federal government knows that women and their children are a greater priority for this type of housing program. Yet the city chooses to ignore this. In a presentation to the community at 11 Macy Avenue, the Housing Secretariat was asked about families. Her response was, "We may consider them in the future." Yet at every engagement meeting with us, the answer was no. Very much a mixed message. 2018 street needs assessment that is quoted continuously in community engagement sessions, and even today you saw, states that 16% of people in shelters are families. Yet at each site, 11 Macy Avenue, 56 studio apartments, 321 Dover Court, 44 studio apartments, 175 Cummer Avenue, 60 studio apartments, and here 64 studio apartments, only targeting singles. So 100% for singles, 0 for families. Yet families comprise 16% of homeless in Toronto. Even just adding a bunk bed along with a single bed into the space would be better than the current outcome. As Abby Bond states, this supportive housing has a door and a lock, offering a safe space for families. As per the 2018 street needs assessment, the average age of dependents in shelters is 6 years old. Further, people that experience homelessness as children are more likely to experience homelessness as adults. So choosing adults, you may see a 60 or 70% success rate, but choosing families can have a 100% success rate, as those children can become productive citizens, breaking the cycle of homelessness. Why are you choosing to leave children in a shelter system, only choosing adults, who actually have the ability to survive much better than a child? This decision leaves a family with a brutal choice of staying in a shelter or possibly returning to an abusive relationship. Both outcomes leave the child scarred. This site with Stan Wadlow Park right across the street would be an oasis for that child. We have listened to the Housing Secretary as she has outlined how this site was chosen. But Abby, have you visited the site? Have you looked around, understood how the area functions, then tailored the decision on what to build? Using filters on a website does not convey the specialty of the area. The community knows that Wayne's Supermarket is not a supermarket, but a flower shop with some groceries. The analysis couldn't even include a Shoppers Drug Mart at the corner of O'Connor and Woodbine with supermarket amenities. The city's failure to analyze the amenities in the area and adjust their plan to create a viable solution remains disturbing. I find it ironic that Councillor Fletcher could not get modular housing over a subway, but we keep hearing about proximity to transit as a requirement. Very questioning and very concerning. So furthermore, though, placing adults here requires the city to expel further city funds. You need to lower the lights below the tree foliage in the kindergarten area. You have to move sheds for better sight vision. The removal of sand in the Stan Wadlow playground to avoid buried needles. Putting families can avoid the spending funds that the city does not have. So finally, at the Planning and Housing Committee on March 2nd, Abby Bond spoke about how this model works and named St. Clair as a prime nonprofit housing provider. However, on St. Clair's own websites, under lessons learned, states that mixed buildings create healthier, non-stigmatized communities. They understand this. The Housing Secretary came to Toronto in 2019, but you, the councillors, know your wards. You are the voice of your wards at City Hall. You work with resident groups to find solutions, yet you give your responsibility to someone with no community ties to any ward or city.
Those are 5 minutes. Thank you, Joe. Any questions of the resident? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today and for your deputation, Joe. Next, we have Christy Kennington. Good afternoon, Christy.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
So thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I did write a separate statement, but I know that members of our organization are going to address similar ones, so I'd like to go a different route, as this message hits a bit closer to home for me. I'm a woman with two very young daughters that attend Parkside that is only by the new address roughly 130 meters away, but in reality, we all know it's 30 meters or less. In every community engagement meeting that has been offered, several community members, including myself, are concerned about the future residents' well-being as well as ours. We are a family community. 71% of local households surrounding the site are families. We are repeatedly told by the Housing Secretariat that they don't anticipate issues spilling into the streets, although crime data surrounding 11 Macy on the TPS website speaks for itself. A few days ago, I received a letter from a resident that lives near the Harrison site. She did include most of this committee on her distribution list, so I hope you had the chance to read it. If not, I'm going to read an important part on this call and for committee members that have not read it yet. The woman that wrote this email lives behind the Harrison unit. She starts off her email addressing the article written in the Toronto Star by a government-funded journalist named Victoria Gibson. The article this community member is referring to the piece that Gibson wrote about a man named Jeffrey Fraser and how the modular housing unit had changed his life. In her email, she mentions that his name didn't ring any bells, but then she saw his accompanying picture and she knew she had seen him before. This next part is written directly from the community member. The article applauded his redemption, discussed his lifelong struggle with mental illness and addiction, which we can all agree is no easy feat. The article painted a rather sympathetic picture of Jeffrey Fraser, a man caught in a self-destructive, vicious cycle, but then I realized a familiar detail. He was arrested after peeping into a few women's homes, casually peeping, not great, but hardly newsworthy. But I had seen him, so I Googled him. What the Toronto Star article neglected to mention was that in 2010, Fraser broke into 17 University of Toronto residents belonging to mostly female Asian women. The crime was found so reprehensible at the time that a U of T study on the oppression and over-sexualization of Asian women actually included this case. In 2017, he was again a person of interest when he was known as the Night Prowler. He terrorized the Dundas West community when he stalked several women outside their homes. I remember these incidents from friends. I remember his photo from the 2010 papers when he instilled fear into the U of T community, especially the community of Asian women. Funny how Jeffrey should end up the first tenant at 150 Harrison. Though nothing surprising when our community raised concerns over sex offenders in the area of largely comprised of seniors and young families, those concerns were met with judgment. She mentions that they were gaslit, told not to worry. It's offensive to stigmatize the homeless, we were told by Abigail Bond. And now here we are at nearly 8 months later, and we've learned that the very first tenant at 150 was a sex offender. A man that terrorized women is now our new neighbor, a neighborhood that is already feeling unsafe these days for women. Her email continues to say that nobody expects politicians to tell the truth because it really happens these days, but the level of manipulation here is reprehensible. The lack of honesty and transparency is astounding. She mentioned she is not a politician, but can imagine it would help building trust amongst everyone's constituents if this process wasn't a complete sham every single time. If only community engagement meant just that. Honesty fosters better relations and makes it easier to complete projects such as this one without intense, horrific backlash from communities. She closes out by saying that she's disappointed by the actions taken these past few years in her community, and she hopes that lessons were learned here and real actions are being taken to keep her community safe going forward. And she includes references, since I know single-handedly community integrity is always questioned by the city. And to be honest, this woman could have taken the words right out of my mouth. As a woman with young daughters, the situation, the whole process the city continues to bulldoze through communities, to me, is extremely concerning. All communities have told the same story by the city. All communities have voiced concerns, and all communities have been ignored. The way this project presented right now is set up for failure, and we cannot support this project as it stands today, as it hardly makes sense. And I didn't even touch on the no support services and 0 grocery stores in a 1 kilometer radius. As a community, we are asking that you reduce the dwellings at 20 Bracebridge Avenue to less than 53 units, as per the Wesley Institute study that Abby Bond has referenced in her research. We're demanding that proper health support be on site for future residents and asking for a larger space for personal and group counseling. We're asking for a real security company on site, not the operating group. We are asking for an area for emergency vehicles. The surrounding streets are single-lane roads for two-way traffic, and by the road engineering design guidelines available on toronto.ca website is only 3.3 meters and rough math tells me that's around 11 feet wide. Not implementing a designated area will increase traffic and pedestrian safety dramatically. In closing, we as a community are requesting that the PHC defer the approval of this agenda item today until the issues that are in phase 1 are resolved for phase 2, so we can receive the best possible outcome for this future development to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Christy. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today. Next, we have Derek McPherson. Good afternoon, Derek.
Thank you. My name is Derek McPherson, and I live within 50 meters of the planned Trenton Cedarvale site. My 5-year-old twins play in Stan Wadlow Park almost every day, and during the summer I often find myself at Kiwanis Pool. This project is going to directly affect the well-being of my family if it's poorly executed. I am for housing the city's homeless and providing a path for people to permanently exit homelessness. However, the planned project as designed has significant issues, as evidenced by the problems faced at the phase 1 sites. Others will speak to issues around community and resident well-being, the lack of support to residents, and the scale of the project, and the mismatch between the residents and the community. I want to talk to you about the flawed process that got us here, and that the committee should defer a decision until some of these issues are meaningfully resolved. As someone who lives close to this project, I need it to be a success. I, like many other members of the community, have spent countless hours learning about the project, about homelessness, learning about what a successful project looks like, attending community engagement sessions, reviewing the RFP, attending the CLC meetings for the phase 1 sites. However, the community engagement process has been more of a pacification effort than a willingness by the Housing Secretariat to meaningfully engage, which is a direct result of the city's use of the MZO for the zoning change. Rather than being upfront about the challenges faced in phase 1 and what is being done differently in phase 2, the Housing Secretariat, along with its proxies, has consistently downplayed concerns and framed community members with real concerns as NIMBYs. It's clear that because of the use of the MZO, the Housing Secretariat has chosen not to listen. Rather than making real changes to the project based on community suggestions, like building it for families or reducing the size to one that has been proven safer, the changes were a couple of parking spaces and moving garbage cans. I participated in almost every meeting that's occurred for this project, including all 3 community engagement sessions, participated in the parking subgroup, joined the CLC, and spoke at the Planning Housing Committee meeting when this item was first presented. The so-called independent consultant who prepared the report appears to have missed a large portion of the meetings that I attended. The community engagement sessions were run by a biased facilitator, speaking down to concerned residents, intentionally avoiding people he knew would speak out against the project, and answering questions instead of the experts who were in attendance, even though some of his information was incorrect. Additionally, the independent consultant was generally very slow with requests for information and questions on the project beyond the canned frequently asked questions. However, I'm not sure this fault lies with them or with city staff providing the information. With the tight timeline that exists for this project, these delays, whether intentional or not, made it very difficult for the community to fully understand the project. At the last community engagement session, the fact that this was a box checking exercise became clear. Rather than responding to the concerns of a community member who had attended the Macy CLC and was raising an issue that was recorded in the minutes of that CLC meeting, the executive director of the Housing Secretariat and the facilitator attempted to discredit this individual rather than engage in meaningful discussion or table the concerns for further study. It appears that because of the use of the MZO, community engagement was a box checking exercise and at best attempted pacification rather than real engagement. By removing the community's ability to appeal a zoning change, which would normally be our right, City Council and this committee are going to approve a flawed project. The major issues that I see include limited amenities for singles in the immediate area, oversized project. Multiple studies show that the project of this type should be less than 50 units. Inadequate support. The design only contemplates 100 square feet of support space, and the RFP for phase 1 suggests the operator is not required to provide mental health or addiction-related supports. Lack of new resident criminal screening. This project is going to be 10 meters from an elementary school, across from a street, a pool, a park, and primarily used by children. Background checks for certain crimes should be required. Additionally, crime has already increased around the Macy site since it has been occupied, but no one can tell us what is being done differently in the phase 2 sites, so it doesn't happen here. Additionally, there are no contingency plans in place. It is hope it works as designed and trust us we'll fix it later, which I am sure is what the residents of phase 1 sites were told. However, as evidenced by phase 1, there's no reason for the city to have the community's trust. Rather than fix existing sites and plan for a better phase 2, the city is steamrolling ahead with additional phases. East York's not full of a bunch of NIMBYs who want this project stopped. In fact, for the most part, we want it to go ahead. However, we don't have the luxury of hoping the project works. We need it to be a success. Because we have to live with it for the next 30 plus years. The same cannot be said for anyone on this committee, the Executive Director of the Housing Secretariat, or Mayor Tory. I would suggest that the Planning Housing Committee defer the approval of this project today until the Housing Secretariat can provide solutions to the issues that are at the Phase 1 sites already and show that they will be implemented at the Phase 2 site so we can have positive outcomes, both for the people they're trying to help and for the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Derek. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you. Next, we have John Burns.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, John.
Thank you. The Housing Secretariat and Miller Consulting have not participated in good faith engagement. Material presented to our community was misrepresented, and feedback provided is not adequately captured in the Community Engagement Summary Report. I only have a limited window, so we'll focus my concerns on well-being for prospective residents in the neighboring community. On March 8th, during our first community engagement session, I inquired about intended outcomes regarding well-being. Abigail Bond responded by saying that a major contributor to resident success is the 24/7 staffing dedicated to provide the health support that they would need. Having later had an opportunity to review the RFP for operators, it was shocking to see no meaningful requirements specified for on-site support services. There is no grading or requirements around qualification of staff or level of service provided. A more comprehensive analysis of the RFP has already been distributed to this committee that outlines concerns in more detail. Further, on May 3rd, at our third community engagement session, Abigail clarified that sites may or may not provide support services at the operator's discretion. Reviewing the architectural plans for the site, I can see that the facility only has 100 square feet dedicated for tenant support, which is only slightly larger than the adjacent janitor closet. Supportive services are woefully inadequate, discretionary, misrepresented, and poorly planned. This is an unacceptable outcome that does not set up prospective residents or the community for success. The Modular Housing website and the summary report provided to this community continues to assert that we do not anticipate any increased public safety issues in the neighborhood as a result of the new modular housing project. This is supported by a reference study by the Wesley Institute. I am legitimately curious if anyone in this committee has actually read that study for the basis of this claim. On March 17th, at the second community engagement session, I shared the following critique. This report was written by the Dream Team, which is a self-reported group of men and women living with mental illness who are current residents of the supportive housing that they were actively evaluating. The approach for the study involved interviewing other tenants of the shelter, staff, supporting the shelter, and a very few number of nearby neighbors. The bias from the authors and interview panel should be significant enough to dismiss the legitimacy of this report. In addition, the authors have deeply conflicting observations that don't align with their conclusions. In the same Wesley Institute report, they actually reference a 2002 study that asserts that crime rates demonstrably increase in the vicinity of larger facilities with 53 or more tenants. The poor methodology, conflicting results, and contradictory references are not the basis for sound decision-making. Deflecting legitimate concerns with reference to this report should be unacceptable to everyone in this meeting. It shows poor judgment and diminishes the credibility of stakeholders in this project. At that time, Abigail acknowledged the concerns with the study and personally committed to send other supporting material. Despite numerous attempts at correspondence, she has never followed up with me. Lura Consulting did respond and shared that no other relevant material was available for Toronto at this time. These and other shortcomings are manifesting themselves in the Phase 1 developments. City staff have direct access to relevant materials and have failed to share or adequately represent operational details of current housing developments. We participated in a Macy CLC meeting and learned the following. We were told that there would be on-site security 24/7. No security staff are present between 8 p.m. and 8 a.m. There is no on-site support for mental health or addiction issues. Support on-site is limited to goal setting, support with resumes, referrals to community services, and connections to employment assistance centers. Police are being called on-site multiple times per day to settle disputes, resolve mental health crises, medical issues, fire alarms, and substance abuse concerns. There is a consistent need for cleanup of discarded needles and feces in the adjacent parking lot. There have been multiple reported break-ins. Reviewing Open Access Toronto Police data, there is a relative 20% proportional increase of major crime indicators in the area in comparison to the previous year. In response to these concerns, Abigail shared that safety and well-being is actually only expected to be stable outside of the building. There is an expectation that on-site staff and residents will require frequent support from police and medical services. The time for improved planning is now, not after a 35-year contract has been signed. I urge this committee to reject current plans until these concerns are appropriately addressed. I request that this committee investigate why material was misrepresented. I request that revised plans actively institute contractual obligations with operators that have measurable outcomes and steps for remediation with regards to resident and community well-being. The reason for expedience of this modular housing is documented as a response to the COVID-19 pandemic. The vaccine is already available to any adult in the city of Toronto. Recommendations from global health organizations suggest that the worst will be behind us before the first resident moves in. I'm in favor of supportive housing in my community. I urge you to not move forward based on misinformation, but rather take the time to revisit current flawed plans and build something that will truly and adequately serve this deserving population and the neighboring community. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Any questions? Seeing none. Next speaker, we have Michael Robinson.
I just have, sorry.
Do you have questions, Councillor Fletcher?
Yes.
Okay,
Where
go
is
ahead.
the supportive housing? Sorry, I'm running out of gas. Where is the supporting housing that you support in the community, John, already?
On this particular site, we've made numerous
No, that's not what I'm asking you. You said that you support supportive housing in the community, and obviously you must have some example there in Willowdale where you are supportive of that. You think it's
Councillor Fletcher, I think you're misunderstood and mistaken what I'm speaking for. This is for the Bracebridge location, not the Willowdale location. I will also reiterate what I said before, which is I'm supportive for using this exact location for supportive housing.
So
and if you had listened to me, I would have said.
My apologies, John.
Okay, can I finish my response? I'd like to address your question.
Can you just let the councillor finish her question?
Here's my question, very clearly. Just tell me, where is a supportive housing project in your neighborhood that you support and that you think is very good? Please just give me one example. Thank you so much.
I am supportive of having supportive housing at 20 Bracebridge Avenue. I am asking that the plans be revised to measure and have improved outcomes for residents and our community.
Right, but
I've
that's
made
not my
numerous
question.
recommendations and an RFP analysis that was distributed to you in advance of this meeting.
Right. No,
I encourage
hear
you
that.
to please read them.
I appreciate that very much.
Thank you.
I'm just asking you that question about, you did say you're very supportive of housing that's already in the community. So just tell me where that location is that.
Councillor Fletcher, this is a straw man argument. I've already answered your question to say that I'm supportive of this particular location. I don't know why you are belittling my points.
John, okay, can we, John, I think the councillor is just trying to get an example from you of a current location that is currently operating, that you think is operating well. So that's, I think, the intent of the question is to see what other projects of supportive housing exist in the community that we could look at that you feel is working well.
That's my question. Thank you for the translation, Sheriff. Sorry. That's exactly my question. Thank you. Now that's all the answer I need. Thanks.
I think it is incumbent on you, Councillor Fletcher, and the executive director of Abigail Bond, the Housing Secretariat, to demonstrate where working models exist. We were told that phase one developments were operating well, but through CLC meeting minutes, which you can read yourself, they are not. I have made recommendations that I think would improve the intended outcomes for this particular.
I really appreciate your recommendations, but my question is, and it's so clear, and the chair has made it so clear, just tell me where the other site or sites are that you know about that you would like us to look at, please. That's such a simple question.
Councillor Fletcher, I believe that's your responsibility, not mine.
No, you just told me you had, so I'm just asking you that question.
Sorry, can you reiterate when I said that?
Just at the end, yeah.
I believe I said that I am supportive of supportive housing in this area.
Okay, so you haven't looked at any other in the East End of any kind, so you have an example or what's working well or not. That's, I'm just going to
The material that was presented to us, I do not believe is working well. This is a novel program. There's only 2 modular housing units that have been built so far, and I do not believe that they are operating as described.
You understand it's supportive housing built in a modular fashion. Do we agree on that?
I do.
So there's many supportive housing projects throughout the East End, and I'm simply asking if you're familiar with any others. And if you're not, so that's okay. I don't mind.
Councillor Fletcher, I've attempted to answer your question to the best of my ability. I'm not sure why you're belittling this as opposed to addressing my concerns.
I am not belittling it. I'm just trying to understand.
I think it's your responsibility to send that material, not mine.
No, it's not actually. You're on the scene. Thank you so much.
Okay, that concludes the questions. Thank you, John. Next speaker, we have Michael Robinson. Good afternoon, Michael.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you for this opportunity to speak with you. This site has more child-focused resources closer than any other site in the city, and almost no resources for single adults. Sadly, the Housing Secretariat refuses to change this poor decision. We've been asked to engage to make this project successful, so I asked for a copy of the service provider RFP, but my request has been ignored. So I've produced an analysis of the RFP from phase 1. I have been involved in procurement for more than 15 years. I've responded to countless RFPs and have been the lead who has written, negotiated, and closed contracts ranging up to almost $100 million. I am extremely well qualified to analyze an RFP. The property management portions of the RFP are very comprehensive. The support services portion and the security and supervision requirements, however, are among the weakest I have ever encountered. Ultimately, the support services, security, and supervision will have a huge impact on the success or failure of this building and should be among the strongest elements of the RFP. I only have time for highlights, but I do hope you will read the full analysis which has been sent to you all. First is the lack of outcome-based requirements for support services. They are used for property management, for example, maintain the building in good repair. So why don't we care about the outcomes for people? The requirements that are listed are poorly defined and insufficiently prescriptive. With a lack of outcome metrics, this will lead to lowest common denominator solutions. This is exacerbated by the evaluation criteria of the RFP. Scoring for the support services plan has insufficient weight relative to other elements. The city will only fund the property management elements of this service. The service provider must secure funding for support services from another source. The city has no control over the security of that funding. Also, since the city expects support service staff will vary by as much as 500%, the RFP should require a variable funding source to accommodate changing needs. Failure to do so would create a situation where the service provider would resist increasing staff to the level that is needed. The section on staffing ratios fails to define how needs are assessed. It produces a number, but it doesn't indicate what that number means. Is it the total number of staff? The number of staff per shift? Do they require the same number of staff at night? What qualifications are required? Will any warm body do, or do they need to be social workers? What about clinical oversight? It's obvious that very little thought went into the staffing requirements. Look at Macy. We have heard right from the police at their CLC that they are on site every day for conflicts, crises, alarms, substance use, and self-harm. This is not a healthy environment that supports people in their journey out of homelessness. Our analysis of police data also shows proportional increase in reported crimes nearby relative to the crime trends of the larger city. The staffing commitments at Macy are clearly inadequate. This supports our call for outcome-based metrics, and we've suggested many within our report. The RFP mentions an intake assessment tool, but the tool is not provided. What range of needs is expected? How can proponents predict what staffing and support they will need to provide? Criminal background checks should be done. We should not exclude anyone or everyone who has a record, but it would be reasonable to consider records. Would it be healthy for residents who are in recovery to have a neighbor with a long record of drug dealing? Should residents who have been victims of violence have to live beside someone with a history of violence? Given the numerous child-focused resources right across the street, is it safe to admit someone with a history of crimes against children? These checks should be required and considered as part of the assessment process. This is just a sample of our report. The problems must be fixed before the Housing Secretariat enters into any more 35-year contracts. Given our community's lack of confidence in the Housing Secretariat, we demand the following. Conduct a thorough review and redesign of the support services, security, and supervision requirements of the RFP. Provide our community an opportunity to critique any proposed changes and make additional changes to reflect reasonable feedback before the RFP is released. These changes can be made without delay to the release of the RFP or the project as a whole, and will benefit not only this site, but also all future sites. Please demonstrate that you care more about the people than you do about the building, and join me in demanding that the RFP be strengthened dramatically to ensure better outcomes. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Any questions? Councillor Bradford.
Thanks very much, Michael. And, I'll just make the comment. Thanks to the folks from East York Cares for the 15-pager. Very comprehensive. I know many of us read that, so thank you. Just want to clarify from that letter. It says that the RFP documents haven't been shared. You obviously have a copy. You went through them line by line. I just wanted to clarify and make sure that you're aware that the report today at PH Planning and Housing Committee and going to council is actually asking staff to prepare an RFP for phase 2. Just want to make sure that everyone's aware it's not written yet. It hasn't been written. We're actually just entering the process to direct them to do that. Just want to make sure you're aware of that.
I do appreciate that. I do find, though, in my history with procurement, which, as I say, is 15 years.
Extensive, yeah.
That when an organization is providing or putting out multiple RFPs, they tend to use the last one as a template. And
for sure.
So I appreciate that it's going to be written, but I would hope that the councillors would ensure, perhaps making your approval contingent upon the next RFP being better than the last. Because
so would it be helpful? Let me just ask then as a follow-up, would it be helpful to have a recommendation that requires lessons learned and to respond to the feedback here and direct staff to respond to that and lessons learned from phase 1 in the next RFP as they go to put pen to paper on that?
I think it would be helpful for them to take the first RFP, the report that we provided with very specific and general concerns, and then when they draft the next RFP to be able to map, okay, here's the concern you had, here's how we addressed it, or perhaps they'll say, we don't agree with this, and they don't address it. But it's very important that we get this right, because you're going to be building many of these, regardless of who you put into it. We all want to make sure it works out properly with the best possible outcomes. And I don't think the last RFP was sufficient to do that.
Okay. Well, thanks very much for the deputation and the correspondence, Michael. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
I just
Councillor
want to follow
Fletcher.
up with that. Thank you. Councillor Bradford's opened that door, which I think is great. And Michael, it's good you have so much procurement experience. Sorry, we're getting an echo here. My apologies. In your correspondence, have you outlined particular things you'd like to see into the RFP? Because I think being really crisp about things that you're making a recommendation for would be very helpful. And then staff can include it or say, we can't for this reason or that reason, etc.
Yeah, and there are many recommendations. One of the fundamental things that I think could be useful is to use outcome-based approaches. So, for example, with a building, they have to maintain the building in good repair. It doesn't say they have to have 5 maintenance people. They have to have the outcome. And so we've recommended a number of potential outcomes that are measurable that could be used for the outcomes for the residents. And so, for example, if you had a situation like you do at Macy, where there's police are there every day or multiple times a day because of crises and everything, that's not a healthy environment for the majority of people who are there just trying to get past their homelessness. So you could have a measure like that where if you're having this number of responses, obviously you need more staff, maybe higher qualifications of staff, maybe more counseling. There are a number of those recommendations in the report that I think could be very helpful. And again, we would very much like to be engaged in that process, and we're happy to review any drafts that they want us to review and comment on. And my understanding from the last summer, the RFP was released in June. They've got about a month to do this, and that should be plenty of time to get proper feedback from the community and to create a much stronger document.
Yeah, I can't speak for the staff, Michael, as you know, about turning it around and moving quickly. As you know, we are in an emergency. But having your input as to if those things could work, or I think that's very helpful. Not obviously guaranteeing that all can go in, but at least having your list of suggestions is great. And thank you for being proactive in that way and positive. It's good. Thanks a lot.
Well, thank you. It has been sent to all the councillors on the PHC and to
I
Abby
understand.
Bond, who's the mayor.
Yep. I'm sure your councillor will make sure staff get that for very clear review.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. I think that concludes our questioning. Thanks, Michael. Next speaker, we have Brian, Brian Schultz. Brian?
Correct. Thank you, Deputy Mayor and Madam Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Very good. Thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you for allowing me to speak on this important item. My name is Brian Schultz. I'm a Ward 19 resident, and I am in favor of supportive housing in my ward and throughout the city. The agenda item before the committee today is, in part, to seek an MZO for the Trenton Cedarvale Modular Housing Project. I have no issue with the process, as indeed this will expedite development. My concern, however, is that the project in its current form, along with other city supportive housing developments recently built or planned, falls well short of the provincial interest to, in part, quote, provide the adequate provision of a full range of housing, including affordable housing, end quote. For the Trenton Cedarvale project, I participated in all the community engagement sessions. I and many others questioned the proposed development of 64 studio units as opposed to a demonstrably successful model of mixed individual and family housing in keeping with East York area demographics. Given the development's location next to a school, parks, and amenities, this site provides a nurturing and supportive environment for previously homeless children to have a proper start in life. What struck me at those community engagement sessions and in the staff report before you today was the sole reason offered by staff and by Laura why families are not to be housed at Trenton Cedarvale. To quote the Laura report, response to feedback session, statistics as of January 2021 and corrected for error, quote, of the 7,829 people who are actively homeless, 1,239 or 16% were in families, while 6,590 or 84% were single adults and youth. Families also represent a smaller share of those experiencing chronic homelessness, so the share of that group is even lower. 11% of those experiencing chronic homelessness were individuals in family households, end quote. This response, in effect saying that no units are to house families because of their smaller share of those experiencing chronic homelessness, is blissfully ignorant at best and downright disrespectful at worst. The 1,239 people actively homeless in families in this city, some no doubt infants and young children, deserve better. I know that the city is oriented toward data-driven decision-making process. Please let me outline some data to suggest a change in course is needed. The city's supportive housing developments website lists 9 locations built or planned, including Trenton Cedarvale, totaling 848 units. None of the developments list families as a planned resident. A total of only 4 units at 222 Spadina Avenue are planned to be 2-bedroom units across all 9 developments. 4 2-bedroom units out of 848 units total. Put another way, less than 0.5% of the total number of units planned or built to date under the supportive housing program are designed to accommodate a family unit. 0.5% is a far cry from 11%, 16%, or whatever metric one wishes to use to quantify people and families who are currently homeless. Clearly, the city's modular housing initiative and broader supportive housing program is not providing a full range of housing to those in need, given such an underrepresentation of families. I implore this committee to ask staff to adjust course on the Trenton Cedarvale development to best meet the provincial interest mentioned earlier and to ensure this development better addresses the need of the population it seeks to serve. Rather than construct 64 studio units, revise the design at Trenton Cedarvale to provide for a mixed model of 16 studio units and 24 2-bedroom units, each made from combining 2 planned studio units into 1. The modular design and construction method can easily accommodate this design change, and the revised plan would provide for the following. First, lower construction cost from fewer electrical and plumbing hookups, fewer kitchen and bathroom fit-outs, and fewer HVAC units. Second, lower ongoing servicing and maintenance costs due to fewer units to monitor and maintain. Third, 24 of a revised total of 824 supportive housing units to date, or 2.9%, would then be designated for families within the city's supportive housing development framework. This is still short of the need to serve the 11% or 60% family share of the homeless population, but it is an improvement from the current 0.5% and is a start to achieve proper proportional representation. And most importantly, more individuals can be housed at Trenton Cedarvale over the current plan, as the family units may have 3 or perhaps 4 in one unit. At the end of the day, the last 2 points is what it's all about, providing safe, secure, and welcoming supportive housing to the greatest number of people as soon as possible, while respecting the demographic composition of the community the city wishes to support. It is important that this committee and full council provide the proper direction to city staff to fully address the aims of supportive housing. Please have the courage to refocus efforts today to allow this and future developments best meet the needs of our full homeless population. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you so much for joining us today. Next, we have Sarah Salvatore.
Hello?
Good afternoon, Sarah. You have 5 minutes. Thanks for joining us.
Hi. Good afternoon. I hope everyone's doing well. Just quickly before I begin, is Mr. Perk present?
I'm sorry,
He's been gone for...
I'm sorry, if you can proceed with your presentation.
Yeah, I just want to ensure that everyone who's voting is actually, in fact, listening to the comments. But he's there, so perfect. I will begin. So I attended this meeting today to discuss concerns specifically with the proposed density of the building. The city has produced a report by the Wellesley Institute as its response to alleviate some of the community's concerns. This report was provided directly by Abby Bond, and it's the sole report the city has produced to date regarding supportive housing buildings' impacts to surrounding areas. Its findings were publicized by the city as a valid source of information and as a standard to which the city is measuring community impacts upon. So I'd just like to address some of the inconsistencies between the city's study's findings and the city's proposal. So the study found that supportive housing buildings with 53 or more residents experienced an increase in crime in the immediate surrounding vicinity. It also found that the residents of the supportive housing buildings were often the victims of this increased crime because it created too large a pool of vulnerable individuals that ill-intentioned people could essentially prey upon and stake out the building. So why is the city proposing 64 units when their own supportive documents indicate that buildings over 52 units would produce safety repercussions for the surrounding community as well as the building's residents? Individuals experiencing homelessness are a highly vulnerable group, and every precaution should be taken for their safety. To knowingly put them in an environment where there is a greater risk of adverse treatment and adverse impact by exceeding a safe building density is discriminatory behavior. If the committee allows this building proposal to proceed as is, you're essentially saying that it is okay to purposefully jeopardize safety for the sake of filling a quota. We all want to house as many people as we can, but it shouldn't be done at the expense of well-being and safety, especially when that's so easily avoidable. There are no studies or research to support the safety of the current proposed density. It's unfortunately just not appropriate for this specific type of housing. Ignoring safe building density limits is not a human rights focused approach, as Abby had mentioned earlier. The city has echoed to this community at numerous meetings that they do not anticipate any crime impacts on the surrounding area. Yet their own preferred report clearly states that there is a crime impact at this density, particularly for the building's residents. If the city's mission statement and its statements to the community are genuine, the proposal should be amended to a lower number of units before being allowed to proceed for an MZO. If we aren't taking our new neighbors' well-being and safety seriously, and we're not taking the surrounding community's well-being and safety seriously, what are we all even doing here? We're just simply taking one problem and replacing it with another rather than creating meaningful solutions. It seems like a rather straightforward resolution: reduce the density to a safe level. The city officials have stated in their final report to this committee that the goal is to provide safe, quality housing. If safety is in fact a priority, this committee and the city will ensure that the density of this building at the very least reflects that which is outlined as safe in the city's own reports. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any questions? Seeing none. Thank you, Sarah. Next, we have Rocky Petkov.
Howdy, can y'all folks hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, Rocky.
Beautiful. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and folks on the committee. I'd like to begin today by thanking Councillor Bradford for not only being a champion, but also a shepherd of this project in face of both local opposition as well as some nationwide media attention. I appear before the committee today as someone who lives just 2 blocks away from the site that a year from now, I hope, will house 64 new members of our community. As such, I'm sure you can understand that this is a planning process that I have followed rather closely, though seeing the hostility directed by some towards this project and the kinds of people who might soon live there, I have felt both grief and disappointment in my community. However, it is this very grief that has propelled me to, well, stand before y'all today. With projects like these, a reactionary current often dominates the conversation, as the voices that seek to shut down the project or at least move it to somewhere else often dominate. So to help counter this current, I feel that it is incumbent upon those of us that wish to see progress, for people like me, to use my voice to say that I unequivocally support this project. I support this project because we live in a city where the twin crises of affordability and houselessness have become so ingrained that they now appear intractable. For many who have fallen off the housing ladder, it can feel as if the only options are precarious outdoor encampments or using a shelter system that makes many folks feel unsafe. Either option contributes to a riptide that swallows all but the strongest swimmers. While many, both within and without city government, try to intervene, these interventions often amount to little more than tossing a life vest their way. Enough to prevent drowning, to be sure, but all too often, those experiencing houselessness are pulled deeper into the cycle of chronic homelessness. Stranded in the middle of the sea, weakened and depleted, there is little chance they'll ever make it back to shore. It is time that we switch our approach. It is time we take the swimmer out of the water and ferry them to dry land. And the construction of modular and supportive units like those on Cedarvale Avenue is just this sort of approach. These 64 units will not only provide a roof over folks' heads, they will restore a sense of dignity so basic that many of us here take it for granted. It is the dignity of having a place to call one's own and a community with which they can integrate. It is the stability of having a fixed address and simply knowing that one will end the night sleeping in their own bed, free from the fear of eviction or being roused at the crack of dawn to simply get a move on. This will be transformative for many lives. This internal stability, just checking the time, sorry. This internal stability, coupled with the external supports, will empower some of our city's most vulnerable residents to break out of cycles of harm and instead begin cycles of healing and growth. My only complaint about this project is that when faced with the scale of houselessness in Toronto, where in 2019 it was estimated that some 8,000 people experience houselessness every night in our city, 64 units, or let's say the roughly 200 across the proposals in motion for phases 1 and 2, can feel a bit inadequate. But 64 is greater than 0, and thus I choose, perhaps foolishly, to have hope. The speed with which these modular projects have progressed from drawings on the page to bricks on the street have demonstrated that with the proper incentives and a bit of will, the city is capable of taking action with the speed and decisiveness to make meaningful progress on ending the epidemic of homelessness in our city. If we're to build the 18,000 supportive units that the city has targeted for this decade, it will be incumbent that we do not lose the momentum that we've built. So, in order to keep this momentum going, I call upon this committee and council to take action. As council, staff, and members of the community will all have a role to play. I hope this committee recommends this proposal to the full council. I hope the council adopts it. I hope that staff continues their diligent work to ensure that projects like the one at Cedarvale meet the needs of community members both old and new. And lastly, I hope that when move-in day comes, that my community greet our new neighbors with an open mind and heart instead of hostility and suspicion. To those who would rather this project move elsewhere, I ask, if not here, then where? If not us, then who? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rocky. Any questions, the speaker? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today. Next, we have Julia Burns. Julia, good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, perfectly. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. My name is Julia Byrne, and I'm the incumbent of Church of the Resurrection, which is an Anglican church on Woodbine Avenue, south of Mortimer. I'm here today alongside Dion Oxford, who also is a member of our congregation, and he has run shelters for the Salvation Army for the past 25 years and is former director of Salvation Army Gateway. We are here before you to express the support of Church of the Resurrection for the city's modular housing project at Cedarvale and Trenton in our East York neighborhood. It's not far from our church building and the homes of some of our members. We commend you for your leadership in helping to advance this project. Toronto is facing a crisis in homelessness, and we must act to care for those who are most affected. Our faith calls us to care for the poor and those in need. And we are a church community that takes this call seriously, and we actively look for ways to be a blessing to our neighborhood and to our city. We are pleased to see this modular housing project being developed in East York to provide housing for up to 64 individuals, and the need is still great. And so we call on City Council to continue to increase its efforts to address the homelessness crisis in Toronto. We are committed to actively participating with the whole community in creating a safe and caring neighborhood and in welcoming the future residents of this housing complex. We will look for practical ways to do so and welcome your suggestions on how we might best contribute to this modular housing project. We look forward to working with you over the course of its development. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Julia. Any questions? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today. Next, we have Frank Mara. Good afternoon, Frank.
Hello.
Yes, good afternoon, Frank. You have 5 minutes. Thanks for joining us.
Good afternoon. I'll keep my remarks short because I believe many points that I've raised in my written submissions have been covered quite well, and a few added features. But there is one that I'd like to expound on a bit. This whole housing model is predicated on a lot of federal funding for at least the capital costs. But there's been little discussion and certainly no analysis I've seen regarding the operating cost. Given that the city's plan is to create some 18,000 affordable units, presumably much of that subsidized housing, there's a larger question here, and goes to actually the viability of the project in the long run, of whether there is any sustainable funding that has been assured to the city and to the program itself. What I would dread, and I think many people in favor of supportive housing, whether at this location or any other, is that at one day it's going to collapse under its own weight and scale, not being affordable. That's already been a long-standing issue with the TCHC homes and complexes, and continues to dog that entity. Are we not possibly creating a new sort of problem of the same sort by, rushing ahead without that sure-footedness before us? That is quite a concern, because the alternative then becomes that the cost to maintain this infrastructure that you wish to create here today and in the future is going to be borne by the city taxpayer. And we already know that city finances are quite challenged already. So that's one thing I think needs to be brought into this consideration, whether today for this particular project or others going forward, of course, because the numbers, we're in early days here. Certainly, we're basically crawling at this point. We're not even yet walking, and we can't get to a running pace, certainly, without some funding here. So that's something I think, whether, again, it influences your decision today, has to be brought to the table for staff to consider going forward. We can't create the hope among the homeless, among ourselves, as citizens, as residents, as lovers of our city, that we're going to do something fine and noble and then fail. Because that would be quite the opposite of what the spirit should be behind this. That we can do it well and effectively. Many people have already raised points and considerations in that regard. But certainly the financings can't be ignored. Certainly not for long. And near as I know, at best, there's a 1-year time window right now for that picture is relatively assured. How many units those dollars may cover, I can't quantify. The numbers that someone raised before are horrifyingly high on a per unit basis, rivaling easily what you would find in an open marketplace. So, consideration of the dollars and where they're coming from and who's going to pay. If it's going to be a taxpayer, we ought to know now. We ought to be planning for that day. I don't see anything anywhere that touches on these points. And I think there are going to be major considerations. And we can't keep kicking down the road, the big picture for a short-term thrill and great optics. As much as, there's that temptation. And certainly there's been lots of delay that urges the city to move more quickly now than they have in the past. It still can't be done without that sound footing. And that has certainly not been addressed or raised or considered or spoken to. And I think that needs to be becoming an overarching theme here, that we can do it because we have the money, because we have the resources, and we have, speaking of resources, one thing that has been mentioned actually is critical importance. The quality, or at least not to some degree, the quality of staffing. Nothing's been assured that the people who are to be served are going to be served by people who are qualified or at least experienced to serve them well. Again, same principle. We can't create a hope that they're going to have a win-win scenario when you haven't got, the talent, if you will, to carry it off. Thank you. That's the last of my remarks.
Thank you, Frank. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today. Next, we have Lisa Scarfo.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
You've heard from several, thanks. You have heard from several of my neighbors who have worked hard and invested many personal hours to collect and bring this data to you because we love our neighborhood. And I'm so grateful to have met them and for the work they've done, as numbers and formulas are not my forte. So I approach you today as a neighbor, a parent, a volunteer, and most importantly, as a human being. I am asking for your help. I absolutely believe that my neighbors and I are best equipped to support other families, and my greatest concern is that we achieve a positive outcome. I don't envy your task of governing during these unsteady times, but to say that this development has gotten off to a rocky start would be an understatement. This community heard its first whisperings through rumors between neighbors and not from city outreach. Since then, there has not been a great improvement to communication and transparency, and often we find that we are subject to admonishment for asking our questions, rather than provided answers, education, and opportunities for meaningful discourse. What we've needed from the start and what every community needs going forward is compassion, not just for those seeking shelter, but also those feeling the strain of change and increased responsibility during this time of uncertainty. From the start, we have heard from Abby Bond, Councillor Bradford, and even Mayor Tory himself that the success of this project depends on the community coming together and getting involved. I totally agree, but unfortunately, I feel like collectively we are seen and treated as a barrier to this project instead of an asset and a partner. While I understand needing to streamline a process to be able to roll it out in multiple locations, every neighborhood has its own unique qualities, challenges, and contributions to make that should not be overlooked. It is unfair to ask a community to shoulder responsibility for a development like this while its impact is being minimized. For all of the descriptions we've heard of our new neighbors being just another group of renters and describing the building as merely affordable housing, we understand that this is supportive housing for people who are difficult to house because of their own special set of circumstances. In Phase 1, the RFP suggests that the operators of both locations are held to more specific guidelines and penalties regarding building management than on providing the support part of the supportive housing. This is a terrible disservice to incoming and existing residents who understand that success for this project means positive outcomes for the entire community. And I urge you to make this a greater focus. It's safe to say that amongst many circumstances that lead to homelessness, most of people's concerns revolve around struggles with addiction and mental illness. I don't have a lot of experience with those struggling with addiction, but I'm keenly aware of how mental illness can impact a family and a community, as I grew up in a home with a parent who continues to struggle today. I'm speaking from a very privileged place, as resources and support have always been available to us, and it overwhelms me to think of where we would be were that not the case. And I know that housing is not enough. There are so many neighbors here and a community liaison committee made up of dozens of active community members who see a need for more than welcome baskets and barbecues, which are also important, but our skills, knowledge, and time are being wasted when caring voices are not being heard. I have 2 young children at Parkside Elementary School, and I've been volunteering there as a member of the Parent Council and the breakfast program since my oldest began school 6 years ago. The breakfast program feeds everyone, whether families can afford to contribute to the cost or not. If you visit Parkside, you'll find a diverse group of children who understand what the land acknowledgement means and who are already mindful and advocate for their schoolmates with special needs. You will find staff who model kindness and empathy and parents who come out in droves to support each other when we see a need. One social media post provided clothing and school supplies for a family just yesterday. Instead of creating a space that parents feel like our children should avoid, which this could easily turn into with improper planning, I would love for this to be an example to them of how people can thrive and integrate with their community when their needs are met. This is where I feel like the Planning and Housing Committee and all of our City Council can really set us up for success. We need you to lead right now with compassion, starting with meaningful engagement and the opportunity to recognize how each location is unique and how every neighborhood will be able to reasonably contribute in a distinct way. We need potential barriers to community safety to be anticipated and disclosed, and to be part of the dialogue to provide solutions. That alone would begin fostering trust and acceptance. I am asking you to support all of us in supporting this initiative by implementing the changes that my neighbors and I have been putting forward for months, and starting every phase of the Modular Supportive Housing Initiative by working in good faith with communities across Toronto who are already running on empty after this year of uncertainty. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your deputation. Any questions? Seeing none, next we have Patricia.
I just had one.
Oh, Councillor Fletcher, sorry, I didn't get that. I hope Lisa's still there. Lisa?
Is she still there?
Yep, I'm still here.
Okay, there you go. You have some questions from Councillor Fletcher.
I just have one because I noticed when we were going through earlier, and you probably did too, and you're very aware of this, that some of the residents would be Indigenous. And I'm wondering how that would relate to what you just said, which I'm really impressed by, that your kids and the students at Parkside do the land acknowledgement and understand the land acknowledgement. Do you see that as something that has just a natural connection?
I think that supporting our community and supporting our Indigenous citizens as well is something that's really emphasized at Parkside. We're very lucky to have a very small school and a very tight-knit community that generally does support each other. And I definitely see a connection between the two. I like finding ways where we can integrate this project with the work that we do at Parkside so that we can kind of, forgive the expression, but killing two with one stone. I think that that the more streamlined it is for us to provide help, the better.
Thank you. Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Thank you, Lisa. And next speaker, we have Patricia Cartier.
Yes,
I'm sorry,
hello.
Patricia. It's been a long day.
Hi, thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity to address this committee. I'm honored to speak in passionate support of this modular supportive housing plan. When I ventured out of my house during the pandemic...
Sorry, I can't hear the deputant chair. I cannot hear.
Say that again, Councillor Fletcher. I couldn't hear you.
It's me, but I'm having a lot of trouble hearing this deputant.
Okay, let's try one more time. Patricia, can you start over again?
Sure.
Is that better, Councillor Fletcher?
Can you hear me now?
Okay, let's continue. I'll start over your time, Patricia.
All right, thank you. So as I said, thank you very much for the opportunity to address the committee. I'm honored to speak in passionate support of this modular supportive housing plan. Whenever I venture out from my home during this pandemic, I'm struck by the number of homeless human beings I see in doorways, on street corners, in public parks, and in the underbrush by the Don Valley Trail as it cuts through Stan Wadlow Park. I cannot believe that this is the Toronto we have created and that this is the Toronto we want to bring to the future. So when I heard about this plan to do something immediate and compassionate that would literally begin to end homelessness in our city, I was ecstatic, both for the people chosen for these units and for the future of the city I love. Then I started hearing much of the opposition to the plan. And I ask you, since when did East York get so full of itself? We've always prided ourselves on our down-home friendliness, and now we're too precious to allow poor people to move in? I would like to ask the most vocal opponents if they had to pass inspection by their neighbors before they moved to the neighborhood. Many, of course, cloak their opposition in a supposed concern for the children. One would think that the children don't see homeless human beings on all sides in their neighborhood every day. I say that for the children, we must absolutely proceed with this modular housing plan. It's their future city that's on the line here. It's they who are now growing up with the impression that some human beings are discardable. We must take this step to show Toronto's children that adults value compassion and kindness above all. Some opponents also demand that the housing be placed somewhere far from the hoity-toity boulevards of East York, away from the shops and libraries, parks, and people that make life enjoyable for themselves and for the formerly homeless. I say look at the barrios and slums on the outskirts of cities in other parts of the world to see how well this despicable approach works. In closing, I'd like to thank Brad Bradford for his courage in pushing forward with this initiative with consummate patience and respect. My hat is off to him. And I urge the committee to recommend approval of this initiative quickly and move swiftly forward on other developments that will truly make homelessness a part of Toronto's past. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Patricia. Any questions? Seeing none, thanks for joining us. Next, we have Paul Bruce.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Paul.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, committee, for allowing me to speak today. And thank you, everybody, for giving me the privilege to hear your perspectives on the issue. As mentioned, my name is Paul Bruce. I'm the CEO of COTA. I'm here today speaking on behalf of my organization and the neighborhood, who unfortunately, due to technical challenges, weren't able to join us. Together, COTA and the neighborhood group were the successful proponents for the Phase 1 modular housing sites of both Dover Court and 11 Macy. And certainly, much like the Toronto Alliance to End Homelessness, are here to lend our support for the Phase 2 modular housing sites identified in today's agenda. And we have strongly encouraged the committee to approve the recommendations in the staff reports for each of those sites. We do have a homelessness crisis in the city of Toronto. We do have mounting pressure on the emergency shelter system. Many of the people that use that shelter system experience chronic homelessness, which is very unfortunate. And there is a great deal of promise in being able to build housing in a rapid way using modular construction methods, and to layer in supports that would help those tenants who move into those locations to be successful in their lives. And I just wanted to spend a few minutes dispelling any myths or mistruths of what's happening in the Phase 1 modular sites. So as I mentioned, the neighborhood group is the partner that we work with. They, in this arrangement, are the building operators, so they act as the landlord and take care of the property management services. They have a wealth of experience. They're a multi-service organization, and they presently operate over 438 housing units across the city of Toronto. COTA, as being a support provider, has been serving people living with mental health and cognitive challenges in the city of Toronto for over 45 years. We also operate 500 units, or over 500 units of supportive housing across the city, and we offer a variety of services beyond supportive housing to people living with mental health challenges, substance use issues, geriatric mental health conditions, acquired brain injuries, developmental disabilities, and those experiencing homelessness. A question, I think, called into play the nature and level of support that are available at the sites. So for 11 Macy, there is indeed 24-hour staffing at the site, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. There are roughly, the shifts overlap somewhat, but there are 6 staff in the morning, 5 staff in the afternoon, 3 staff overnight, plus a security guard overnight. And at the Dovercourt site, there are 4 staff in the morning, 4 staff in the afternoon, 2 staff overnight, plus a security guard also working alongside of them overnight. The types of supports that we assist people with are housing stability and eviction prevention supports, personal recovery related counseling and support pertaining to people if they have it, a mental health challenge or a substance use challenge. We help every resident develop a personal crisis response plan in relation to their individual situations. We assist people with their medication reminders and safe storage. We offer harm reduction and relapse prevention counseling and supports. We're there to support people with activities of daily living, with rent collection and arrears payments, connections to primary health care, volunteer and employment opportunities, quite a comprehensive list of supports that we provide to people day in and day out. There's maintenance staff on site. We have our clinical manager on site every day. There's a property manager at each site. There's emergency answering services for residents during off hours for property management related issues. There's an opt-in meal program for people that choose to purchase into a meal service, and there's free laundry services for everybody. So we feel that we're providing a very comprehensive suite of services to people who have been marginalized and experiencing chronic homelessness in our city. And the reality is that we have not seen an increase in crime rates in the surrounding areas as a direct result of the introduction of the modular housing sites or the tenants of modular housing sites. We have had, by design and circumstance, quite a lot of engagement with the community police liaison officers at the sites, and quite honestly, that's been very supportive and collaborative. And I'll say that in instances, we've saved lives. We've saved people's lives. And I think that's a good take-home message here. Both sites, as you can imagine, faced initially resistance and fears and anxiety of local residents. And, having had about 6 months of experience with the sites to date, our new residents at the sites say that they're very appreciative. They want to be accountable for the great thing that's been offered to them. And some of the people who had expressed initial hesitations and fears have turned around. I've got a quote here from one Macy community resident that states that last summer, I vehemently opposed the introduction of modular housing to my already dense community. The building design does fit into the neighborhood, and when landscaping is completed, it should look quite nice. I joined the community liaison and outreach committees as I wanted to maintain communication with the city in case there were problems at 11 Macy. We meet via Zoom once a month, and so far, I've been glad with the interaction. My resistance has given way to trust, and so far, there have been no adverse interactions between 11 Macy and the community that I know of. So I just wanted to bring those facts forward.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Councillor Bradford.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thanks very much for coming, Paul. That's actually very helpful. Appreciate the work that you're doing on phase 1, and that last piece that you said there, quote from a resident, that's quite impactful. Our resistance has given way to trust. That's good. I think we're working our way through that right now. Could you just give us some lessons learned from phase 1 that might be helpful for the city? Perhaps things that you're sharing with them right now as we contemplate and move through phase 2. Is there any, are you seeing any of that feedback incorporated into some of the designs on the site plan, some of the things coming forward in phase 2 proposals?
Well, I think the amenity space for 11 Macy and Dovercourt were adequate as far as staff office and amenity space for tenants. We want to see that replicated depending on the scale of the building, perhaps increased. From an operational RFP perspective, giving proponents as much time as possible, not only to apply to an RFP if they happen to be interested, but also to ramp up and recruit their staff prior to the building opening. We had the unfortunate experience of trying to ramp up new staff teams during the second wave of the pandemic, which proved to be quite difficult for us. And we were very fortunate that we were able to pull it off, but it was a stress-filled couple of months during wave 2, as we were also seeing the clock tick away as far as the eventual opening dates of the 2 cities.
Okay, that's good to know. I think we've heard a lot of concern. We've heard it on the line today. I've heard it in my inbox and on calls. Concern about the minutes from the CLC and Macy, and I'd like to get your view from CODA and being involved with that in particular. I think, and we heard this on the Willowdale site earlier, it's very easy for information to kind of run away from us. It's very easy for misinformation to sort of get out there. Could you give us some more information about the claims, the drug paraphernalia, the needles, all that sort of stuff that has been discussed and talked about and sort of seems to stem from CLC meeting minutes? What's your take on that?
The issues of needles in the neighborhoods surrounding 11 Macy predated modular housing, and I think if referenced in the meeting at all were just comments while the police were present in the meeting around those types of issues, but not a direct relation in any way to the introduction of the modular housing site or the tenants within the modular housing site. We will, on a go-forward basis, make sure that if there are tangent discussions, while the police are there, that the community is interested in talking about, that we minute them as separate and distinct from the affairs that are being discussed in relation to the modular housing and the tenants of the modular housing specifically.
Okay, and 2 more things. Staffing numbers. You just gave us a very comprehensive overview of the staffing supports, both operationally, also on the maintenance side. I appreciate that there's the CODA component neighborhood group.
Yes.
But the supports that are available, the security on site, that's a lot of information. Why do you think there's such a disconnect from what is out there, pervasive in Facebook groups and community and residents, the idea that there is inadequate staff, the idea that there's not security or it's not safe? How do you think we could correct the record and improve that?
I think hopefully today the information that I'm sharing will go a long way in dispelling those myths. We do have very comprehensive supports on site. Moving forward with any planned new sites, I think making that information available to the CLC as early on as possible once you've figured out who your operators and support providers are, and introducing those models to the communities would be of value. And we've certainly made it known in the CLC meeting, so I'm not quite sure where the information got twisted or misinterpreted.
Yeah, I think the big gap is just like not having the information. That's not on you or anyone in particular. It's just not having that information, and then people try and fill the gaps, and then we're kind of on the back foot. Sure. That's been my experience through this so far. And to that end, last question here. Hate to put you on the spot, but you're here. Would you, with the folks at CODA or neighborhood group, be interested in doing a bit of a fact finding or presentation with anyone who might be interested in the community here at East York to help clarify some of this stuff? Do you have a slide deck or something?
Do we have? I'm sorry, run that by me again, Brett.
Would you be open to doing a presentation with folks from East York or the community who might be interested to learn more about the extent of the supports that are on the site?
Sure,
the number
absolutely. We're at your beck and call. You welcome us to whatever forum you'd like, and we'd be happy to speak to constituents in your community.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thanks very much for stopping by today.
Thank you, Councillor Bradford. Any other questions? Seeing none, thanks, Paul, for participating today. And our next speaker is Gordon Fernandez. Good afternoon, Gordon.
Hi there. Good afternoon. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Perfect. First of all, the last speaker had about 6.5 minutes to speak before Q&A. I should be under 5 minutes, but in the event that I'm not, I just ask that you guys allow me to complete my argument, assuming I don't drag on too long. I do appreciate everybody giving me the opportunity to speak today and participate in the session. I want to first acknowledge Brad Bradford. Brad Bradford, I never knew Brad Bradford. Well, I kind of got to know Bradford just before the announcement came out. And I have to say that Brad has been super helpful in trying to reach out, facilitate conversation. And he was obviously in a difficult situation. And I think the people at East York Cares in our community are definitely supportive. We just need some answers, and we need to be able to see some of those concerns be addressed. And we have not seen a lot of that stuff happen before. We're promised it'll come afterwards. And what we're saying here is before we're awarding 35-year long-term contracts, that we actually address these issues prior. So I just wanted to get that out of the way first. I want to thank Brad for his continued support and making himself available. Now, that said, I want to say a couple things. I want to go on the record here and saying I am supportive of helping people in need. I do help people in need. I object to this development as it is currently designed because we have failed to address a lot of the concerns of the local community. I think the community engagement process for the modular housing site at Trenton Cedarvale, despite the work that Brad has done by himself, he's done some fantastic work. I think it's unacceptable. I'm hoping that today my concerns and the concerns of my community are heard and truly considered. When the announcement of this project was made public in late February, I didn't have many of the details regarding the plan, nor the information about how it was going to impact my community. As such, I set out to get some answers to my questions, of which there were numerous conversations and emails with Brad. Learning that there would be community engagement meetings to address how this project would move forward, I was optimistic that the city would value community feedback from residents directly impacted by the new project. After 3 community engagement sessions and almost 3 months later, hundreds of hours put in by numerous residents, the city has yet to consider any of our reasonable concerns nor make a concession. There have been a number of items that myself and my community have signaled as worrisome, and these include the following. Number 1, the use of a repressive minister zoning order to override the democratic approval and appeal process that we as tax-paying citizens should be afforded. Number 2, the blatant rejection of families as potential tenants of this project, of a project as critical as this, and hence the further marginalization of this segment of the homeless population. The family option, even though, a blatant rejection of this family option, even though the development could be built within the same time period, cost less, and help more people with strong community support. So a real chance at meaningful, positive, like real outcomes, sustainable outcomes for those affected. That was rejected, and we're all scratching our heads here. Number 3, the increased density of predominantly adult males with high support needs in an area of the city that offers very little to help them build the foundation that is needed for successful outcomes. Number 4, the absence of on-site treatment programs for tenants living with substance abuse or mental health needs, and replacing these invaluable services with on-site harm reduction programs designed for unsuccessful outcomes and/or failure. Number 5, the decision to abandon criminal screenings of tenants, yet housing them in locales largely populated by innocent and vulnerable children and the facilities that are meant to support them. And 6, alarming accounts and video footage from residents and business owners in the communities across Toronto attesting to the repercussions of failed government attempts to house these vulnerable people successfully. These concerns have been met with indifference and neglect during our community engagement processes. The responses by city officials have been devoid of truth and transparency, and the progress in this process has been one-sided, benefiting the agenda of the city alone. The concerned community has been treated as simple-minded sheep, only beneficial to the city by what we can shed off our backs. We have been told that the success of this project will depend on the support of the local community, and as such, the city should not be wasting taxpayer dollars on a project that would fail without our continued support. We should not be double taxed. We should focus on a solution where we can actually ensure positive outcomes. I'm asking that the committee today suspend the project until the city agrees to engage with the community in a fair and meaningful way and agrees to work with the community to implement an effective plan which will benefit tenants through genuine supports and ensure successes.
Thank you, Gordon.
It's important to, sorry, is it possible for me to just finish
last
up this
thought, last sentence. Yep.
All right. It's very important to note that that in the depositions that have been provided today, that there is a conflict of interest that has been put forward. We've heard a deposition from an individual who stands to benefit economically from a long life contract with the City of Toronto, and that is Coda Health.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
All right. One last thing. There is a member
that is
who's been
it. That is
trying
it. Gordon, any questions of the speaker? Seeing none. Thank you for joining us today, Gordon. And that concludes the list of speakers for today. Any questions of staff? Councillor Bradford.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to be brief because I have a bunch of questions. First to planning and then housing secretariat. City planning, we're discussing the site plan. We've made some significant changes here along the way. You outlined them briefly in the presentation. Could you talk me through how those changes will make for a better functioning building here on the site in the community?
I believe we have Jeremy Clout on the line, Councillor, to help you with your question.
Yeah, sorry, my apologies. Through you, the chair. Yeah, through the consultation process and meeting with the councillor and hearing the concerns of the community, the plans have changed fairly significantly from the initial submission to the most recent one. We've added additional indoor amenities. We've reduced the unit count. We've internalized the garbage. We've added some parking stalls next to the building, and we're going to continue to move through the site plan review process to improve amenities and outdoor landscaping and such.
Okay. Are we closer to achieving our own guidelines for modular buildings and different development performance standards that we would want to see on a private application on a site like this, reflecting these changes?
Through you, Chair, yes, that is true. I mean, we do have the modular housing urban design guidelines, and we do review the proposals against those internal guidelines. And for the most part, we have achieved all those guidelines. With respect to amenity space, we're achieving what the bylaw requires, 2 meters squared per unit, outdoor amenity space as well. So yes, we are achieving our guidelines.
Do you think that these changes would be helpful on subsequent modular projects and that this is what we should be setting out and striving for in subsequent projects following phases going forward?
Through the chair, yes. From phase 1 even to phase 2, there was a number of improvements, and I suspect that from phase 2 to phase 3, should there be a next phase, we will continue to evolve modular housing and create a better product moving forward.
Thanks very much, sir. Over to the Housing Secretariat. Thanks so much for all your work on this, Abby. I know this has been tough sledding for all of us, and your team has been working very, very hard on that. I know it's an emotional and hot item for a lot of folks, and you're at the tip of that spear. So my gratitude for your work on it. I know it's not easy, but hearing the community's concerns, and a big part of our job at the city is managing that risk. So we got a 15-page letter on largely RFP process things. Can you tell us that in the rare instance with respect to the city, when things aren't going as they were articulated in a contract or a proposal, what sort of steps do we have to take as a city to ensure more can be done or to get a project back on the rails if it comes off? What sort of mechanisms do we have in place?
Thanks, Councillor, and through the chair, thank you to you and your staff as well for all the support and guidance that you've given us during this process. It's been very helpful. In relation to the RFP document, that's an invitation and an opportunity for us to pick the best partners that are available to us. As a result, once we've chosen our proponent, we then enter a lease. So it's really the lease document, which is a contractual document which outlines the housing operators, requirements in relation to the building upkeep, and also we usually enter a contribution agreement which also identifies the support services that will be on site. So we have several agreements that we enter into which lay out and really kind of govern, if you like, help us oversee the outcomes. And should any provider or operator not meet our expectations in relation to operations and are in contravention of the lease or any of the agreements, we have the ability to terminate those arrangements and choose somebody else.
So it's the lease that's really driving all of the contractual obligations. That makes a good deal of sense. Have we made any changes? And I know that we're approving you to have the direction to go forward with the RFP today, and I want to clarify that again. But are you anticipating any changes or refinements to the RFP process from phase 1 to phase 2?
Yes, through the chair, we are. Yes, we're actually in quite a different position this year to the one we were in last year. Last year, we had received capital money from the federal government, but despite repeated requests, we had not received any operating dollars from the province. So after a discussion, several discussions, consultations with the community housing sector, it was suggested to us that there were operators out there who had operating dollars that they'd not been able to match with housing, and that if we issued an RFP, they would be able to bring that forward to us and we will be able to match the housing with those support dollars. So that is why the RFP was framed in that way. And through that process, we were very pleased and to get Cota Health and TNG on board, and they brought substantial operating dollars to the table, a good track record. And I think we've heard today about some of the outcomes they've been able to achieve. This time around, we have received confirmation of operating dollars from the province. And so we're in the process of rewriting our RFP to lay it out in a slightly different way. In a slightly different way, so that people will identify how they will operate the building, for example, the staffing levels, etc., that they will be able to deliver with the operating dollars that we now have. So we're in the process of doing that, and subject to approval today, we'll be able to continue and complete that work in the near term.
Madam Chair, can you indulge me for one more? And my colleagues?
Yes,
okay?
yes, Councillor, go ahead.
Question here. East York Cares letter, they've identified that I'm getting an echo. That's all right. The project requires the service provider to have their own funding in place. If you could confirm for me if that is the case, and how typical is that, on other housing projects funded in the city of Toronto?
I'm sorry, Councillor. I think I heard some of it, but I'm getting.
Do you want to repeat the question, Councillor Bradford? I think we were having some difficulties with your sound.
Yeah, is that mine? Okay, okay. One question that was raised in the East York Care letter is that the project requires a service provider to have their own funding in place. Can you confirm if that is the case, and how typical is that based on how housing is funded in the city of Toronto?
Through the chair, I think that's what I was kind of referring to previously, is that that's what we had needed to do in the first round. That will not be the case moving forward. We do now have operating dollars we can offer to a proponent. Obviously, it's a benefit if they have additional services or dollars that they have to bring to the table, but we do have the funds this time to actually to provide the operator if they don't have any additional funds. So we're moving back to a much more regular RFP model, much more regular housing model, and just our thanks to the community housing sector who was able to rally round and ensure that we got the supportive housing going last year when we weren't in that position.
Very good. Thank you, Abby. Appreciate it. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions from other councillors? Nope. Okay, seeing none. Speakers? Councillor Bradford.
Thank you. And do I have the echo? Is there any way to...
We can hear you, Councillor Bradford.
Okay. I'm going to plow through, but it's hard to keep my head straight if I'm hearing myself, but, try best. I do have a motion I'd like to move, Madam Chair. It's a bit of a lengthy one, so if we could just put that on the screen. I'll go through it quickly. And it really is just putting in place a number of the elements that we still need to resolve together as staff, as elected officials, and as the community in the coming weeks and months. I'm going to go through it quickly so members of the committee are familiar with the motion, but also folks on the line here have a sense of how their feedback is being incorporated. Rec number 1, we're authorizing the safety improvements in and around the park. That's things like lighting, fencing, barriers to climbing on buildings, closing up some of the blind spots. This was based on a community safety audit that we did with staff in the park. There are existing issues there that we're going to take this opportunity to improve upon. Rec 2 is a requirement for ongoing dialogue between the community, CLC, city staff once the project is built. We've seen that that's been successful, certainly in phase 1, and we want to do that here as well. Recommendation 3 and 4, request to work on reconfiguring Taylor Creek parking lot for what we're expecting will be at least an additional 20 spaces, plus some new options created on Halden Avenue. Rec 5 is about having a pedestrian crossing installed near the site to help residents safely access the park from the south side of Halden, especially if they might be parking at DA Morrison, for example. Recommendation 6 responds to the extensive feedback we heard today, the correspondence about the RFP process, and asks our staff to look at lessons learned from phase 1 and improve the call documents to make sure that we're supporting these tenants, our biggest priority, and we have all the right checks and balance in place to make sure that our housing providers and partners are set up for success. And finally, Rec 7 and 8 are about solidifying the changes to the site plan, which would come through via feedback from the community, especially comments around needing more on-site amenity space so that we can actually come together as a community, host the potlucks, bring people in and community events once it's time to do that, and welcome our new neighbors. But also some of the fundamental things like making sure we actually have parking on site for the staff who will likely be driving there in a parking constrained area to begin with, bringing the garbage into the building, things like that. So these are things that we would ask for on other development applications, and I think will be included going forward. So I'm going to plow through this here, but let's get to the actual business. This is about housing people who are homeless. We desperately need to do that here in Toronto. We're acutely aware of that in a week like this one. It's been an ongoing issue for many, many years in the city, and we are now shifting our policy from building shelters to building housing. And, that's actually what this looks like. This is the hard work of doing that. And we as a committee here at Planning and Housing, we as a community in East York and folks across Toronto are now engaged in that process. Given the severity of the crisis, I think it is imperative that we match that speed, that urgency in the way that we go through this. And I definitely think there's opportunities to improve our process. We're seeing it change and evolve from phase 1 to phase 2. We're going to see a subsequent evolution in the process on lessons learned, phase 2 to phase 3 as we go forward. But we have to find ways to be, open and empathetic to feedback from neighbors, not dismissive, but also ensure that these projects can move forward in an expedited way. We've learned a lot from phase 2 here. These projects, to be very clear, are not driven by access to grocery stores. They're not driven by access to park amenities. And frankly, I think we could have all done better if we hadn't positioned it that way out of the gate. They're driven by a need for housing, full stop. Moving people off of streets and into housing. The fundamental dignity of a roof over your head, a lock and key on your front door, and a pathway out of poverty. That's what this is about. People get it, and we're moving it forward. I think it's critical that we get projects like this right, because we have to do it again and again all over Toronto, not just in East York or the East End, but in Midtown and downtown and the West End and Etobicoke and North York. And that's why it's so fundamental that we get the community buy-in so that the projects can be successful. It certainly takes a village to lift people out of the toughest moments in their lives. Many of us have been fortunate to have family and friends that can help us support through those tough moments. And those that are not in that position, we need to make sure as a city that we have the supports in place to take care of our most vulnerable. I think it's critical that we address the community's concerns and have mechanisms in place to reassure everyone that the support's going to be in place for the future success of our neighbors. And with that, I want to give a big thank you to the community who have done an incredible amount of hard work on this project already. And I know we'll continue to be advocates in the weeks and months ahead. I'm going to give a shout out to my fellow East York councillor on the committee, Councillor Fletcher, I think who would know that the energy and the dedication of this community that has shown themselves to be heard here, make their opinions known, and leave no stone unturned in this process reflects some of the best of what it means to be an East Yorker. to really give back and go above and beyond and support this as a community. And I think nobody would say when one of these projects comes forward that it's going to be easy. That has certainly not been the case. But let's look at the evolution of perspective here. You know, there was a Facebook group that started under the moniker of Stop the Mod. Mod stood for modular housing. Stop the Mod. Then it became Say No to MZO. Say No to MZO. And now it's rebranded as East York Cares. And I think it reflects a very important shift in the mentality and the working relationship, and that neighbors are stepping up with a commitment to make this project successful. We're working through the issues, and they're here to help new neighbors get back on their feet. You know, Christy, Lisa, Michael, Gordon, Joe, many of you have been on the line helping us do that important work, so thank you. You know, all the work that's been done on sites across the city, I can confidently say that we're making these projects better with the input of residents. I know that Councillor Fillion, who has been extremely helpful to me personally, on the phone, text messages, phone calls, as we've gone through this phase 2 together, and we just heard from 30 deputants up there with different views and perspectives. He's offered a lot of advice, and I'm grateful for that. You know, the point is we're listening to people, we're working to address concerns and make sure that these projects are successful, but we're not hesitating on moving them forward because it's a housing crisis. We have to do it. We have a responsibility to do it. We ought to do it. It's the right thing. I'm going to wrap up here and just finish by saying a big thank you to Mayor Tory, who has attended every one of these public meetings. You saw on the slide, we've had 1,200 people or so attend our public meetings, the 3 that we've done. We actually did 16 stakeholder engagement events across the whole project so far. We have a lot more to do, but he's taken the time to personally meet with East York Cares and phone calls with residents. I'm grateful for that. And of course, working alongside our Deputy Mayor, Anna Bailau, and all of the councillors of Planning and Housing Committee who have put in the time and work to make these projects go forward and do so in the best way possible. Thanks to staff, Housing Secretariat, Planning, Concepts to Keys. I would not be here approving this today without your help, so thank you very much. Back over to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other speakers on this item? Councillor Fletcher.
Well, yes, thank you. And I will just say thanks to everybody who came today, and also thank you to Councillor Bradford, new councillor, new term, and this is you've really done a great job in listening to people, and as you say, going from stop to caring to getting people together to realizing it's going to go forward, and everybody's going to have a voice and try to make it better, and including everybody. It's hard to do, and I think you've done a good job. Kudos to you, and of course all the staff. These are never easy to do. You're introducing a building in a neighborhood. It's like a planning application, really, where people say, "Oh my God, that's 60 stories, can't be." There, it's change in the neighborhood, and it's never easy. I have been through quite a number. I've cited a lot of supportive housing, different than a shelter, supportive housing, co-ops, regular buildings, and big developer buildings in my ward. And when I started off, I had a building through Hong Fook and Good Shepherd that was for people who were needed to come off the street living with mental illness, and the community was terribly upset. Today, it's a very peaceful, calm building. Everybody lives there, is doing very well. The second with the shelter on Leslie Street, people were very worried. Everyone's very accepting. I'd see Councillor Nunziata when we had I forget the name of the shelter, but the Runnymede shelter, people were very concerned. And through the Community Liaison Committee, people had a Christmas party, I think, for those who were living there. So while things start off being worried, people's good hearts do come out. And there are so many good hearts in the community, even people that feel this is just not the right thing. Their good heart will come out. The story of the Good Samaritan is such an important story. I think everybody in their heart is a Good Samaritan. And knowing that we're in a terrible, terrible crisis of people being evicted, people on the street more than ever, and a pandemic, people's good hearts do override. And East York does care. I believe that. And those who are concerned that it might not work out, I think the Community Liaison Committee, CODA, your councillor, will really work hard to get past the bumps And I think I was really heartened to hear of the mom at the school at Parkside saying that the kids not only knew the land acknowledgement, they understood that. Because I think there's opportunities there for that school and those children to be so supportive of Indigenous members of the community that would move in, indeed everybody. So this is the biggest bump, and it will move forward. I think I've taken all of the notes. I've read what Michael sent. There may be things there that can be included, if staff can include it. And maybe there are things that can't be included. Often these are human rights issues. Nobody gets to decide who lives next door. And that's something that we all have to come to understand, that we might not like who lives next door. We might not like our neighbor, even our own neighborhood. But we can't say who can and can't live next door to us. But we have to make it work. We have to make it better. And I know, Councillor Bradford, that you and your staff, you've worked very hard. You've, as people have said, you've answered every email, you've answered every call, you've had so many meetings, you've been very responsive and understanding. And that I think we're all here to help make this one work, make every single one of them work across the city. So thank you to the staff, thank you to the councillor, thank you to the people that have come today to talk about how you want to make it work or what your concerns are. So those can be built in to try to overcome those as we go forward. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other speakers? Seeing none, I'm just going to be very brief because we still have a lot of items to carry through, but I do want to express my deepest gratitude to Councillor Bradford. As Councillor Fletcher said, you know, this is his first term and it's a big file to have to deal with in your first term of council, and I think you did a superb job of working with your community, bringing forward the issues, changing the project in a way that is going to create much needed supportive housing, but it's also going to be responding to the needs and some of the concerns and suggestions from the residents. So thank you, Councillor Bradford, for all the work that you've done and all the support on this file. Truly thankful for your hard work. This has been hard work, and I think everybody's very thankful to you and to the community as well. So with that said, Councillor, can we move Councillor Bradford's motion and the item as a package? Okay, all those in favor, recorded vote. Okay. Do you care to have a recorded vote? If we do a recorded vote, we can't do it together.
Oh,
no. Okay.
Sure.
All those in favor, package, that carries unanimously. Okay. Item 23.6, Rapid Housing Initiative Phase 2, 75 Tandridge Crescent. Heather Brody Brown is the only speaker we have on the line. Heather, good afternoon.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Heather. Go ahead. You have 5 minutes. Thanks for joining us.
I'm getting a lot of beeps.
Everybody's leaving. We should.
Is that what it is? Nobody's interested in us out in Tandridge.
No. The other people that were on these other files are all leaving. Your people are still on. Yeah.
Okay. I would like to thank the chair and committee members for the opportunity to speak to this issue. As the lady said, my name is Heather Brody Brown, and I'm a resident of Tandridge Crescent in Rexdale. I'll be speaking about my concerns and those that I've heard from my neighbors in the community. I walk my dogs around the block 3 times a day, and I was at the community liaison meeting the other night. First, I'll identify my recommendations to you, and then I'll provide details on concerns from what I know and I've heard. I had planned to limit my speech on the social, educational, and safety concerns, as others are better able to speak to these, but as I'm the only speaker today, I've crammed them in and tried to address some of the concerns of others. As the only neighborhood representative, I hope that the chair and committee will recognize this and allow me to speak past the 5-minute limit and complete my presentation if I run out of time. However, if not, I hope they'll read and consider the recommendations and content of my written materials. I have also provided materials with some visuals that may help you in your review. So starting with my recommendations, and I was really impressed with with Brad's recommendations, and I hope, although he doesn't sit on this committee, that at the next meeting that this comes up at, that Doug Ford will have the opportunity to make similar changes that are appropriate for and present them and have them accepted, appropriate for our community. So with respect to recommendation 1, community consultation, I'd ask that the committee consider amending the recommendation to require the establishment of a community liaison committee similar to those that we heard about today in the other 2 areas that were spoken to. With respect to endorsing in principle amending the zoning regulations for 75 Tandridge, I'd ask that the committee consider deferring this decision, and I heard that that had happened at Cummer before, or I believe so, until neighborhood concerns are addressed, and direct staff to investigate options of relocating the footprint of the building at an alternative location in our neighborhood, or perhaps even on the same property or across the street on the edge of the golf course that is suitable for community that is being housed, as well as being sensitive to the needs of our community and our existing facilities. What I've heard from the neighbors, and this is what I've heard, this isn't what everybody thinks, universally, what I've heard though is that the current footprint of the building on top of the existing basketball court and playground and in that specific location is not acceptable for a number of reasons, which I'll outline below. Some residents, myself included, would like to see the building relocated to the southern part of Tandridge Crescent on the edge of the city-owned Humber Valley Golf Course. Some residents suggest that the building be moved to another neighborhood not already challenged by poverty and related issues. I would also like to ask the committee to ensure that if the basketball court and playground are replaced and the building goes on the existing footprint, that the committee recommend that the existing facilities not be closed until the new facilities are up and running. These courts are used extensively by our children. We're an underprivileged neighborhood and they need access to their facilities. We don't have a lot of facilities here for them. I would also ask the committee to direct staff to ensure that if any services that are being made available to the new residents, wherever the specific footprint of the building is, also be made available to current public housing residents and other neighbors who may be in need. In terms of, those are my requests for recommendations. I'll now get into some of the specific concerns that support why I'm suggesting these. I think we can all agree there's an urgent need for this type of housing presented by staff and others. Many of us watched the news last night and the clearing of the Lambton Stadium camp. This should not override the city's obligation to communicate and be transparent and timely in decision-making that affects citizens in their own neighborhoods. Neighbors in all these areas undergoing similar development should have been notified in 2020 when the sites were being initially suggested and proposed to the federal government. The residents of Tandridge area should also be consulted, not just on the footprint of the relocated basketball court and other amenities, but also on the footprint of the proposed building to minimize its impacts. There's significant social and community concerns, which, as I had said, I hadn't planned to speak to, but I've added in. So if you're looking at your notes, you will see them in red. I'm not
Heather,
an authority
I'm going to
on
have to
these.
ask you to conclude your presentation. We have access to your letter and we'll certainly take that into account.
Okay, so we are an underprivileged community and we feel that there may be some conflicts here and we want to make sure that those are addressed.
Thank you, Heather. Thank you.
I just have 2 more points to make.
I'm sorry, we have a full agenda and we only have until 5:30. I really have to keep to the 5 minutes as much as possible.
I do realize that, but
Thank
there
you.
are no other speakers from our community.
I understand, Heather, and we'll take the letter into consideration and read that. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you.
Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today. Any questions of staff? Seeing none, I just one question of staff in reference to the request from the speaker. Will staff be working with a local councillor to create a community liaison committee on this project as well?
Yes, to you, the chair. Yes, we will be. Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you. Just wanted to make that certain. Any speakers on the issue? Seeing none, thank you. And just so if the speaker is still watching us, Councillor Bradford is a member of this the committee, so he'll be here when this item comes back. And Councillor Ford is very involved in this project as well, and we'll be working hard with the community in the upcoming community meetings as well. So with that, I move staff recommendations. All those in favor? And that carries. Moving along to item 23.
Sorry, Chair, I'm really sorry to do this, but I was not here for the recorded vote on Cummer, and I would like to be recorded in the so I'd like to reopen that so I can vote on it.
Okay, I'm going to have to wait until Councillor Wong Tam is back because I don't think it'll be fair because she was here at the time. So if you don't mind, we'll just wait.
Totally agree. I just want to make sure I can.
Yep. So when the right opportunity comes, we'll do that. Thank you, Councillor. So 23.7, 877 Yonge Street, long-term lease agreement to deliver affordable rental homes with support services. First speaker, we have Paul Bedford.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can, Paul.
Okay, great. I'll try and be as brief as possible given the length of your meeting. I'm a resident of 914 Yonge, which is a 20-story condo building directly opposite 877 Yonge Street. I lived here for the past 18 years and I'm now the president of the condo board and a director of the Greater Yorkville Resident Association, so I'm very familiar with the building. For those of you who may not know the building, it has been there for a long time. It's just north of Canadian Tire on Yonge Street, was a former seniors building. In fact, where former city councillor Ann Johnson lived for many years. The site is very well positioned for this proposed use. It's between two subway stops on a 24-hour bus service. And the building has been vacant for over 2 years now and had over 250 self-contained units in it. And I visited many people there, so I'm very familiar. And I think it's a strong candidate for the supportive housing proposal. There have been 2 community information meetings held over the last several weeks. Many residents participated, excellent points raised. Councillor Layton and the mayor were part of that, along with myself. And I think the biggest comment I'd make was this fear of the unknown. A lot of questions that need to be addressed about security, support services, garbage, maintenance, affordable food in the area, which is, there are a lot of grocery stores here, but they're not very affordable. And then finally, concern about programs and mutual respect of neighbors. I think the priority at this point in time is to establish the proposed community liaison committee as soon as possible. On the virtual information sessions, it was suggested that it might be possible to establish it before the residents actually move in later in June, and I'm a strong supporter of that. 6 people, including myself, have expressed interest in being on the community liaison committee. And so for all those reasons, I'm happy to support the report before you. There's lots of work that needs to be done, but I think communication has to be maximized and all the questions have to be taken seriously and answered with respect. And I'm looking forward to having the building occupied. And I think the permanent, affordable, and safe supporting housing, as we all know, is the key to the ability to function in life. So I commend the staff for this, and my only request is that the Community Liaison Committee be established as soon as possible before the residents move in, so we can sort of establish all the interests and try and address as many questions as possible and put out a welcome mat. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Paul. Any questions? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today. Next, we have Ian Trenton.
Hi, good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Go ahead.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I would like to first state that I do not support the long-term lease agreement in this project on the following points. This project is moving very, very fast without sufficient community consultation. I heard about this project on April 26th, the day the city put out the pamphlet in our building. I live across from 877 Yonge. The first community session took place on April 29th. As you can see, this is very little time or notification of this project. When I looked for information, there was not much information found or deeply buried. In speaking with other residents, they too were not aware of the project, or for those that are aware, they thought that the building is going to be a women's shelter or subsidized housing for low income, but not an affordable supportive housing for individuals with mental and addiction. The building was, as the previous speaker said, was a beloved retirement senior home to which many residents enjoy seeing them walking about along Yonge Street. How can the city justify their action for evicting seniors from their home in the golden years to house individuals with mental health and addiction? In the 21-page rapid housing report, it states that the building is going to be housed by a high proportion of seniors. This has led many residents to believe that this will continue to be a housing for seniors, which is not the case. This is going to be an affordable, supportive housing with 24/7 hours support staff by PSW to handle individuals with mental health and addiction. In my opinion, PSW does not have the medical training to handle such individual in incidents where incidents can spill out into the street. I actually have a medical research background, so I can speak to what sort of training PSW would have. Medical health and addictions are a complex and multifaceted condition that require proper medical attention, not a shoestring budget staffed by PSW, and it will not help individuals manage, care, or treat the condition. 877 is situated in a residential area that is home to families with young children, young women, and seniors. Having mental health and addiction in the area will have an impact on our safety and enjoyment, particularly of Ramsden Park, where we will see more individuals injecting at the park. We already see needles in laneways and parking lot. The number of needles is sure to go up in the park, which will make the park unsafe for all to use, especially children. Individual with mental health and addiction needs to have medical support and not be supported by PSW. They deserve the best and proper medical care and potentially contribute and be integrated to society. With 2 community sessions that have taken place, this is not adequate community engagement. Many community residents have not been given the opportunity to voice their concerns as they have not been given sufficient time to digest the very little information the city has put out. We ask that the committee stop leasing agreement and the project until sufficient community consultation is done and the city receive majority support from the community. This whole process has been very fast and very undemocratic. This is not what I was looking for from city official to which I voted them to do.
Thank you so much. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, I do have a question, Mrs. Tran. Just wanted to make sure that you understand that nobody was evicted from this building, that in fact, the building has been sitting empty for a couple of years. Did you know that?
Well, the building was purchased by a developer, but for some odd reason, it was going to be developed into a condo, but it was rejected.
So the city did not evict anybody. It was empty for 2 years. Correct?
But somehow
Yeah.
It was going to be developed for something else. So why was the city decline the new developers?
The city did not decline a new development, but I'm assuming that you would be supportive of a condo, you're just not supportive of the supportive housing. Is
No,
that?
I was very supportive of the senior home. If the city decide to have seniors, I'm very supportive of that. As long as, you're rapid housing state, you're going to have a high proportion. But we saw at the very beginning that only 10% are seniors that are in these housing. So how can you say that it's a high proportion of seniors when clearly you're not? The narrative is just
Thank you. I think you've answered my question. I think you've answered my
home.
question, Mr. Trent. Thank you so much. Thanks for your participation here today. Next, we have Angela Asuras. Good afternoon, Angela.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
All right, great. So I took a look at the agenda for today, and I noticed there's a recommendation with respect to this nominal lease agreement with St. Clair. And the standard, it appears to be the protocol, is that nonprofit operators, there's a lease entered into by the city with them for 2 years. And then subsequently, there's supposed to be a formal request for proposals to select a long-term operator. Obviously, you want to see how they make out for the first couple of years, how the community fares, and then decide whether to continue on with the project and with that provider. So my concern is, firstly, entering into a 50-year long lease with St. Clair, less 1 day, is not in the best interests of the city or of the community that this proposal is going to be implemented in. There is absolutely no valid reason presented to deviate from the rule of 2 years plus then a request for proposals being issued. St. Clair declares itself on its website as a developer. Why would the city cater to a developer, and it's a private landlord, according to their website, and offer them a 50-year lease less a day? I don't think there's any institution that enters into a lease of that nature with a developer. There is no opportunity to assess St. Clair in 2 years, as you would if the 2-year lease was implemented. There's no opportunity to assess 2 years down the road whether the community has prospered or disintegrated after St. Clair's introduction as a manager or tenant at this premise. There's also no opportunity for 50-odd years to consider whether there's someone else that could do a better job than St. Clair. You're just hoping they do what they're supposed to do for 50 years less a day. So I would submit that locking in for 50 years, it doesn't make any sense for the city. I consider it a total breach of the city's obligations to ensure that proper terms are entered into with respect to tenants. Those are my comments on the lease. With respect to what's the next thing on the agenda, which is the contribution agreement, I don't even know what that means, and I'm a lawyer. It says to set the terms of the operation in the agenda. Well, why don't we know what the operations are? We're told there's supposed to be a property manager. This is St. Clair. We're told in April, in the April 8th report of the city, that's predominantly seniors who are going to be residing in these premises. However, we learned today that 10% of the homeless are seniors. And also, the city had declared that they were going to be seeking the approval of the minister for zoning approval, zoning over 100 bicycles with no accessible parking spots. I understand there may have been a change to that, but that's what they represented to the community in April of what they were going to do with this predominantly tenanted seniors place of homeless people. If you look at St. Clair, their operations are to provide short-term crisis intervention. What does that mean? That's what they have on their website. That means, according to St. Clair, that they're going to be dealing with overdoses. And we're going to be relying on support workers to do these types of interventions for mental health and addiction. That's totally unacceptable and puts the entire community at risk, especially when we very well know that people who are ill or have suffered, addictions and overdoses don't sit in their little room waiting for someone to rescue them. They exit the building and then onto the street. There's also the other report that requests that open door incentives for $59 million for 252
Thank
units.
you. I'm going to have
That
to ask you,
represents
last thought, Angela?
$2.3 million per unit for this development. Per unit, apartment unit. What is going on with the city?
Thank you, Angela.
Can
Thanks.
they not better spend that money?
Thank you for your deputation today. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today. Next speaker and last speaker on this item, James Gennaro. Good afternoon, James. Good afternoon, James. Can you hear us? It seems like you are connected and you are unmuted. Okay, just 1 second. We're going to call you. Members of the committee, just bear with me for 1 second. IT is just trying to work this out. Okay, James, are you there?
Hello, Madam Chair.
Yep. Good afternoon,
Chair,
James.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now.
Good afternoon. Very sorry about that. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is James Gennaro. I'm with Community Living Toronto. We're established not-for-profit offering a continuum of funded and unfunded residential options, supporting specifically people with intellectual disabilities throughout the City of Toronto. On behalf of Community Living Toronto, I'm very happy to support the recommendations before you today pertaining to the property of 877 Yonge Street, led by the St. Clair's Multi-Faith Housing Society. The importance of these supportive housing units created to this project cannot be emphasized enough. Not only are these affordable units desperately needed for people living on minimal incomes, they are also in an ideal location that allows for these individuals for ease of access to transit, shopping, and many other amenities that many of us take for granted. These units also include supports that will enable them to live in a safe, supportive environment with access to the services they need, which will increase their independence and contributions to their community. Furthermore, having units that are accessible, physically accessible, for those with physical limitations and adaptable units for changing needs is an incredible feature that addresses many other priority needs when it comes to housing people with disabilities in the City of Toronto. There are many benefits of creating a community with a diverse population, that contains a wealth of different abilities, natures, backgrounds, etc., as well as services and supports that everybody benefits from. Specifically, integration of people with intellectual disabilities in our communities remains a challenge, but one that can be overcome with good housing policy, like this project on Yonge Street. By including Community Living Toronto in this project, people with intellectual disabilities will have access to some of these units, as well as all the benefits of the neighborhood and the natural vibrancy that will surely come with this new project. The services provided by my organization to support these individuals will also further animate the project to community programming and informal networks of support, as we've seen in other building projects we've been involved in throughout the city. I'll speak specifically to the issue of the 50-year lease minus a day, and to say that this is particularly important to organizations like Community Living Toronto and our partners. It provides the consistency and stability that is required to develop solid, well-delivered housing programs to people with disabilities and other challenges. This is particularly a challenge in a city like Toronto, where rents continue to increase and property values go through the roof, and securing these units in the long term means that we can provide a stable base from which to build successful independent lives for some very vulnerable people. Lastly, I'll applaud the speed at which the city is proceeding with this important project, given the urgent need to house and support many vulnerable people in our community, including people with intellectual disabilities. Community Living Toronto is proud to support this project and looks forward to other opportunities like this one across the city. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. James, any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you for joining us today. That concludes our list of speakers. Any questions of staff on this item? No, seeing none. Speakers on the item? Councillor Fletcher, would you like to speak?
Oh, no, I'm fine, thank you.
Great, thank you. I will move staff recommendations on the item. All those in favor? That carries. Okay, item 23.8, I believe. Acquisition of new affordable rental housing, 1555, 1575 Queen Street East, Don Somerville. Councillor Fletcher.
Earlier, I had simply said that I just wanted to say something about it, and I will, because this is a very, very exciting opportunity. This is now offering up these units to be managed and operated by a co-op. So I think it's 40 units. It's really groundbreaking. It's very exciting. It's a large swath of the affordable housing that will be there. And of course, in our community, we have so many co-ops. We have Instead Co-op, we have Riverdale Co-op, and many of them, as you know, have standalone single-family homes, and they have some buildings. And just down the street, Riverdale Co-op just has one at Queen and Greenwood. So I am just so excited that we were able to do this and turn this project around. And I want to thank you, Madam Chair. You're instrumental in being able to turn this around from to the former TCHC model of condos and RGI to RGI, affordable housing, rental housing, and condos on this site. And it really is truly the first mixed use development of this nature in Toronto, but with co-ops in it. So I just want to have a shout out to you, and I'm just going to remember our fantastic, dearly departed Pam McConnell, who in all of our work around TCHC, remember the tenants first model was to look at the seniors housing, look at standalone housing, look at development, and look at how we could create co-ops and add co-op housing into Toronto community housing. We've managed to do 3 of her 4 tasks. I have her list, and I think all of us need to dedicate ourselves to adding in the adding co-ops and creating co-op opportunities for smaller TCHC buildings and TCHC communities as we go forward. If we do that, Pam will be smiling very happily on us from above, as she is on this one. So this one's for you, Pam. Thank you very much, and I'll move it, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher, and I think I need to thank you because you were relentless with this file and wanting to make sure you had all these things in there. So thank you for your hard work on the file. It is very successful because of all the work and your persistence that you had throughout this entire process. So thank you. Okay, so all those in favor?
I'd just like it recorded.
Recorded vote.
Let's just record that for the co-ops. It's pretty exciting. Then I'll reopen and do the other one if we can.
All those in favor of adopting the item, please indicate how you're voting when I call your name. Councillor Bailão?
In favor.
Councillor Fletcher?
In favor.
Councillor Bradford?
In favor.
Councillor Nunziata?
In favor.
Councillor Perks?
In favor.
Councillor Wong-Tam?
In favor.
That item carries unanimously.
Thank you. May I now have a motion to reopen item 23.3? All those in favor? That carries. Okay. And now on the item of 23.3, which is the 175 Cummer, recorded vote.
All those in favor of adopting the item? Councillor Wong-Tam?
In favor.
Councillor Perks?
In favor.
Councillor Nunziata?
In favor.
Councillor Bradford?
In favor.
Councillor Fletcher?
In favor.
Councillor Bailão?
In favor.
The item carries unanimously.
Thank you for doing that and allowing me to vote on that. I always want to be a good Samaritan, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Now moving to 23.9, activating 15 Denison Avenue to create new affordable rental homes within a complete community. And I would like to consult with the clerks if we can actually deal with this item together with our last item, which is in reference to this same project. Is that okay that we put it together? Yep. Okay. So we're actually dealing with the recommendation from Councillor Cressy in response to this item. We're doing both items together. We do have a speaker, Michael Ianni. Michael, good afternoon. Is Michael with us? Good afternoon, Michael. Can you hear me, Michael?
Yes, I can.
Okay, you have 5 minutes. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me today to speak for 15. A 30-year urban plan.
Michael, unfortunately, we can't hear you.
All right.
You're gonna have to call in because we can't really understand what you're saying. Okay, Michael, we should be okay now. Can you hear me?
Perfect. Yes. Thank you.
Oh, much better. There you go. I'll restart the clock.
All right. My apologies for that.
No problem.
Okay. So good afternoon, and thank you to committee for having me today to speak about our report on 15 Denison. We are third-year urban and regional planning students from Ryerson University, and we were taking part in our first client studio class. We partnered with HousingNowTO.com, and our studio was led by Professor Stephen Weber. Our group consisted of 12 students that were given roughly 4 months to put together a background and final report on the various nonprofit development scenarios for the 15 Denison sites, with the core focus being the maximization of affordable units. Extensive research has been done on the surrounding community and sites that we've used throughout our report when making our recommendations. Final recommendations consisted of massive economic and policy factors. We've found that the underutilization of the site and contributing surrounding factors such as transit availability, amenities, and others make for an ideal location for a future affordable housing site. The evaluation in this report details various opportunities present within the subject site, with the conclusion that the subject site is an ideal location for the construction of a medium to high density affordable housing to service the current and future populace. The subject site can provide sufficient housing stock to mediate the growing demand for affordable housing in the city for the future and to come. So we've put together 4 key recommendations, and the first is that the city follow the recommended development scenario proposed by the group to develop an 11-story residential apartment with a mix of affordable and market rate units on the subject site, consisting of a 65% affordable to 35% market rate rental units. Recommended unit breakdowns from the city has been followed for both the affordable and market units. Second, we have that the city followed the recommended 11-story development scenario without an angular plane to maximize the number of units that the apartments can accommodate. In the report, you will find a sensitivity analysis in which we experimented how the angular plane would affect the site. Once we strictly followed every guideline, 106,000 units were lost due to the forced form of the structure. With the loss of the units comes with its environmental and economic hard cost increases. These are 2 factors that we deemed it would affect the best use of the sites for affordable purposes. Third, we have that the City of Toronto planning entitlements are altered to accommodate a higher density proposal through the modification of height restrictions in addition to the 1.0 FSI currently designated for the subject site. The as-of-right regulations would make for an underutilized 4-story structure where you will see in the report is an inappropriate use of the land, and current zoning hampers the potential affordable mid-rise potential scenarios as outlined in the report. And fourth, the city follows the 11-story development scenario with a reduced parking ratio to decrease construction hard costs and promote alternative modes of transportation, such as transit, bicycles, and walking. Transit opportunities around the site consist of 4 streetcar lines within close proximity of the site, and the future Ontario line stop to be located at Queen Street West and Spadina. To conclude, the analysis shows the 11-story mid-rise development as the most feasible option in maximizing provisional efforts for affordable housing, while also remaining within the economic and policy scope that governs the site currently. As the city continues to experience circumstantial shifts in its housing market, the central location and connectivity to existing transit infrastructures established the subject site as an advantaged position for infill development and intensification. In achieving the 2030 goal of new affordable housing units, bold steps must be taken where the status quo cannot be maintained. Change will be needed along with good planning in order to reach these large but important goals for the city's future population. And with that, I'd like to thank the committee for listening and offer the opportunity for any questions or future meetings with staff and committee members as needed in regards to our report. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Michael. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you, Michael, and thanks to the team for all your work. I did read your report and it was excellent, so thank you.
Thank you very much.
Any questions of staff? Seeing none, speakers on the item. Any speakers on this item? Seeing none, I would just like to thank staff and take the opportunity to thank the local councillor as well for bringing this forward and exploring the opportunity with the Alexandra Park Co-op. I think this might be a really interesting opportunity for us and the usage of the lot, and even further explore the potential with the co-op as well and create more co-ops in our city. So with that, we're going to move on both items, and first we'll vote on 23.9. All those in favor? That carries. And then on Councillor Cressy's recommendation, which is item 21, all those in favor? And that carries. Thank you so much. Carrying on to item, so 10 was deferred, 11 was deferred, so we're now on to item 12, City Manager's Report on Toronto Local Appeal Body Chair's 2019 Annual Report. Councillor Wong Tam, you had held the item. Do you have questions of staff?
Madam Chair, and my screen is just frozen because that's the way life works. So let me just get that. We're on item number 12. Oh, actually, Madam Speaker, no, my questions, I can release that report. My questions are actually, my questions and motions are related to number 13 and 15 coming up. The city manager's TLAB chair's report. I'm just happy to move the recommendations, which is to receive.
Okay, great. All those in favor? And that carries. So we're now moving to item 13, and we do have speakers on item 13. Jeff Cattell. Good afternoon, Jeff. Good afternoon, Jeff. Let's see if we can make this work. Hi, Jeff. Can you hear us? Good afternoon, Jeff. No. No, and he hasn't responded. Okay, so Councillor Wong Tam, questions of staff.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And through you to staff, there are a number of recommendations that were put forward to the committee, to this committee, from the chair of TLAB. And Dino, it's nice to see you here. And I recognize that the staff did not necessarily provide any comments or any recommendations on adopting the chair's recommendations. Is there a reason why? Because I recognize that some of those recommendations are carried forward requests from the prior TLAB chair's reports. So they're asking for the same thing year after year, and we seem not to be responding in a way that I think gets us to a better outcome, or to at least a more advanced outcome.
Thank you, Councillor. It's Susan Garacino from Court Services speaking. Thank you for the question. We have had many different recommendations over the year from the TLAB chair, and many of the recommendations are reviewed by staff, and we did take action on previous recommendations. For example, they recommended that increased compensation was provided to the members, that an increased number of tribunal members were provided to the tribunal. And also that a creation of a vice chair position with a stipend was also brought forward. So we brought recommendations to City Council to increase the number of members on TLAB, to increase the hearing compensation rates, to allow the tribunal to appoint a vice chair with a $15,000 per year stipend, and also included a stipend for tribunals. So we've been quite responsive to previous recommendations by the tribunal chair, and put those recommendations in a report to council. Council has adopted them. Typically, we don't get the chair's report except for maybe a month or so before the committee meeting, and it does take time to look at what are the issues. For the 2020 report, most of those recommendations were in the 2019 report, and this committee had asked for a report back from city staff to respond to those. And the previous item on the agenda was the staff response to those recommendations.
Susan, thank you for your reply. And I guess I'm now going to turn to Dino. Dino, every year you provide us with a report on the sort of the state of affairs, and I really appreciate your hard work and the hard work of the committee members. And maybe if you can just respond to Susan's comments, because I'm sensing there's a little bit of discrepancy between what you have asked for and what you are sharing with your recommendations, and perhaps what staff is saying has been done. Can you unpack that for me and the committee members a little bit more, please?
Yes, thank you, Councillor, and through you, Madam Chair. First of all, I hope that you can all hear me. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Certainly, what I can tell you is that there is great cooperation with court services and their support of the local appeal body. Typically, what happens in a report is that the recommendations are, well, it's a chair's report, and the recommendations are here. As you may or may not know, the TLAB is a nascent tribunal. Our first hearings happened in September of 2017. So what I can do is that, we've been around for 4.5 years. There are growing pains. I appreciate the support that we've gotten from court services, as well as from this committee and from City Council. Issues that not heard back from the city with respect to some matters that would improve, I think, the Toronto Local Appeal Body and the part-time members who commit their time and effort for this civic duty appointment. And those are highlighted in the 2020 annual report. I can tell you that the first TLAB chair, Ian Lord, was the chair for the first 4 years of the existence of the TLAB, and I'll take this opportunity to thank him for his participation and his endeavors to make the TLAB sort of function the way it has. As the new chair, I've looked at the previous iterations of the report, specifically the 2019 report, and I found, as I've indicated in the 2020 annual report, there are some matters that have been carried forward, but there are a couple of matters also, recommendations that are new in this year's report.
Thank you, Councillor.
Dino.
Thank you. Any other councillors with questions? Seeing none, we're just going to go back to the speakers. It seems like we have been able to connect. Jeff, can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
I'm Jeff Cattell. I'm co-chair with Kathy McDonald of the Federation of North Toronto Resident Associations. And our associations, our local associations, are very much involved in TLAB. The TLAB appeal process is important to residents as it greatly affects their homes and the character of their neighborhoods. We appreciate the comprehensive review and report by the new chair, Dino Lombardi. However, it is apparent that while the report deals with various matters related to the ongoing operation of the TLAB, it fails to look deeper into some of the matters that concern residents and the original mandate of the TLAB as it was set up. We appreciate that there are public business meetings that have been established, but these have not been very effective mechanisms to provide input from residents. Procedures and rules continue to be added to the processes without effective input from residents. The TLAB deals with appeals of committee of adjustment decisions on so-called minor variances and severances. While there was much to object to with the former OMB, in fact, OMB hearings were much shorter, and residents were able to provide their comments without prior registration or documentation, and basically just, show up. Why such timelines and complexity with the new system? for what are supposed to be minor issues. Why are decisions made mainly in favor of applicants? So there are two issues. One is the rules and procedures are complex. They greatly favor applicants who can afford to pay for counsel and consultants to prepare documentation for the hearings and to represent applicants in the hearings. These rules and procedures create major barriers for the effective participation of the average person, the residents in the hearings. They add more requirements without improving the ability of residents to present their concerns about appeals. It is appreciated that there's been an effort to accord some witnesses as local knowledge experts. Hopefully this will not serve to create another level of rug rank in the hierarchy of privilege at the tribunal. Secondly, the wide disparity in decision outcomes compared with C of A decisions. We observed that there is a wide disparity between the C of A and the TLAB. Unfortunately, the annual report does not address this. In our experience, the TLAB is overturning C of A decisions to an extent far beyond what one would reasonably expect in a fair process. The TLAB should report in a way that indicates, the results for applicants and for those appealing. During the last year, we have attempted to engage with TLAB through the public business meetings. It's apparent that TLAB members honestly believe that they are truly offering fair opportunity to residents. From a resident's perspective, we would confirm that these issues are not personal. They do not relate to members' commitment to fair process or diligence. But the problem is structural. We were hoping that this matter would be addressed with the recent establishment of an evaluation subcommittee within TLAB. But the slow progress of this subcommittee makes this seem unlikely. As such, we would reiterate the recommendation made last year with respect to the 2019 report that City Council direct the City Manager to review the operations of TLAB relative to its original intent with public engagement with a view to simplifying the hearing process, removing barriers to resident participation, and reducing the cost of operations. Respectfully submitted. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Any questions? Seeing none, thanks for joining us this afternoon. Speakers on the item. Councillor Wong-Tam.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I do have a motion I'd like to put on the screen, if I can ask the clerk to please do that for me. And the motion is really to respond to the chair of TLAB's request. And I want to thank Susan and Dino for both being here and answering the questions. But essentially, I think what I'm having is a bit of a deja vu movement in terms of recommendations brought forward by the TLAB chair and how things are then operationalized if we adopt them. How quickly do they move ahead? So what I'd like to do is actually pluck those key recommendations out of the chair's report and put them before this committee and through the budget process, and ask the city manager to do the following. Number one is to see if we can actually consider the chair's recommendation of perhaps increasing the application fee. Number two is to see if there is a way for us to increase the fee, the compensation for the report writing. I think we can all recognize that TLAB reports are not necessarily straightforward. They can be very technical. They're very lengthy. And if you want to have good members and to retain them, I think we need to fairly compensate people for their work and put that through the budget process. And then number three is to really just take a look at, is there a way for us to adopt the following recommendations? Number one, extend the compensation to the chair, as we discussed, as well as to make sure that there is an annual reporting through the budget in consultation with court services, so everyone's in line with one another. And then the third and final recommendation of number three is to lean into Jeff Catel's deputation. He's asked before, this is not his first time appearing before our committee, is there a way to simplify the hearing process? I recognize, as we all do, that land use planning is complicated, it's technical, we are legislatively bound, but I think that the request that Jeff makes on behalf of FONTRA is a very good one, because it just means that we have to continue to sharpen our pencils. And how do we further simplify the process, demystify it so it becomes more accessible to more residents and more stakeholders? And thank you very much, Madam Chair. Final comment is that I did circulate this with the city staff. So I think they knew this was coming.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that, Councillor. Any other speakers on the item? Seeing none, voting on Councillor Wong-Tam's motion. All those in favor? That carries. On the item as amended, all those in favor? That carries. Item 23.14, 2020 Toronto Employment Survey. We were going to have a staff presentation, but given the fact that we have to finish by 5:30, otherwise we'll lose quorum, I had asked staff to skip that. So Councillor Wong-Tam, questions of staff.
Madam Speaker, I know that our agenda is long, but I also think that this is a very important survey, and the results are quite glaring for the state of our economy for the city. So I would rather have a fuller discussion and a staff presentation. Would it be beneficial to this committee if we defer the item to the next meeting?
So we can try, Councillor. I have to warn you that next meeting is June 11th. We're starting at 1:30. We have to finish by 7:30. We have already a packed agenda. We have June 28th, another meeting that I'm already checking if we can go into a 2-day meeting. That's how packed our agenda. So I'm just telling you, we can try. We can give it a try. I have none.
July meeting, Kristen.
Yeah, that is also entirely possible. Or I could just move my quick motion.
Sorry, say that again, Councillor? I couldn't understand.
Has anyone else lost the chair's audio?
Oh, you can't hear me? Okay, so you can't hear me? Can you hear me now? Okay, there you go. So, Councillor, I don't know if you heard what I was describing about our agendas. So I was saying that on June 11th, we're starting our meeting at 1:30. We have to finish by 7:30 because it's a Friday, and it's already a packed agenda. We have a packed agenda for the 28th that we are already checking for a 2-day meeting for that possibly agenda. So I have no problem in deferring, but it might not be much better over the next 2 meetings, I have to say. We have so much to do in this committee that our agendas for the next 2 meetings in June that might turn into 3 days are quite packed.
Okay, then Madam Chair, I just want to respect staff's time, but also, and also the committee's time. I do have a quick motion I can move, and I'll just say some quick remarks if staff are ready with it. I know I sent it not too long ago, so they may not have it. We may need to stand the item down. Is anyone else hearing feedback, or is that just me?
Yeah, I'm hearing feedback. And I've lost committee room 1 again. You know, if all of this is so packed, we really shouldn't be removing things from local community council and sending them here.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. At least I can. It's Kristen. I can hear you now.
Can you hear me, Councillor Parks?
Anna?
Yep. Yep.
Yeah. Sorry, Madam Chair. If you want to just hold this item down, maybe we can just come back to it immediately after the next item. I forward a motion to the chair. If we do not defer this, then I'll just speak to my motion very quickly.
Sounds good. We'll stand it down. I see a black screen in a big black square in my screen, so I'm not sure. Oh, okay, there we go. It's gone. Next item, 23.15, Toronto Building Program Review. Do we have questions of staff?
I do not have questions of staff. I have
just one second. Sorry, I apologize. We do have one speaker. I'm just going to go to speakers first. On this item, we have Kathy McDonald. Good afternoon, Kathy.
Yeah. Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. So I'm speaking as co-chair with Jeff as of the Federation of North Toronto Residents Associations. We took part in the consultations leading up to the development of this report, and also had a meeting with Will Johnson to particularly discuss the matters that residents are concerned about in the functions of Toronto buildings. So one of them is so the impacts caused by errors in the reports that are made for Committee of Adjustment variances. They waste huge amounts of time, it causes lots of confusion, and sometimes they're incorporated in buildings, and that becomes a problem. We are similarly concerned about impacts caused by errors in the waivers that are made to the building staff reports, and we've certainly discussed that with Will. And we're also concerned about the issues of errors in enforcement or neglect of enforcement in in enforcing the approvals of projects. So a key component of the report is to recommend that the buildings move from a geographical to functional model. And while this may have lots of advantages, we want to make sure that local knowledge is not lost in this reorganization. We're extremely pleased that there will be a dedicated customer service group that will focus on public education and partnerships, and that residents' organizations are recognized as important partners. We're looking forward to more collaboration to identify issues and collaborate on solutions. So we're looking forward to the implementation of the reorganization and our role in helping it work well for the residents of the city. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Catherine. Any questions of the speaker? No. Thank you, Catherine. So questions of staff? Seeing none, speakers on the item. Councillor Wong-Tam.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a quick motion, if I can ask the clerk to please put this up for the Toronto Building Program Review. The motion is really to direct the city staff to implement and expand their scope of work. One is to see if there's a way for us to strengthen the existing processes that exist today so that we can catch commercial properties when applications for demolition are filed. Because I think everyone is aware that we have had incidents in the past that the staff have got to issue the permits for commercial properties when they're for demolition permits. No questions asked, no circulation, and we've seen some critical commercial heritage buildings fall because of that. So is there a way for us to strengthen that process internally so that local councillors and the preservation service staff can also be notified? Number two is to implement a clear and accessible web-based tool that will provide members of the public current information on the status of Toronto building investigation and enforcement activity through the 311 complaint process. And I explain that by way of oftentimes we'll hear residents file a complaint, but then we don't know what happens to the complaint afterwards. So staff may have gone off to investigate, it may have led to enforcement, but there seems to be no clear feedback loop on the person or the entity that first originated the complaint. So it's all about transparency and making sure we have clearer documentation. And then finally, the third piece is that I'm hoping that the chief building official and the Toronto building staff can actually work with the general manager of transportation as well as MLS licensing so that when building permits are pulled, the right hand knows what left hand is doing. Because what we find in some areas, especially for high growth, is that you have very large construction development sites all happening in concurrently within proximity to one another, creating a little bit of mayhem. It could be a lot easier resolved if staff were speaking to one another and coordinating what's happening on the street overall. And I'm asking that the staff, as they implement their Toronto Building Review Program, as they implement their enhancements over the next year, is to take these recommendations and actually also operationalize it, and then to report back to this committee in 2022 on how it went. They'll have a full year of implementation, and we'll know by then how things go. Thank you very much. And thank you to staff for your help.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other speakers on the item? Councillor Nunziata.
Want to speak on, I just have a question to Councillor Wong-Tam on your motion 1A. We do get notices from the building department when there's a demolition permit request. Do you not?
I do not, Councillor. I don't think that's a requirement of staff. And that's what, so in the past, we've lost 81. So we've had a few incidents where we were hoping to get information, but they're not bound to provide us that information.
Okay, because it was my understanding that we do receive those notices, because I always receive those notices. So, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you. I'd like to get those notices.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other speakers on this item? Seeing none, I would just like to thank staff for this review. I do appreciate the customer-oriented review that they're doing, and the different kinds of customers, like not only the people that are coming in, but actually us, the internal customers, different departments. I really appreciate that. And moving from a geographical to more of a sectorial, somebody that will have experience on those sectors, and starting with the two, which is homeowners, you know, the homeowner that shouldn't have to hire sometimes, you know, a specialist. You should be able to come to City Hall and being able to take your building permit and have staff being able to assist you on that. And in particular, as we prepare for recovery, the commercial, the focus on the commercial to ensure that when small businesses are coming in because they need a renovation, they're about to open, that they have a team that actually is specialized and and ready to help them. I think it's really important that we start this transformation with these two sectors. I appreciate staff's work, and thank you for this review, and we're looking forward to continue the improving of the buildings department in our city, and I'm supportive as well of Councillor Wong-Tam's motion. I think that we would all like to get those notices and see these things implemented. So with that said, if the committee agrees, we can move it as a package. Sounds good. All those in favor? And that carries. Okay, so can we go back, Councillor Wong-Tam, to item 14? Are you ready, or do you want me to continue?
I am ready if clerk is ready.
Yep, we are ready. So we're going back to item 14, which is 2020 Toronto Employment Survey.
And thank you very much, Madam Chair. I would just ask that staff can put the motion onto the screen first. Thank you. The motion is really just to ask the staff to work with the chief, so direct the chief planner to work with the general manager of economic development culture, the business improvement areas, and the BIA and the business operators to review the greater downtown plan of the city of Calgary, and to report back by the third quarter of 2021 to this committee on the requirements and the feasibility of creating a similar plan for downtown Toronto. And I want to thank staff, and I want to thank staff, number one, for the report. I also had a conversation with both Greg Lintern and Cheryl Blackman from ECDev and Culture around what was happening in in Calgary, and I shared with them the greater Calgary, the greater downtown plan of Calgary. I shared it with some interest because they are, obviously our downtowns are not exactly the same, not even close, but I thought it was interesting that they developed a strategy on how to unlock the potential of the downtown. And I thought that that was important. I had not seen, too many cities develop a specific downtown strategy, although I know that the Canadian Urban Institute is having a nationwide conversation about restoring the core, investing and directing employment outcomes to help us sort of gap the COVID lockdown and economic employment losses. And I do think that it's important for us to recognize that in the core of the city, we have seen a significant decline of obviously some of the employment clusters. Some of it will come back, some of it may not. We're not 100% sure. It may be too early to tell, but we definitely do see that the financial district has been hollowed out. It is a major economic driver, not just for the city, but the entire nation. And there is some nervousness that if we don't get in front of this in a very strategic and comprehensive way, this will actually deepen our time for an economic recovery. And the downtown employment decrease has actually surpassed that of the entire city. And as I noted, is that we may come back strong, but it's best for us to be prepared and to make sure we turn on the engine with a lot of fuel in the tank. And hopefully that report from the staff can tell us if Calgary has it right. And if they do, can we take some of their magic and replicate it here? If it doesn't make sense for us, then obviously we shouldn't do it. If there's things that we're already doing that Calgary is now getting to, I'd like us to understand that as well. And thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity for moving the motion.
Thank you, Councillor. Any questions of the mover? Seeing none, I do have a question. I just want to clarify what you want to get back on the third quarter, Councillor. I think this is very important work, but you don't want the whole study to come back. You just want staff to look at what's happening in Calgary and say, is it feasible? Does it make sense that we go down this road? That's correct, right?
Correct. I mean, I think they should attach probably the Calgary report just so we have it before us as a record. But I'm not asking them to bring back the entire study.
Or do any consultation or do anything like that. You just want them to go and look at what has been done and see if it makes sense that we start some of that in here.
Sure. The only exception is that I believe that they're already in consultation. ECDEV is already speaking to a number of the business representatives, whether it's the Toronto Region Board of Trade. So I don't think it's necessarily going to be additional work. They just add it onto their discussion when they discuss it. So if they and I think that for some of the BIAs, they have already been watching the work that's coming out of Calgary because it's actually they brought it to my attention.
Okay, I'm just asking because I know that staff is a bit concerned with timing, that Q3 is already September, right? So,
right.
If I mean, do you want to do Q4?
I would only, if they need more time, but I would leave it to staff. Like I want them to have the latitude to do what they think is right.
They're asking if we could do
Q4. They're asking. then I'm happy
friendly
to
amendment
to Q4. Thank you.
Okay.
Sure. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. So friendly amendment. Any other speakers on this item? Seeing none. Okay. So a vote on the motion. Councillor Wong Tam's motion. All those in favor? And that carries. Thank you so much. We are now into item 16, area-specific amendment to the sign bylaw 1 York Street. We have a speaker on this item, Robert Bader.
Is my audio working?
Yes, it is, Robert. Go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members. Thank you kindly for giving me the opportunity to speak. It's an opportunity that I will now capitalize on, as the staff report provided in support of the staff recommendation was remiss in sharing the details of the merits of this application. I had prepared a communication that has been posted to the agenda for this item. My hope is that the chair and the members have had the opportunity to review it and to aid them in their decision making. On behalf of Menkes Developments, the developers of the subject property and currently containing the global headquarters of Sun Life Financial Group, I'm pleased to submit this application. The application effectively seeks to replace existing signage along the upper portion of the Gardner-facing north elevation of the podium component of this development. The current signage was approved by the Sign Variance Committee in September of 2014, and I believe that this proposal is not a significant departure from what was approved back then. The proposal seeks to install 2 electronic static sign faces in a V-shaped formation, each 5 meters vertically by 6.74 meters horizontally, with an overall area of 33.7 square meters. The electronic static faces are proposed to be bookended with 2 static faces identifying commercial tenants within the development. By comparison, other digital signs along the Gardner Expressway are between 65 square meters and 125 square meters. The thought was to design signage at a scale and size that is consistent with this portion of the podium facade, and to not overwhelm the environment in which it will be viewed. It should be noted that the property lies within close proximity to the recently rebranded Scotiabank Arena. The iconic sporting venue is located on the north side of the Gardner Expressway, northeast of the property. The rebranding exercise realized what could effectively be described as a digital illuminated cowl with light movement and color that responds to particular events being hosted there. The signage approved at the Scotiabank Arena has the same capabilities as the 2 electronic static sign components proposed in this application. Although located in a Heritage Conservation District, the staff report confirms that the city's Heritage Preservation Services have no issue with this proposal and that it does not compromise the policy direction of the HCD plan. As mentioned, the signage is intended to support the development's commercial tenants, including the recently relocated iconic comedy company, The Second City. In this case, the signage will provide visibility, accessibility, programming, and wayfinding opportunities for Torontonians and for tourists, particularly in a post-COVID environment. I note that in the 2020 Toronto Employment Survey, an agenda item reported to this committee just prior to this item, a net loss of 35.3% was suffered in the community and entertainment category. Surely, anything that can be done to support the rebound of this employment sector should be strongly championed. The staff report proffers that the proposed sign will directly face the 2 residential towers at Maple Leaf Square. The staff report failed to consider that the residential towers are set upon an 8-story podium containing office and retail uses and extend 6 stories above the deck of the Gardner Expressway. Furthermore, the staff report failed to mention that the electronic static sign faces will be angled and precisely scoped towards its intended viewer, vehicular traffic along the Gardner Expressway. The staff report cites that considerable research and public consultation has been conducted in respect of digital signs. The substance of the city's comprehensive review revealed that people are concerned with such signs located where they live, particularly such a sign type's impact on residential dwelling units in upper stories of mixed-use buildings. The review also reported that such signs are not permitted in commercial residential sign districts because they tend to be in areas of the city that are more pedestrian-oriented and where smaller scale signs are more appropriate due to the close proximity of residential land uses and reduced impact on the pedestrian environment. To be sure, this signage proposal is not immediately located within a pedestrian environment, and advances in digital signage technology allow for display screens to shield any light emissions by the sign from adjacent and sensitive residential uses. Additionally, special provisions can be incorporated into this site-specific bylaw to mitigate light trespass and to protect such nearby sensitive uses.
Thank you, Robert.
I've just got one more sentence. The previous iteration of this standing committee did just that with a similar application at 9 Hannah Avenue.
Thank you. Thank you.
I thank the chair and members for providing me with
Thank
the
you, Robert.
opportunity.
Any questions of the speaker? Councillor Perks.
Thank you. To the deputant, the purpose of a sign is to get the attention of people who are passing it, correct?
Yeah, the purpose of the sign is to identify, correct? Yeah,
Yeah, it's to draw people's attention.
correct.
Correct. And you just said that the area you're aiming this at is the gardener?
That's correct.
Okay. So the purpose of your sign is to take the attention of people who are driving on the garden.
Purpose of the sign is to be viewed from vehicular traffic on the Gardner Expressway.
Not by the traffic, by their drivers.
That's
to
correct.
draw attention from people who are driving on the garden, correct?
So studies conducted by the City of Toronto and through.
I'm not asking
all
about
of
that.
the
If you want to do studies, I'll do the Kaufman report and we'll do a merry dance. But I asked you a direct question. The purpose of your sign is to attract attention from people who are driving vehicles on the garden.
It's been noted that these types of signs may cause a distraction to drivers, but there is no statistical evidence.
Thank you very much.
That they cause traffic accidents.
Are you done, Councillor Perks?
And I forgot the other question that I usually ask. What will the annual revenue for this sign be?
I think the primary purpose of this proposed sign is to support the commercial tenants in the building. As I had mentioned, there was
Are they getting paid by the tenants? Or do they believe it will increase the amount that they can lease the space for? Have you done a business case? You don't do this stuff out of the goodness of your heart. What is the value of this sign annually?
No, my belief is in consideration of the state of, the global pandemic and the impact it's had towards, the commercial tenancies. I think that there are arrangements in place.
Well, if there were a federal program to give signs to everybody, that would be an appropriate answer. The question I'm asking you is what is the value, the dollar value of this sign annually?
I do not know the answer to that question.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Perks. Any other questions of the speakers? Seeing none. Questions of staff? Seeing none. Speakers? Seeing Councillor
Just
Perks?
move the staff recommendation to refuse.
Okay, all those in favor? That carries. Okay, thank you. Item 17, area-specific amendment to the sign bylaw 2 Stratton Avenue, Exhibition Place. Speaker Paul Seaman. Good afternoon, Paul.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Wow, that's great news. Just a brief comments from me. There was a letter that I sent from my office that I think you're all in receipt of. And I just really want to touch on that to clarify some things that, of course, were not in the staff report. The signs that are there today at Exhibition Place have been there for 13 years. They were put there through process of an RFP and tender issued by the City of Toronto and Exhibition Place for signage. And we've operated those signs as a responsible vendor for 13 years, along with paying the Board of Directors, or not the Board of Directors, the Board of Governors for Exhibition Place fees as determined under the contract. With evolving technology and the need to replace what is older signage, we've asked to convert those signs to digital, as is the common norm in outdoor signage. The signage continues to be what's called static digital, so there will be no flashing images at all. It saves the ability of having to send out trucks and cranes to drape fabric. It provides substantially greater revenue to Exhibition Place that, of course, like all government agencies, Dundas Square, et cetera, need it. And it provides instantaneous messaging for them for any events that they choose to have throughout the year, including their partners and other on-site tenants such as the CNE. The signs do not face any residential communities. We've had no concerns regarding the signs for their time there. There'd be no written complaints. There'd be no verbal complaints delivered to us through either Exhibition Place board, management, or ourselves to our office. And it improves the overall business plan for Exhibition Place in a time when it's greatly needed. So we would request, in light of the substantial benefits that Exhibition Place will derive from it and its limited impact to the overall area and the fact that it has been there for 13 years as a sign, that you would approve this request. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Councillor Perks.
Thank you. To the deputant, the purpose of this sign is to attract attention?
Through you, Madam Chair, the signs have been there for 13 years, and clearly all signs...
I didn't ask how long they've been there. No, please don't waste my time.
Would you carefully answer, Mr.
Is the purpose of this sign to attract attention?
Yeah, it's a rhetorical question, Madam Chair. Of course, signs are built for the purposes of...
Okay, good. And this is pointed towards the Gardner?
It is not pointed towards the Gardner Expressway. It's pointed toward Lakeshore Boulevard.
Oh, sorry, my apologies, the Lakeshore.
Yes.
So the purpose of this sign is to attract attention from people driving motor vehicles on the lake.
I think that's, again, a rhetorical question.
We'll take a shot at answering it.
Yes, it is there to people who are there, bicyclists, cyclists, pedestrians, or cars or otherwise.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll have to go down and look at all the cyclist ads you have. What is the current annual revenue, not the remittance to Exhibition Place, the total gross revenue of the paper-based, or the current sign you have there?
Yeah, as this is a public meeting, I'm not prepared to discuss commercially confidential information. But it is available. It is certainly available through the board.
Maybe without giving me that number, you could give me a percentage. So what is the percentage difference in revenue between the sign currently in place and what you would expect from the digital sign you're proposing?
I apologize. I don't have the number in front of me. It is certainly available in the business plan to the board, and I would be more than happy to provide that number moments after this meeting.
Could you give it to me ballpark?
I really can't without pulling the number up in front of me. I apologize. I'm just not able to.
Oh, come on, you're in the industry. You know that the typical difference in what you can charge an advertiser.
I believe the revenue is in the neighborhood of 75% greater than what the board was getting.
And one would assume that the gross revenue would be similarly increased, right? That's fair.
The revenue, well, yes, the gross revenue is greater. The percentage that the board gets is actually greater than what it gets under the current deal.
Okay, that's fine. So the reason there's more revenue is because you can tell advertisers that the new sign will do a better job of attracting attention from people driving on Lakeshore Boulevard than the current sign, correct?
That's actually incorrect. That's an actually incorrect statement. The difference is that right now, if somebody buys an advertisement on it, that is the only advertisement that is there, typically for a period of up to 4 weeks or greater. Under a digital loop, 6 advertisers can participate in static digital ads during that same period of time. So we can exponentially grow the revenue.
Maybe I can ask you this as an expert in the sign industry. Does the digital, the technology you're proposing here, if you weren't getting a loop of different advertisers, would you charge more and be able to get more per month than the current technology in place?
There's a lot of background noise, but I think your question is, would we build a digital ad that could only have one advertiser? No, we wouldn't.
No, just that's not the question I asked. If I was in your industry and I was renting a sign for a month, using the technology you're proposing here, and to just one advertiser the whole month, if they wanted it, would you charge more than you would charge for that same month with the current technology that's there now?
I'm sort of getting lost in the details. You're asking if we had one advertiser there in the same period of time on the digital technology, would we charge more
than what you're charging for a month now?
Actually, we wouldn't, because the rate is based upon the traffic count and the number of viewings. And as that would not change at all, there would be really no difference. If I place a static ad, the only difference to the advertiser is he doesn't have to pay for static production.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? I do have a couple of questions. Can you just share the size of the existing sign and versus the size of the one that you're proposing?
Madam, they're identical. They're both, they're 20 by 20 today. They would remain the same size. 20
by 20. And do you have a time limit on the existing sign?
By that, what?
I know that some signs are in perpetuity, like there's no 10-year or 5 years, and after the bylaw came into effect, we actually have time limits on signs. How is the existing sign?
The existing sign is unto itself. The sign permit would be in perpetuity, but we do have an agreement with Exhibition Place, which obviously is in a forever agreement.
Okay.
And I can actually advise the last question that the revenue is actually 10 times greater than what Exhibition Place was currently getting.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Seeing none. Speakers? Councillor Perks.
Questions of staff.
Oh, questions. So never mind. Sorry, you're right, Councillor. Councillor, questions of staff.
Yeah. Thank you. Sorry, I've got a bit mixed up because there are so many different signs in front of us. Can you give me the list of reasons that city staff gave to object to this sign?
Certainly, I can take that one through you, Madam Chair. There's two signs at 2 Strawn Avenue. The main reasons for recommending refusal of those, first of all, they're in an open space sign district, which doesn't permit third-party signs, let alone digital third-party signs. As well, in October 2020, City Council adopted a Phase 1 proposals report for Exhibition Place. Where these signs are to be located, there's a perimeter promenade that has been proposed, and the signs aren't seen as being complementary to that use. One of the signs as well is very close to an intersection. The bylaw requires a setback of 30 meters from an intersection. The sign at Lakeshore and Ontario Place would be about 10 meters from that intersection. As well, the sign at Lakeshore and Ontario Drive would be 55 meters from another third-party sign, where the sign bylaw would require a separation distance of 150 meters. So those are the main reasons.
So it's in an area where this kind of sign isn't permitted generally. We have planning advice that we want a perimeter area and that is sign-free, and this would be going into it. It's how much closer to the intersection than it's supposed to be?
It's 20 meters closer to the intersection that it's supposed to be.
Okay, and it's only a third as far apart from the next nearest sign as it's supposed to be.
Yes, approximately.
Yeah,
that's right.
And we've had proposals before to similar to this one on this same site, right?
We have on the northern portion of Exhibition Place. Yes, there have been some.
Some, yeah, quite a few, if I remember. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Gundley. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Any other councillors with questions? I do have a few follow-ups actually from Councillor Perks. So the signs, there's 2 signs in this location, correct?
Yes, Madam Chair, correct.
They want to replace exactly in the same location, or they're changing the location?
The location would be the same.
So the 20 meters closer to some intersection there's no location change. It's the exact same location that they're proposing. Exactly the same size. Okay. So are these signs, the ones that they have there, are they under the old bylaw? So basically these signs are there in perpetuity?
They are under the old bylaw, yes.
So they're there in perpetuity?
Chapter 694.
So if we are to do a new agreement with them, can you put a time limit on these signs? You would put it. That's usually what happens, right? You do it and then it's reviewed after a certain amount of time, 10 years, 5 years, whatever?
The permit would have a 5-year lifespan on it, yes.
So you have 2 signs that you're saying might actually affect the plans for Exhibition Place that are there in perpetuity. And we have a proposal in front of us that gives us its time limit of 5 years with 10 times the revenue for the exact same location. And in 5 years, we can even say, that's it, no more signs. We need to get rid of these signs because we're doing different stuff at Exhibition Place. Is that correct?
Something quite drastic would have to change before those permits wouldn't be reviewed, particularly in light of amending the bylaw to permit them. But that would be a possibility, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Those are my questions. Thank you. Speakers? Councillor Perks.
Thank you. I'm going to move the staff recommendation to deny. There are certain annual events you set your calendar to, right? There's New Year's Day, there's the first day of spring, there's the day when somebody comes in with a new electronic sign proposal for Exhibition Place. Every year, I can't tell you how much time, how much of my life has gone down the rabbit hole of for-profit corporations trying to increase the amount of driver distraction along the Gardiner and the Lakeshore. Honestly, it's just exhausting. And to try to clean this up so that council didn't have to waste its time, sign by sign by sign, revisiting similar locations, listening to all kinds of justifications about revenue and so on, we created a sign bylaw. And we said, come on, and then we created sign zones. And when that wouldn't police it, we actually brought in the planning department and said, can you give us a sense of how Exhibition Place should work overall in terms of land uses, in terms of attractiveness, in terms of its relationship to the lake, all these things. And one of the things they said was, well, if you want to do that, you need areas without all these signs. So we, like, as council, we develop policy after policy after policy so that we don't have to waste time on these Lakeshore and Gardiner signs. And yet every year we're here and the same locations or just across the street, we wind up listening to the same arguments about how we have to clutter our city to make money for private sign companies. And they come to us with these, marvelous revenue opportunities. Today it's Exhibition Place. I can remember one that was the arena in East York. I'm just sick of it. It's time to start listening to our sign staff, our building staff, our planning staff, and previous council decisions and start telling these guys, no, we're following staff advice.
Thank you, Councillor Perks. Any other speakers on this item? Seeing none, I would like to speak. I do have a motion to move the sign forward. I mean, I agree that we have a bylaw, but there's an appeal process, and I think that we need to look at these signs, and when they when they get to this point, I think that we have to look at what is in front of us. And the way I looked at this was that we do have 2 signs there already that will be there, that can be there in perpetuity. They have an agreement with the city in perpetuity. And we do have an opportunity, yes, to change them to a static digital for a 5-year period that we can review in 5 years. As we heard, this area is going under a lot of changes. There's a new plan for Exhibition Place. We will have the opportunity to actually, by doing this change in 5 years, to assess if these are in good locations or not, and if we need to continue with this arrangement or not. And also, it's, as you heard, it is 10 times the revenue for Exhibition Place. I think all of you have seen the letter from our colleague, the chair of Exhibition Place, and the importance and significance of that. And so that's why I'm moving this sign for approval. Okay, so on Councillor Perks' motion, All those in favor?
I think we need a recall, okay.
Madam Chair, just to clarify, Councillor Perks' motion is the staff recommendation.
Yeah, I was under the impression that because Councillor Perks moved it first, it was going to be voted first, but I'm just, Clerks is going to try to.
Of course it would be.
Sorry? Clerks is trying to tell me
Of
something.
course it would be.
I think so. Okay, yeah, I was correct. Councillor Perks' motion, which is the staff recommendations. All those in favor?
Oh, staff recs.
Okay, any opposed? That carries, it's on. Yep, the item fails on a tie. So on my motion, all those in favor?
Recorded, please.
Recorded vote.
All those in favor of amending the item? When I call your name, please indicate how you're voting. Councillor Bailão?
In favor?
Councillor Fletcher?
Opposed?
Councillor Bradford?
In favor.
Councillor Nunziata?
In favor.
Councillor Perks?
Opposed?
Councillor Wong-Tam?
Opposed?
The item fails on a tie vote. The item goes to council without recommendation.
Thank you. Next, item 23.18, area-specific amendment to the sign bylaw 270 Evans Avenue. We do have a speaker, Paul Seaman. Paul?
Hey, how are you? Still here.
Go ahead.
So this one is a more traditional billboard, but I think there are some merits to what we're trying to accomplish here. This sign is there forever, essentially, as it was approved in the day when that was the case. The sign is currently 40 by 60 feet. It is actually one of the largest static signs in the Gardiner. We're asking to substantially reduce the size of it by 70% to make it 14 by 48. Yes, it will be a static digital, same as all the other signs on that end of the Gardiner. If approved, it would limit it to a 10-year permit as opposed to a forever sign. It has no residential impact, and that is because the signs are east and west. It does not view to any houses today. We have not received any complaints in the 11 years that the sign has been in operation. The closest residential units are 12 lanes across the Gardiner Expressway, nearly 200 meters away to the north. And again, the signs face east-west, not north at all. The benefits here are really great in that the sign would then conform to the same aesthetic appearance as all of the other signs in that quadrant of the Gardiner Expressway all the way to the 427. One thing that I think is important is staff made reference to its proximity to other signs, but if you actually look at that second last page of the document that was sent, you'll notice that if you go across the street, you'll see a large digital sign to the west, and immediately adjacent to that, a little further to the west, is another sign, and not shown in the picture, but if you go immediately south from that sign is yet another digital sign. These three signs are literally on top of each other, yet ours is far to the east. Between us and the next sign is a very expansive tree line that blocks the visibility of them, including a large building that blocks the sight lines between them. So to suggest that these signs are too close negates the fact that the city has approved other signs within a fraction of the distance. So notwithstanding, there is, those that do like signs and those that don't. We see this as a vast improvement to what's there. It substantially reduces the footprint of the sign. It limits its life to 10 years. It is not visible to any of the houses, and it conforms to the aesthetics of the freeway today and to the other signs. Again, we'd ask you to consider the approval of this. And thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you. Questions of staff? Councillor Perks?
Perhaps Mr. Van Vliet would be so kind as to summarize the reasons staff is recommending that we refuse this.
Certainly. Through you, Madam Chair. The application is asking for a 10-year sign permit, whereas the bylaw requires a 5-year sign permit. There's nothing in our mind that is significant about this property or this proposal that would merit that 10-year permit. The sign would be closer to the Gardiner Expressway. It would be 33 meters from the Gardiner Expressway. 400 meters is the requirement. Council has set a 400-meter sort of a no sign zone around the Gardiner Expressway, and this would be 33 meters away from the Gardiner Expressway. Transportation Services has given advice. They don't support the application. They were a part of the development of the sign bylaw regulations, including that setback from the Gardiner Expressway, and the sign won't conform to that. They don't support it. In addition, the sign is going to be more than 3 times larger than what would be permitted otherwise in the bylaw, and 3 meters higher than what would be permitted in the sign bylaw. As well, to the northwest of the sign, there will be there are 2 actually condominium towers that are under construction just at Zora Road, at the end of Zora Road in the Gardiner Expressway. So there will be a fair number of residential units that will have a view of the sign. True, they won't be seeing it right on, but they will. The sign will be visible from them. The existing sign is visible from the street at Zora Road, and so for the units that are higher up, particularly, this sign would likely be visible and have an impact.
Thank you so much.
Any other councillors with questions of staff? No. Councillor Annunziata.
The applicant mentioned that this sign will be smaller than the existing sign. You're saying it's bigger?
No, it's not bigger. It will be smaller. It'll have a smaller sign face area than the existing sign.
Okay, so it's smaller.
Yes.
Councillor Fletcher?
I just want you to tell me, you said there's 2 condos that are being built. I mean, I've heard that there's nothing there, but is this near one of the development areas now?
This sign location, through you, Madam Chair, the sign location is it'll be on the south side of the Gardiner Expressway, but there's a commercial residential sign district to the northwest of the site where there are 2 condominium towers that are currently under construction. One of them is described in the staff reports, paragraph 3 of page 8 of the staff report. There's another one, that's the one that is closest to the sign. There's another one that's slightly further away that will be even larger, my understanding is. So they'll have a view of the sign once those units are constructed and occupied.
That has planning indicated that would also happen?
We didn't hear that specifically from planning, though they did bring these developments to our attention when we had circulated the
Is there anybody there from planning on the line, Chair?
Yes, I'm here, Councillor.
Okay, I can't see anybody, so I'm just going to assume I know who you are.
No, I'm here, Councillor Fletcher.
Oh, there you are. You were on. Thank you. So you're just confirming that these towers they were approved? The towers have been approved?
That's correct. That's correct. There are towers on the north side of the Gardiner in proximity to the sign.
And would you concur that they would be, that there may be visually impairing the view of the people that are living there? They haven't moved into those places yet, have they?
I don't believe so. I think Ted maybe had the conversation with district staff. My information is that we advised buildings that there were towers in, either proposed or under construction in vicinity of this sign.
So there would be nobody living there that would be able to come to us and say, we really want you to turn that sign down because now we're going to look out our window and see that. Is that right?
That's a correct assumption, yes.
It's not, I don't know what's going on somewhere in the back. It sounds like somebody's scrubbing their floor or something. I don't know, somewhere doing their lawn, no idea. The audio today has been terrible on this particular meeting, Chair, I think we'd all agree. So I guess I'm just trying to establish that if they'd been built, more than likely we would have some folks come along and say, please don't do that because it's so close that we would be, instead of having a view, we'd be looking at a sign.
Through the chair, that's often our experience, is that towers in proximity to signs aren't a good fit.
I think we had a video that was shown to us before of people living along the Gardner, and I don't know if we'd approved the sign and then the condo had gone up. So I'm not putting you on the spot. I think I'm just asking if we should be careful because we've approved one thing that may be in conflict with something that we're being asked to, staff are saying turn it down, but the applicant's saying please approve that. So I think today we have a decision to choose between signs and dwelling units.
Yeah, I think Ted's indicated that this is a sign district. So these matters have been canvassed in totality and putting in place a long-term vision for the way signs should and shouldn't be happening in the area.
And I just want to say that your hair is almost as curly as mine. So there you go. Not you, Ted, Greg.
I figured.
Okay, Councillor.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions of staff? Seeing none. Speakers? Councillor Perks.
I'll move the staff recommendation.
Okay.
I just want to speak.
Councillor Fletcher.
Councillor Chair. I'm going to support the staff recommendation here, in particular because of what we've just heard. We have to be so careful that we have two opposing things happening. We have approval of condominiums that are being built, people going to move in, and then I think we have to weigh very carefully whether or not we would entertain approving a sign that would be impeding the view of people moving in. I have no idea if the developer's been told that this might happen. They're going to sell units. Our job is to increase density, have places for people to live. But if the urban design environment during the approval had been that across the street or very shortly nearby is going to be a big sign, I think that they may have built the condo in a different way. So I really think we have to take that into account. We have seen videos of people that all of a sudden opened their window and there were digital signs in their homes, in their bedrooms, along the Gardner. I think we just have to be careful. It's incumbent upon us. We are planning and housing. And once we've approved housing, we need to be very careful what we would do there. We might have condo and then say, well, we're just going to put a railroad track right beside it. Staff might say no, and someone would come along and say, well, we really think a railroad track's a good idea. We have to honor the commitments that we've made as a city. We've committed to the developer, the future residents, and I think it's incumbent on this committee to follow staff advice on this one.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other councillors wishing to speak? No, the local councillor just asked me to remind everybody that he is supportive of the sign and has written to committee in support of this. So I'll just remind all the committee members of that. And on
I'm well aware. I got the letter.
Councillor Perks.
I got the letter.
Yeah, let's move on with the vote. Councillor Perks, vote on the staff report. All those in favor? And opposed? And that carries. Okay.
I
Item,
think Councillor Wong-Tam has got the dreaded WebEx circle going there. She's got the dreaded WebEx circle on her name.
I have no control over that.
I think it's fine.
You don't?
Okay,
Oh,
councillors,
you
we're
are.
almost
You're
there, and I know that we have already lost a member of the committee, and two more need to go fairly soon, so we have 2 items left. Item 19, area-specific amendment to the sign bylaw 306 Yonge Street. There are no speakers on this item. Any questions of staff? Seeing none. Any speakers on the item? Seeing none. Moving.
Sorry, Councillor. I was just going to move the staff recommendations to.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you. So all those in favor of staff recommendations? That carries. And last item of the day, it is item 20. We do have a deputation, Andrew Marshnack. Andrew? He's there? Okay. Good afternoon, Andrew. Can you hear me? Oh, it looks like there was a little sound in there. Okay. Members of the committee, just bear with me. We're just ensuring that we connect with the speaker. Okay, just need about 30 seconds more. Are we almost there? Okay. Andrew, can you hear us now?
Yes, can you hear me?
Okay, yes, we can. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. Okay. You have 5 minutes.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you. I'm from ACON, and ACON is a membership group from low and moderate income people fighting for change, housing, health, childcare, internet, and predatory lending. And ACON has been active since 2004, 6 chapters, and 40,000 members strong. And why we are here today is housing is super important. It's super important to us. Predatory landlords have been destroying our affordable housing. They do it mainly by getting rid of tenants. Then they jack up the rent. They get rid of us by doing AGIs, by ignoring repairs, and by evicting us illegally. The main tactic predatory landlords are using right now is renovictions. And that is why we've been fighting renovictions. And we were able to win anti-renovation tools in cities in BC back in 2019. And we've been fighting to bring those to Toronto ever since then. So we are happy that the city is listening to tenants and looking at what BC has won, what we have won in BC. And we wanted to have more of our members facing renovation today here to speak. Unfortunately, this was kind of short notice, so so I will focus on what we want to see from the city. We want the bylaw from BC ACON members won. The key points is this. Toronto ACON is asking the city to investigate replicating New Westminster's renovation bylaw in Toronto. The bylaw, this incentivizes renovations and incentivizes maintenance of purpose-built rental buildings. The bylaw also licenses landlords in New Westminster, something ACON has been championed nationally since 2005. The licensing system works as an effective ban on renovations because it takes out any financial incentive landlords have to renovate tenants. This is done by providing clear requirements that the landlords must adhere to before any evictions can take place. So developers need to obtain all permits from the city needed to do the renovations. This includes plumbing permits, development permits, heritage alteration permits, and building permits. This takes time and informs the city that the renovations and potential evictions are taking place at a local apartment building. Once all permits are obtained, it is proven that tenants must vacate in order for the renovations to take place. The landlords must do either of the following steps to ensure that tenants are not displaced. Enter into a new lease with a tenant that is identical or more favorable to the tenant, with provision of comparable rental unit in the same building, or agree tenants can move back under terms of existing lease and find temporary accommodation for the tenant during the renovation period. So if landlords violate these rules, they will be fined by the city. And we want to highlight the following demands. No displacement policy. Use existing powers and create new tools to stop displacement. And then a tenant relocation assistance policy. Before the landlord is able to get a tenant to move out, they must find them a new place to rent if requested. Also, rent up payments if needed to bridge the gap between the rent for the new unit and the existing rent level. Financial support with moving and right to return to the new development at the same rent. Then following on, major financial penalties if right to return is interfered with. And a public register of tenant buyouts, monitor the sale of rental buildings and inform tenant of their rights. Following on to the second last point, a landlord and tenant registry to track displacements during construction and ensure the right to return is enforced. And lastly, no public funds or permits approvals to predatory landlords. Again, we are super happy this is being discussed. We've been waiting for nearly 2 years for the city to take a bold stand on this issue. We'll be sure to come out on June 14th and continue to organize in our communities to fight evictions and renovations wherever they are happening. But I'm happy that we had an opportunity to voice it. Also, the last point I wanted to share here is that housing is a human right. Unfortunately, the status quo principles does not take that into account. That is why ACON has been taking leadership on the basic necessity of working class citizens in our big city. Every eviction is an assault on our working people, and we are determined to fight till we change the status quo. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none. Questions of staff? Seeing none. Speakers on the item? Councillor Fletcher.
Chair, yeah, I'm just moving that letter that I put in on behalf of myself and Councillor Mike Layton that would ask to have the matter of the new Westminster bylaw be investigated particularly by legal staff to look at how we can replicate that and to bring that information to the meeting of our subcommittee on the preservation of affordable rental housing. It's a lot to say. Councillor Perks is on there, Councillor Bradford is on there, and I'm the chair, and that's the subcommittee of our Planning and Housing Committee. So I'm sure ACORN will be at that committee. Certainly appreciate them giving us their wise thoughts today, and staff will have heard that too. So looking forward to June the 14th when we'll get an update as to how we're going to be able to replicate that, do the same thing, stop evictions, keep people in their place. Today, we're just in angst. We're having trouble building modular housing. We're not having trouble, but the community is having trouble accepting it. People are living in parks. They shouldn't be in parks. They need to be in great places. We have councillors saying they don't want hotels booked for homeless people. I mean, it's just terrible. So one of the things that we really can do is strengthen the ability of the city to intervene, to stop rent evictions and stop taking people out of very affordable housing and often into the street or into couches or other things. This pandemic has meant that people that were living in precarious situation, couch surfing, other things, probably aren't living there anymore because people are asking them to leave. So this is part of the pandemic response. We can't act fast enough. We can't act fast enough to get good, affordable, solid, clean, healthy living places for citizens in the city of Toronto. Thank you. And with that, I'll move that.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Thank you for moving that. I know that a lot of the work that committee has been doing is actually being in this direction. You have a big focus on the rent evictions. You had already asked both Housing Secretariat, buildings, and so on to start working on ways to support tenants and to prevent these. So I think this is very much in line with the work that your subcommittee had already been doing. So thank you for putting this forward and looking forward to having the results of that work coming through committee and to council. So thank you, Councillor. All those in favor of the recommendations in the letter? That carries. And that concludes our agenda. And thank you. I think we did it with quorum. I think this was a race to the 5:30. And thank you, everybody, for your cooperation. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, staff.
Thank you, Chair Barlow.
Thank you, staff.
Thanks, clerks.